Hello, Legion. Hello, 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 Lady Bloom. Oh my god, she actually said hello before I managed to get in a hello. Yeah, someone's very high inactive. Oi, here we go. Oh yes, I love. Oh yes, vampire. Jesus, now it's all coming back to me. It's like I haven't. It's like I haven't played in so many days. But no, yesterday I just played. Great. I left it right here. Yes, of course. Okay, yeah, I left it right at the books because my throat was way too tired. Vernicus and Borlor by Tavi Dromio. Halgerd walked into the king's ham that Loredas evening, his face clouded with sadness. While he ordered a mug of grief, his mates, Garaz and Jomora, joined him with moderately sincere concern. "What's wrong with you, Halgerd?" asked Jomora. "You're later than usual, and there's a certain air of tragedy you've dragged in with you. Have you lost money, or a nearest and dearest?" "I haven't lost any money," Halgerd grimaced. "But I've just received word from my nephew that my cousin Aliok has died. Perfectly natural, he says, just old age. Aliok was 10 years younger than me." "Oh, that's terrible. But it goes to show that it's important to savor all of life's possibilities, 'cause you never know when your time is coming," said Garaz, who had been sitting at the same stool at the Smoky Corner Club for the last several hours. He was not one cursed with self-awareness. "Life's short, all right," agreed Jomara. "But if you'll pardon a sentimental thought, few of us are aware of the influence we'll have after our deaths. Perhaps there's comfort there. For example, have I told you the story about Vernicus and Borlor? Oh my god, it's a story within a story. I'm starting to hate it." "I don't believe so," said Halgerd. "Vernicus was a Daedra," said Shamora, throwing a few dribbles on Flynn on the hearth to cast the proper mood. "And though our tale took place many, many years ago, it would be fair to say that Vernicus still is one. For what, after all, is time the immortal Daedra?" "Actually," Garaz interrupted, "I understand that the notion of immortality—" "I am trying to offer our friend an inspirational tale in his hour of need," Jomora growled. "I don't have all bloody night to tell it, if you don't mind." "You wouldn't have heard of Vernicus," said Jomora, abandoning the theme of immortality for the time being. "For even at the height of his power and fame, he was considered feeble by the admittedly high standards of the day. Of course, this lack of respect infuriated him, and his reaction was typical of a lesser Daedra. He went on a murderous rampage." Oh yeah, that makes sense. "Soon, word spread through all the villages in the Colovian West of the unholy terror. Whole families had been butchered, castles destroyed, orchards and fields torched and cursed so nothing would ever grow there again. To make things even worse for the villagers, Vernicus began getting visitations from an old rival of his from Oblivion. She was a Daedra seducer named Oravatha, and she delighted in taunting him to see how angry she could make him become. 'You flooded a village and that's supposed to be impressive?' she would sneer. 'Try collapsing a continent and maybe you'll get a little attention.' Vernicus could become pretty angry. He didn't come very close to collapsing the continent of Tamriel, but it wasn't for lack of trying. A hero was needed to face the mad Daedra, and fortunately, one was available. His name was Borlor, and it was said that he had been blessed by the goddess Kinnereth. That was the only explanation for his inhuman accuracy with his bow and arrow, for he never missed a target. As a child, he had driven his marksmanship tutors wild with frustration. They would tell him how to plant his feet, how to knock a bolt, the proper grip for the cord, the best method of release. He ignored all of the rules, and somehow, every time, the arrow would catch a breath of wind and sail directly to his target. It did not matter if the quarry was moving or still, at very close range or miles away. Whatever he wanted to strike with his arrow would be struck. Borlor answered the call when one of the village mayors begged him for help. Unfortunately, he was not as great a horseman as he was an archer. As he rode through the forest toward the mayor's town, a place called Evansakan. Vernicus was already murdering everyone there. Orotha watched and stifled back a yawn. "Murdering a small town mayor isn't going to put you in famous company, you know. What you need is a great champion to defeat, someone like Isgramor or Pelinal Whitestrake, or she stared at the figure emerging from the forest. "That fellow." "Who's he?" growled Vernicus between bites of the mayor's quivering body. "The greatest archer in Tamriel. He's never missed." Borlor had his bow strung and was pointing it at the Daedra. For a moment, Vernicus felt like laughing. The fellow was not even aiming straight, but he had a well-honed sense of self-preservation. There was something about the man's look of confidence that convinced the Daedra that Horovas wasn't lying. As the bolt left the bow, Vernicus vanished in a sheet of flame. The arrow impaled a tree. Borlor stood and stared. He had missed the target. In oblivion, Vernicus raged. Fleeing before a mortal man like that, not even the basest scamp would have been so craven. He had exposed himself for the weak, cowardly creature he was. As he considered what steps to take to salvage this situation, he found himself face to knee with the most fearsome of the Daedra princes, Molag Bal. "I never thought anything much of you, Vernicus," the giant boomed, "but you have more than proven your worth. You have shown the creatures of Mundus that the Daedra are more powerful than the blessings of the gods." The other denizens of Oblivion quickly agreed, as they always did, with a view of Molag Bal. The Daedra are, after all, always very sensitive about their various defeats at the hands of mortal champions. Vernicus was proclaimed the elusive beast, the usurpable one, he who cannot be touched, the bane of Kinnereth. Shrines devoted to him began to be built in remote corners of Morrowind and Skyrim. Borlor, meanwhile, now found flawed, was never again called to rescue a village. He was so heartbroken over his failure to strike his target that he became a hermit, and never restrung his bow again. Some months later, he died, unmoored and unremembered. Wow, that's a nice story. Also, do you know what this story reminds me of? Fucking Last Jedi. He missed once, he became heartbroken, and became a hermit, and went somewhere to die alone. Yeah, that's fucking nice. And this was before The Last Jedi even came out. Fucking Rian Johnson ruining things retroactively. In the continuity. What the fuck kind of story is that? He was heartbroken over his failure to strike his target that he became a hermit. That pisses me off so much. I mean, sure, man. Yeah, sure. Okay, you can become heartbroken. Sure, you can be sad. You can be depressed. But god damn it, really? You cut off all civilization access and become a hermit? Man. Is this really the tale you thought would cheer me? Asked Halgard incredulously. I've heard the King of Worms told more inspirational stories. Wait, smiled Shimura. I'm not finished yet. For a year's time, Vernicus was content to watch his legend grow and his fledgling worship spread from his home in Oblivion. He was, in addition to being cowardly and inclined toward murderous rages, also a very lazy creature. His worshippers told tales of their master avoiding the bolts of 1,000 archers, of moving through oceans without getting wet, and other feats of avoidance that he would rather not have demonstrate in person. The real story of his ignominious... I hate that word. The real story of his ignominious retreat from Borlor was thankfully forgotten. The bad news, when it came, was delivered to him with some relish by Harafafa. I don't know if those are O's or A's. Horavafa. He had delighted in her jealousy at his growing reputation, so it was with a cruel smile she told him, "Your shrines are being assaulted." "Who dares?" he roared. "Everyone who passes them in the wilderness feels the need to throw a stone." Horavafa purred. "You can hardly blame them. After all, they represent he who cannot be touched. How could anyone be expected to resist such a target?" Vernicus peered through the veil into the world of Mundus and saw that it was true. One of his shrines in Colovian West Country was surrounded by a large platoon of mercenary soldiers who delighted in pelting it with rocks. His worshippers huddled inside, praying for a miracle. In an instant he appeared before the mercenaries, and his rage was terrifying to behold. They fled into the woods before he even had a chance to murder one of them. His worshippers threw open the wooden door to the shrine and dropped to their knees in joy and fear. His anger melted. Then a stone struck him. Uh-oh. Then another. Uh-oh. He turned to face his assailants, but the air was suddenly filled with rocks. Vernicus could not see them, but he heard mercenaries in the woods laugh. "It's not even trying to move out of the way. It's impossible not to hit him," guffled another. With a roar of humiliation, the Daedra bounced into the shrine, chased by the onslaught. One of the stones knocked the door closed behind him, striking him in the back. His face broke, anger and embarrassment disappearing, replaced by pain. He turned, shaking, to his worshippers who huddled in the shadows of the shrine, their faith shattered. "Where did you get the wood to build this shrine?" Vernicus groaned. "Mostly from a corpse of trees near the village of Evanskon," his high priest shrugged. Vernicus nodded. He dropped forward, revealing the deep wound in his back. "Oh, hold on. Hold on, I can see where this is going. The wood, is Chekhov's gun. Basically, it's that thing. The arrow that the archer that could never miss had struck a tree. The shrine is made, and that's also kind of very odd that Vernicus would ask where the wood came to build this shrine, he really wouldn't care. This is just for the reader's sake. Where did you get the... it's kind of infuriating like that. Where did you get the wood to build? Mostly from a corpse of trees near the village of Evansakan. It's the same place. So, because the arrow struck the tree, the shrine itself is made from that tree, and it's the arrow, whatever the archer had, a magic or enchantment, transitive property applies, transient property applies. So that enchantment moved to this shrine, and now, yeah, I can see it coming. Vernicus nodded. He dropped forward, revealing the deep wound in his back. A rusted arrowhead buried in a whorl in the wood of the door had jolted loose in the assault and impaled him. The Daedra vanished in a whirlwind of dust. Okay, let's read that again. A rusted arrowhead buried in a whorl in the wood of the door had jolted loose in the assault and impaled him. It's that arrow from the archer. Come on, man. So the archer never missed. Too bad he died knowing he missed. He did miss, it just took a very long time. The shrines were abandoned shortly thereafter, though Vernicus did have a brief resurgence as the patron spirit of limitations and impotence. Oh! Before what? Before fading from memory altogether. The legend of Borlor himself never became very well known either, but there are still some who tell the tale, like myself. And we have the advantage of knowing what the great archer himself didn't know on his deathbed. His final arrow found its target after all. Exactly. Oh my god. Mixed unit tactics, we read that one. Snowberries, Amulet of Kings. I think we read this one too. By Venegris Morhana, or I read it. In the first years of the First Era, a powerful race of elves called the Aelids, or the Heartland High Elves, ruled central Tamriel with an iron hand. The high and haughty Aelids relied on their patrons, their treacherous Daedra lords, to provide armies of Daedra and dead spirits. With these fearless magical armies, the Aelids preyed without mercy upon the young races of men, slaughtering or enslaving them at their whim. On behalf of the suffering of the human race, Saint Alicia, the first in line of Cyrodiil, sought the aid of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, and ruler of the noble Aedra. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart, and blessed Saint Alicia with this blood of dragons, and made a covenant that so long as Alicia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavor to seal tight the gates of oblivion, and to deny the armies of Daedra and undead to their enemies, the Daedra-loving Aelids. In token of this covenant, Akatosh gave to Alicia and her descendants the Amulet of Kings, and the eternal dragonfires of the Imperial City. Thus does Alicia become the first gem in the Cyrillic Amulet of Kings. The gem is the red diamond in the middle of the amulet. This is the symbol of the Empire and later taken as a symbol of the Septim line. It is surrounded by 8 other gems, one for each of the divines. So long as the Empire shall maintain its worship of Akatosh and his kin, and so long as Alicia's heirs shall bear the Amulet of Kings, Akatosh and his divine kin maintain a strong barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion, so that mortal man need never again fear the devastating summoned host of the Daedra Lord. But if the Empire should slacken in its dedication to the 9 divines, or if the blood of Alicia's heir should fail, then shall the barriers between Tamriel and the Daedric realms fall, and Daedra worshippers might summon lesser Daedra and undead spirits to trouble the races of men. But this is kind of already happening, isn't it? Because it says Daedra worshippers might summon lesser Daedra and undead spirits to trouble the races of men. But undead spirits are a thing. We see Draugr all the time in the tombs. So... Ooh, Volume 5 of the Real Barensia! Hey, Lady Plume! It's our favorite story! The Real Barensia. Volume 5. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts, and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial battle mage, Yagar Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Tharn? Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Barenzia, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. Yagar Tharn, indeed! I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street, not if he were a doddering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part of the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods, I'll warrant, he snorted. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in Southern Valen Wood of a wood elven mother, seems to have been everywhere since. Varenzia, sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humoring Symmachus thus far, but now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus? Could this Yagar have been the nightingale disguised? Symmachus thought this over before replying. Nay, my love. Human blood seems to be the one missing component in Thorn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Varenzia knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves. And high elves as effete intellectual. I think effete is... I gotta Google effete. I keep wanting to read that as elite. But he admired humans, especially Britons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebonheart of the Raffin clan, House Halu, the House of Mora in particular, I'll be bound. That house has had human blood in it since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn of summoning from us. Varanzia sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been one, and all the lucrative mines held in fief by the Brathims, whose nobility retained the high kingship of Morrowind. Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, when Quinn Leon's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morlin, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favor of a temporary war leader to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind, first among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted, and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morlin himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Effen, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Yagarfarn of your suspicions then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it or where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose not that much, he added. Certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your, and here he smiled at her wickedly, embroidery. But Anzaya flung the sampler at him. It hit Symmachus square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Barenzia gave birth to a fine son whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in its possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Barenzia bore a second child, a daughter, to Symmachus's lasting delight. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgia, named for Symmachus's mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgia was not the harbinger of the better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Symmachus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance, and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both the royal From both the royal exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the Imperial City, Symmachus said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else old Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring. Grinned forcibly. You have a way with men, love. You always did. But Anzea forced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it. Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children? But Anzea looked over toward the corner window where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgia 8. He might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps. But that's not your true reason. Baranzea took a deep breath and grasped the nail. You don't think you can keep them safe here. If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Barenzia, my love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me, I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Varenzia laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. She started to cry, thinking of the nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything. Ever. Ever, my love. I promise you. I cost you everything once, Barenzia. I and Tiber Septim. Without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that. That my patience is not infinite. Barenzia gasped. Semachus was not given to empty threats. She no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Better that you not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant. I don't know how to pronounce this in English. Recalcitrant. What the fuck, man? Should he prove recalcitrant? I'm just gonna call it. I'm just gonna say it in Romanian. Should he prove recalcitrant? It's the same spelling and everything. And do not fear. He Septim enough that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. For if he does, even if he harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me all the gods of Tamriel, he pray that he hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last Septim is dead. The red dark elven eyes of Symmachus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight you that oath, my love, my queen, my Barenzia. Barenzia held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Barenzia stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's straits. She'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on his pretext or that His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I'm sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see, and now, it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Helsef stood still as a carven image, but little Morgaya had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the imperial city had demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Symmachus. Bad news and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of the Mournhold's minor nobility and were demanding Symmachus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Barenzia's house for generations stood between Symmachus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmachus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Barenzia to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to her, tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy, with little success. And to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage at the Emperor's numerous major domos and fear of the fate awaiting her and family, the weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day the Mournholdian ambassador came calling to tell her she should expect news from Symmachus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels but by Nighthawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eye. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real, yet somehow inappropriate. Barenzia had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was a hunger in his eye, and something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own, why covet hers? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconstant. After that one long burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at this inertia and vexed no end, Baranzia stared into the pale set face, looking for some trace of the Septims she had known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice, that was all. He had been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be, some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion. She had studied the arts of illusion well since the nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion. But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were oft as ashamed at the signs of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them. Yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Baranzia dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shielding themselves from its effects, within their own halls. The use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the nightingale. And then he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped, and then the visions faded once more, and another man sat in his place, like the nightingale, and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven years, and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible, destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again she was looking into the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switch back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire, Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation? You're no older than tiny Morgia here. We were greatly honored to be the only guests that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously. Very cautious. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, your majesty. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed. I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker if it had been possible. As for your request, milady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baranzia bowed, as did the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. Let me guess, there was no Justin. That was just a trick. That was just to make her convinced this is all an illusion. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, there we go. Although young Uriel had insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. Oh, never mind. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmachus had kept up the joke long after she had gone the way of imagining childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in a mock serious fashion. The last Baranzia had heard of Justin several years ago, the Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmachus that she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in Lilandril to raise fire, burns, and mugworts. Jesus. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The nightingale? Could it be? Yes. Yes, a chord of recognition rang through her, and Baranzia knew she was right. It was him. It was. The nightingale. Masquerading as the Emperor. Symmachus had been wrong, so wrong. What now? She wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim, and more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Baranzia guessed that their troubles were due to this false Emperor, this nightingale. Spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long as humans reckoned time, long after her disproved liaison with Tiber Septim. The Nightingale knew of Symmachus's famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Symmachus was left alone to deal with troubles of the Nightingales brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Varenzia impelled? Not to impel. Impelled? I have no fucking clue. Impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, her ladies in waiting and personal knight's escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances. And for once, Baranzia was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refugee now, false as she knew the feeling must be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed toward the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary, and simply inquired that King Adri of Wayrest of the province of High Rock might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Barenzia of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Barenzia's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Suddenly she had no inclination toward any alliance with a dazzled human. She looked up, frowning, and one of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says his master waits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on a horseback, surrounded by a half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Barenzia said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight after the dinner hour." King Edward looked polite and grave, and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought pensively. Barenzia stood at the tower window waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness. But though the night sky was clearly as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers fell for the message secured in a capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction at a job well done, mission accomplished, and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not Symmachus's bold hand. Baranzia sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. Symmachus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Symmachus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as king of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Symmachus was dead. Barenzia and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire and a price set on their heads. Symmachus was dead. So the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy, milady queen, enjoy the Imperial City, and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay? Her detention, her captivity, and in all probability her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again. At least, not alive. Symmachus was dead. "Lady?" Baranzia jumped, startled by the servant's approach. "What is it?" "The Breton is here, milady. King Edward," the woman added helpfully, noting Baranzia's incomprehension. She hesitated. "Is there news, milady?" she said, nodding toward the Nighthawk. "Nothing that will not wait," Baranzia said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness that suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. See to the bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb. Numb as the stone walls around her. Numb as the quiescence of the night air. Numb as a lifeless corpse. Symmachus was dead. King Edward greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and had asked if the outcome had been favorable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, "Milady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but No, Baranzia said, with sudden decisiveness. "You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know." Edward relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. "You know? You're not just humoring someone you might think a madman?" "I assure you, my lord, I am not." She took a deep breath. And who do you surmise is dissembling as the Emperor? The Imperial Battle Mage, Yagar Tharn. Tharn or Charn, I have no fuck. Ah, my Lord King, have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale? Yes, milady, as a matter of fact I have. My allies and I believe him to be one of the same man as the renegade Tharn. I knew it, Baranzea stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. The Nightingale, Jagar Tharn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He had contrived their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Symmachus. My Symmachus. Edward coughed diffidently. Milady, we need your aid. Baranzea smiled grimly at the irony. I do believe I should be the one saying those words. But go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King? Quickly, the monarch outlined the plot. The mage Ria Selmain, of late apprentice to the vile Jagar Tharn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor. Yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in an unknown site. This champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Jagar Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while the Chosen One gained freedom with Ria's spirit's help. Baranzea had the false emperor's ears, and seemingly his eyes. Would she provide the necessary distraction? I suppose I could obtain another audience with him, Baranzea said carefully. But would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors to the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, milady, and Morrowind. Things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass that makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers also quite assures that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable. Sacrosanct, in fact. The king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, milady, is a double-edged claymore. So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. My Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eyes? And seemingly at that. Edward looked uncomfortable. It was whispered among the servants that Jagar Tharn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chamber. I see. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him. Foolish woman. And the man she had once loved had caused to be killed the man she truly did love. Did love. Love. He's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain of living the rest of her life without him, the pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love, the pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults, who would never know their father, how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving, especially little Morgia. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Edward's words broke into her thoughts. What? Does what surprise me? Your likeness. In Tharn's room. Oh, her features set imperturbably. Yes and no. Edward could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you gain him a bit more time? You trust me in this, my Lord King? Why? We are desperate, milady. We have no choice. But even if we did, why... Yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Baranzea related the recent events quickly and coolly. Milady, Queen, but how dreadful. I'm so sorry. For the first time, Baranzea's glacial pose was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, milady, we can hardly ask... Nay, good milord. Under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphan children as you may. Edward drew himself up. His eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen. The gods of our beloved land, indeed, Tamriel itself, be my witnesses. His words touched her absurdly, yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Edwir. You have mine and my children's everlasting gratitude. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial City. Helsef looked dour but said nothing. He was very like his father. At the Imperial Palace, Baranzia was escorted not into the great audience hall, but to a small parlour where the Emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. Parlour, whatever. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Baranzia stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago. Centuries ago. Tiber Septim. Another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Semachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it till now, but she had loved Straw. Only she had never let him know. She had been so young then. Those had been carefree days, halcyon days. Before everything, before all this. Before him. Not Semachus. The nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her, even now, even after all that had happened. A strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. When she turned back to at last, Euroseptim had vanished, and the nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew. Instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Baranzia spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power. But leave my children alone. No. I don't want that at all, Baranzia. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that had sent shivers cascading through her body. The same voice that was doing the same thing to her, here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arm. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now, I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give. To you. He once more waved his hand toward the window and the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet. And that is only the beginning. It's too late. Too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. A scant few years, what do they matter? Children. Can be adopted by me. And we'll have others together, Baranzia. Oh, and what children they'll be. What things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. I have powers you haven't even dreamt of in your most untamed imaginings. He moved to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Baranzia. Baranzia, my beloved, tell me. It shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Baranzias. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Baranzia? For by that choice she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Baranzia was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well, it's been long, besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, milady Queen Baranzia. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it. Now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I like to see the staff, Baranzia said idly one day. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Baranzia pouted, but then softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love, of course I do, but it isn't here, he chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained in wisdom since we last met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direst consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my lord. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? Need a drink, hold on. Okay, by far, out of this entire book of the real Barenzia, this is the most interesting one by far. I've read the rest. None of them were this interesting. Okay, can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, it whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart and he lay dazing, she fought sleepily. One of two, two of one, three of two, two of three. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps? She stood up, eyes blazing. She started to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underling. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of the Thieves Guild in a past life. In another life. Another Barenzia. One morning, Barenzia managed to sneak a quick look at while he was occupied at his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fanglair, although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in an odd shorthand, and was very hard to decipher. You know what this reminds me of? Harry Potter workings, the Horcruxes of Lord Voldemort. So he broke the Staff of Chaos and just threw it around. All Tamriel she fought, and his hands and mine, and more perhaps, and yet, for all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which he was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then, when his eyes would go blank and hard, and yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Baranzea thought, and straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad. And then, Theris, with a feline Khajiit smile. Fuck Ferris, bro. Why of all people do you remember Ferris? Fuck that Khajiit. Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely. Simicus, stolid Simicus, who did what ought to be done, quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale, who would rule all and more, and spread chaos in the name of order. Baranzia got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death, and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed an era, sobbing wretchedly while Helseth ran off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edwir called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining what she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. The Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edwir's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Barencia even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edwir publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterwards invited to dine with them at least once a week. This is such a Game of Thrones thing, bro. It's such a Game of Thrones. Can you imagine just staying there knowing he's not the fucking real emperor and just thieving that Simicus has died? And oh my god. It's true. We don't get any hints, any inside look of how Barenzia actually feels. Even she's confused about it, but I'm kind of enjoying it because the book is keeping it vague. The children liked Edwir, even Helseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarreled with both his mother and her lover. Edwir was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Barenzia just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Euroseptim was already married. At least, not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared to harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumors had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel disguised as schools. "She'll grow worse in time," Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Barenzia's swollen breasts and swelling belly with satisfaction. "As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir." He did want the child, sorry. Barenzia was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province farthest from the imperial city. Barenzia made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Barenzia would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him. But he would always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one, since every Dark Elf knew where the Mount of Dagolf-Ur was. When she next quarreled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city with Edwir and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person. Nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the imperial city's nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Barenzia, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Edwir was fanatically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Barenzia and Edwir were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edwir dated on her and her children, doted on her and her children. She, in her turn, did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone. And Wayrest was a very good place for children to grow up while they waited and bided their time, and prayed for the champion's success in his mission. "Adam Frost, Skyrim belongs to the Nords!" Yes, Adam Frost, that is true. And welcome to the stream. Barenzia could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. She was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world. All the time. But no more love left to give, and no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain and memory. And her children. She only wanted to raise her family and provide them a good life, and be left to live out what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity of her soul as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams. That was what she wanted. That was what the real Barenzia wanted. That was what the real Barenzia was. Peasant dreams. Pleasant dreams. Right, that was it? That's how it ends? Oh my god. If Barenzia ever did exist, I'm absolutely convinced she wrote this book. But of course her name wasn't Barenzia. Barenzia got wrecked by Talos. Common Tiber Septim W. Wait, did she? Is there a volume 6? Does the real Tiber Septim come back? And does he, punish Barenzia? Eventually? Because, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the story, but that is not the real Tiber Septim. That's not the real Tiber Septim. That's the Nightingale, posing as Tiber Septim. No, wait, Tiber Septim. Hold on. Tiber Septim. I'm sorry. You're right. Tiber Septim was her first love. The first, among the first emperors, was he? And not part of the story, not really. Alright, The Therapyrim Wars by Tarandref, dedicated Katria, my friend and colleague. The end, when it came, was swift. In the span of 3 short years, the great dwarven cities of Skyrim, from Markarth to the Velothi Mountains, fell before the armies of the High King. Cities that had held fast against the Nords for over 100 years crumbled abruptly and without warning. For centuries, scholars have marveled at the sudden collapse of the Dwemer city-states. Even the Nords seem to have been taken by surprise, though their chroniclers were quick to ascribe their successes to the King Gaeler's inspired tactics and the blessings of Shor. My research suggests that a much different cause, however. In the decades preceding their fall, the dwarven cities of Skyrim had been decimated by internal disputes and infighting over a most surprising cause, Ethereum. Modern scholars know Ethereum as a rare, luminescent blue crystal found in some Dwemer ruins. Most consider it little more than curiosity, as it has proven all but impossible to work with. While it has a strong magical aura, it is alchemically inert, and no known process can enchant, smelt, mold, bind, or break it. To the dwarves, of course, such problems were merely a challenge. In the years following King Harald's reign, the Dwemer discovered a considerable source of Ethereum in their deepest delving. An alliance of 4 cities led by... Mamma mia, what the fuck is that name? An alliance of 4 cities led by Arctums. Fuck that name. The Great Research Center in the Southern Reach was formed to oversee its extraction, processing, and study, and a new Ethereum forge constructed to smelt it under precisely controlled conditions. It is the inscriptions I discovered are to believe the results were nothing short of spectacular. The items produced by the forge were artifacts of immense power, imbued from the moment of their creation with powerful enchantments. The Dwarven Alliance shattered almost immediately as the 4 city-states and their rivals attempted to claim the forge. We can only speculate that none were successful. Decades of conflict merely weakened them all, allowing for King Geller's subsequent conquests. And though the Dwemer reclaimed most of their lands a century later, there is no evidence that they ever resumed their research on Ethereum. Perhaps the cost had just been too great. But nothing like the Ethereum forge described in the inscriptions has ever been found within the borders of Skyrim. It may have been destroyed long ago by the Nord invaders of the Dwemer themselves. Or perhaps like the secrets of Ethereum itself, still remains to be discovered. Investigate the ruins of Arctums. I need a cure disease potion so bad I don't know where I'm gonna get. Hello, skeleton. Spooky, scary skeleton. Then shivers down your spine. Come on, man. Get your sneaking skill up, please. Would you kindly get your sneaking skill up? Please? Ah! Check it. Any more books around here? Must be said, books I have not read. Oi! Oi, lower the bridge! What is this, bowl? Not creepy at all. Can you lower the bridge? Yeah. Good. Oh, gimme. Madnosaur. Oh, Madnosaur. Apparel. Let's put in, wait, apparel. And where is it? I don't have any. Do I? No, I don't. Iron gauntlets of minor archery. Bows do 15% more damage. Perfect. That's just perfect. Actually found something quite useful. Gold. Skull. That's about it. I think I'm done here. I think I explored the entire area. Haven't I? The Holds of Skyrim. Oh yeah, I know this book. I read this one too. Jeez, how many books did I read, man? Let's see, the Holds of Skyrim. Where is it? Where is it? Holds of Skyrim. The Holds of Skyrim, a field officer's guide for use by officers of the Imperial Legion. Welcome, loyal officer of the Empire. You have been given this guide to help you and those men under your command better understand the geography of Skyrim. Since you will be serving in Skyrim for a lengthy period of time, this information should prove invaluable. Skyrim is organized into 9 holds. A hold is a large area of land roughly equivalent to a county in Cyrodiil. Each hold is governed by a Jarl, who maintains his court in the hold's capital city. So think of the hold as a governor, and the capital city as, residence counties, like in Romania. We have the county of Baco, the county of Iași, the county of Ilfov, the county of blah blah blah. Or even easier, like for Americans, think of states. Basically states with governors, yeah. 4 of these holds are fairly small and sparsely populated. As a result, the capitals are little more than towns. The 5 major cities of Skyrim act as capitals for the larger holds. Following is a detailed review of each hold. Eastmarch. Located in the eastern reaches of Skyrim, Eastmarch shares a common border with Morrowind. Jarl Lorthric Stormclaw rules from the ancient city of Windhelm, and he and his followers should be considered your most serious threat. Do not tread lightly in Eastmarch, for the Stormcloaks are there at their strongest and most organized in these lands. As an Imperial soldier, you'll find few friends here. Hafengar. Solitude, the seat of High King of Skyrim and the capital of Hafengar Hold, has always welcomed the Empire with open arms. Much commerce flows along the rivers here, and you will find the folk of this hold to be among the most hospitable in Skyrim. As you venture forth in your campaigns, be sure to maintain a secure supply line back to Solitude. The Empire maintains ample provisions in Castle Dour, from which the General Tullius commands all the legions stationed in Skyrim. Hallmarch. This hold is divided evenly between windswept tundra, dotted with farms in the huge, stinking salt marsh. There is little of interest here, save perhaps for the hold's capital, Morfall. Jarl Idgrod Ravencrone has been cooperative enough with the Empire in the past, but will ultimately look out for her own interests if put in a difficult position. While the hold offers minimal strategic value to the Empire, it would make an ideal staging ground for a Stormcloak siege of Solitude, and so must be held against the enemy. The Pale. The Pale is a barren realm covered by vast fields of ice and snow. Its boundaries stretch from the center of Skyrim all the way to its northern coast. Here, at the capital city of Dawnstar, can be found one of the busiest ports in the province. With access to the coastal waterways of Skyrim, Dawnstar could prove vital in the war effort. Should the Stormcloaks choose to attack Solitude from the river, this part would make a tempting target due to its close proximity. The Reach. Dominating the western border of Skyrim, the Reach is made up almost entirely of steep, craggy mountains. Little grows in this forbidding realm, but the capital city of Markarth is a nigh-impregnable stone fortress that would make an excellent defensive position for either side in the war. Beware that this dangerous region of Skyrim is home to the Forsworn, the rebellious natives of the Reach. They know the terrain, can strike without warning, and count the Empire as an enemy. If they attack, you must neither give nor expect any mercy. The Rift. This hold occupies the southeast corner of Skyrim, and much like the Reach in the west, is dominated by tall mountain peaks. The climate in the Reach is milder than in the northern holds, and there is more vegetation to be found here. Farming thrives as a result. A word of warning about Riften, the hold's capital city. Our agents have reason to suspect that the Thieves' Guild makes it home here. Though it is now much diminished from its strength of previous years. Nevertheless, mind that your men keep an eye on their coin purses should they have reason to spend any length of time in the city. Whiterun. This central hold is characterized by wide grassy plains that are home to numerous farms. Many roads pass through Whiterun, joining the more distant holds together. The hold's capital city, also called Whiterun, sits high on a rocky promontory amid a large, flat swath of scrubland. Among the wealthiest cities of Skyrim, Whiterun has usually proven friendly to the Emperor's soldiers. Winterhold. This bleak, snow-blown hold in the northeast corner of Skyrim is utterly inhospitable. Perhaps the mages at the College of Winterhold chose to make their home there because they knew they would be left largely alone. As with Whiterun, the name Winterhold describes both the hold and its capital city, though the word city hardly applies. The hold capital is a meager village built near the Mages' College. Few other noteworthy settlements exist in this frozen waste, and it is unlikely to play any significant part in the war. And that's about it. I get, sorry? Yeah, oh, I took the book already. Quick save. Fuck. Woo! I'm sorry, with this shadow, I didn't know this was a candle shadow. I thought it was another skeleton. Or a necromancer. Potion, potion, potion. I need potion of cure disease so fucking bad. Would you stop it with a thing? Okay, I had been here, right? This is where I came in. This has got to be the... Yeah, I think. And there's only one way to go. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think I've been... Yeah. This is the entrance, yeah. Let's go. This time I actually went the main way this time. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Right. I'm gonna search because I don't want to lose any time. Skyrim cure disease potion. Where can I buy it from? There's gotta be somewhere. Alchemy, yeah, sure, but I don't have that. Since cure disease does not rely on magnitude as simply eating a single ingredient, for example, hawk feathers, is as effective as a potion. Huh. The following alchemy. Or an altar if I could find one, apparently. In the pail? Potion of cure disease can be obtained from the following sources. Sold by apothecaries and general goods merchants. General goods merchants. It doesn't say where, it just says anywhere, basically. Alright. Where am I now? I'm at Ilenia, blah blah blah. Okay, let's go. Let's fast travel to Falkreef. Might be able to find... it. Where's the general goods?
I can't believe we let provincials like you wander Skyrim. I can't believe we let provincials like you wander Skyrim.
Hey.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Hello.
I'm warning you.
Back off. Back off.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. You were...
Stop right there. Smart man. Now come along with us. We'll take any stolen goods and you'll be free to go. After you pay the fine, of course.
You're not supposed to be here. Bro, your door was open. Fuck off. You hadn't closed for the day. What the fuck? Okay, wait until morning. Motherfucker. Not a potion of cure disease in sight. Wait. Nope. Hello.
Well met. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Finally, look. Oh, luckily I've got enough gold.
Steal anything from my shop and you'll regret it.
Shut the fuck up. You're lucky I'm not gonna kill you. Well, I doubt it. I could kill you. You're a merchant. Most likely invulnerable. Alright, back to adventuring. Where was I? Ilnatas Deep. Ilinatas Deep. I removed it, right? Yeah. Alright, now where? Yeah, let's go this way. See what kind of cave we're looking at. And I'll need to keep an eye open for the ingredient. Oh, never mind. I loot all of the ingredients anyway. I wanted to say I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for the ingredients for cure disease. Because that's a bit of an expensive potion, and it's only one. Oh well. Hopefully, I will not run into another frickin' vampire. Because if I do, I'm gonna level up a bit more. And I'm gonna go take care of the vampire threat. Straight away. Nah, I'm not. I'm gonna learn Fusro Da all the way, and then I'm gonna go to the vampires. Wait. Hold on, so he took my stolen goods. Let's see. Well, I've got all the books. I got the amulets, I got the bear claws, cabbage. I got everything. He didn't... No, they didn't get me. They didn't take anything from me. Your stolen goods, by the way. Nothing was stolen. See, it's so frustrating. It's so maddening. 5 bounty added for what? For nothing. Just because that guy's a racist and doesn't like Bretons. Oh, I can't believe they let you provincials walk around here. Like, he's treating the entire of Skyrim as a capital. Like, the entire land as a capital. And calls me a provincial. Fuck off with your snobbyism. Capital snobbyism. Yeah, look at me. I live in Falkreath. Not like you, provincial. Stupid asshole. And let's see what we got here. Alright, I'm gonna fire an arrow there. Boop. There we go. We got some enemies. I think we got Spriggans or ghosts. Because I cannot see them. Oh, look. Yeah, I wanted to disarm it or something. Okay, skeletons. Very well. Come on, you skeleton. Excusez-moi. Man, this area of Skyrim is has a lot of places with skeletons or necromancers. Because usually a skeleton is a dead giveaway for a necromancer around, right? That seems to be a rule. Oh, look at the booby trap. Look at the booby trap. Unlock trap. Yeah. 22 gold. You trapped that chest for 22 gold coins? Fuck off. You can barely buy a piece of bread. Silver necklace. Yes, I will say. I'm carrying too much already. Okay, I'm gonna drop this, drop this, drop this, drop this. And about does it. Gotta sell. I gotta go back to Falkreath and sell. Son of a bitch. Look, see what I said? Necromancer, right there. And guess what? This isn't even a novice necromancer. This is I think it's an adept necromancer. Or more. Well, let's see what happens. We'll get to see their name as soon as we hit them. Apprentice. I said adept. I meant apprentice. Keep increasing my sneak skill. I'm just staying here. Waiting for them to chill their tits. Quite literally. Well, literally. I don't have any free spell. Oh, way to go, dumbass! The stupid necromancer brought to his aid a guy that was already in a cage. Oh. Well, I guess the cage doesn't matter now. I guess there is no... Watch. What I said yesterday. As soon as this guy collapses, this guy's gonna go into alert mode. Like, oh, who killed him? It's gonna be like 20 seconds more. It's only for 60 seconds that this guy can stay afloat. Or maybe it's more. Maybe it's 120 seconds if he's an apprentice. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, wait. He wasn't facing him. Ah, never mind. Has to face him. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Mamma mia, what a spectacular headshot. Come on, give up. Can't find me. Oh shit! For some reason he doesn't come around the corner. Oh well. Whoa, 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 now he's coming. What? Okay, now he stopped. There we go. Lovely, lovely. Let me unlock this. Right away. Poof. Oh, fuck off. Come on. A bugger. There we go. Nothing here. Well, I did it for the skill, but still. Ooh, gold necklace, yes. Hello, Mr. Apprentice. You know what? That's a good item, but I don't have it. Oh my god, new books! New books! Okay, Ancestors and the Dunmer. I might have read this. Yes, I did. Do I have the book, though? Need to get a copy of the book that I already read. Ancestors and the Dunmer. Okay, I read this. Bye-bye. The Book of Daedra. Did I read this one? The Book of Daedra. Yes, I did. The Warrior's Charge. Did I read this one? No. And it also gives me a skill, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because it's got that conjuration. The Warrior's Charge, an old poem of the Red Guards. The stars sung far, long tails reefed in the silver of Vorkuda. Sorry. My Call of Duty Black Ops is showing. Vorkuda fair. Of a warrior who, arrayed in huge sails, his charges through the serpent's snare. And the Lord of Runes so bored so soon, leaves the ship for an evening's dare. Perchance to wake the coiled snake, to take its shirt of scales to wear. And the Lady East, who airy beast, asleep on her prow can rouse a scare. Screams as her eye alight in the sky, a worm no goodly sight can bear. And the mailed steed that joins the deed, not to be undone from his worthy share, rides the night towards scale bright, leaving the seasoned warrior's care. Then the serpent rose, and made stead to close. The targets lay plain and there, but the warrior's blade, the snake unmade, and the charges wander no more, they swear. The Arcturian Heresy. This does not read. The Arcturian Heresy. No, I have not read it. The Arcturian Heresy by the Underking Ysmir Kingmaker. With his god destroyed, Wulfhar finds it hard to keep his form. He staggers out of Red Mountain to the battlefield beyond. The world has shaken and all of Morrowind is made of fire. A strong gale picks up and blows his ashes back to Skyrim. Wulfharf adopts and is adopted by the Nords then. Ysmir the Grey Wind, the storm of Kine, but through Lorkhan he lost his national identity. All he wants the Nords for is to kill the Tribunal. He raises a storm, sends in his people, and is driven back by Tribunal forces. The Dunmer are too strong now. Wulfharf goes underground to wait and strengthen and reform his body anew. Oddly enough, it is Almalexia who disturbs his rest, summoning the Underking to fight alongside the Tribunal against Adasum Dir Kamal, the Akaviri demon. Wulfharf disappears after Adasum is defeated and does not return for 300 years. It is the rumbling of the Greybeards that wake him. Though the Empire has crumbled, there are rumors that a chosen one will come to restore it. This new Emperor will defeat the Elves and rule a united Tamriel. Naturally, Wulfharf thinks he is the figure of prophecy. He goes directly to High Hrothgar to hear the Greybeards speak. When they do, Ysmir is blasted to ash again. He is not the chosen one. It is a warrior youth from High Rock. As the Grey Wind goes to find this boy, he hears the Greybeard's warning. Remember the color of betrayal, King Wolfarth. The Western Reach was at war. Cuchulainn, the king of Falkreath in West Cyrodiil, was in a bad situation. To make any bid at unifying the Colovian estates, he needed to secure his northern border, where the Nords and Reachmen had been fighting for centuries. He allies with Skyrim at the Battle of Old Hroldan. Leaving his forces with Halati Earlybeard, Hjalti was from the island kingdom of Alcar in High Rock and would become Tiber Septim, the first emperor of Tamriel. Hjalti was a shrewd tactician, and a small band of Colovian troops and Nord berserkers broke the Reachman line, forcing them back beyond the gates of Old Hroldan. A siege seemed impossible, as Hjalti could expect no reinforcements from Falkreath. That night a storm came and visited Hjalti's camp. It spoke with him in his tent. At dawn, Hjalti went up to the gates, and the storm followed just above his head, and the winds around him. He shouted down the walls of Old Hroldan, and his men poured in. After their victory, the Nords called Hjalti Talos, or Storm Crown. Cuchulainn, with his new invincible general, unifies West Cyrodiil in under a year. No one can stand before Hjalti's storms. The Underking knows that if Hjalti is to become the Emperor of Tamriel, he must first capture the Eastern Heartland. Hjalti uses them both. He needs Cuchulainn and Colovian estates where foreigners are mistrusted. It is obvious why he needs Izmir. They march on the east, the battle mages surrender before their armies, and they take the citadel. Before Cuchulainn can be crowned, Hjalti secretly murders him and his loyalist contingent. These assassinations are blamed on the enemies of Cuchulainn, which, for political reasons, are still the Western Reach. Zurin Arctus, the Grand Battle Mage, not the Underking, then crowns Hjalti as Tiber Septim, new Emperor of Old Cyrodiil. After he captures the Imperial throne, Septim he sends the Underking to deal with Imperial expansion into Skyrim and High Rock. Izmir, mindful that it might seem as if Tiber Septim is in two places at once, works behind the scenes. This period of level-headed statesmanship and diplomacy, this sudden silence, heretofore unknown in the roaring tales of Talusian conquest, are explained away later. The assassination story is embroidered. Now it is popularly Talos' own throat that was cut. The human kingdoms are conquered, even Hammerfell, whose capture was figured to be an arduous task. The king... The Underking wants a complete invasion, a chance to battle the foreign wind spirits himself, but Tiber Septim refutes him. He has already made a better plan, one that will seem to legitimize his rule. Cyrodiil supports the losing side of a civil war and are invited in. Finally, the Empire can turn its eyes onto the elves. The Underking continues to press on Tiber Septim the need to conquer Morrowind. The Emperor is not sure that it is a wise idea. He has heard of the Tribunal's power. The Underking wants his vengeance and reminds Tiber Septim that he is fated to conquer the elves, even the Tribunal. Arctus advises against the move, but Septim covets the Ebony and Morrowind, as he sorely needs a source of capital to rebuild Cyrodiil after 400 years of war. The Underking tells him that, with the Tribunal dead, Septim might steal the Tribunal's power and use it against the High Elves, certainly the oldest enemies of Lockhorn, predating even the Tribunal. Somerset Isle is the farthest thing from Tiber Septim's mind. Even then, he was planning to send Zurin Arctus to the King of Alinor to make peace. The Ebony wins out in the end. The Empire invades Morrowind and the Tribunal give up. When certain conditions of the armistice include not only a policy of non-interference with the Tribunal, but also, in the Underking's eyes, a validation of their religious belief, Izmir is furious. He abandons the Empire completely. This was the betrayal the Greybeard spoke of, or so he thinks. Without the Underking's power, all ideas of conquering Tamriel vanish. Would have been nice, Septim thinks, but let's just worry about Cyrodiil and the human nations. Already there is a rebellion in Hammerfell. Pieces of Numidium trickle in, though. Tiber Septim, always fascinated by the dwarves, has Zurin Arctus research his grand artifact. In doing so, Arctus stumbles upon some of the stories of the war at Red Mountain. He discovers the reason the Numidium was made and some of its potential. Most importantly, he learns that Underking's place in the war. But Zurin Arctus was working from incomplete plans. He thinks it is the heart of Lorkhan's body that is needed to power the Numidium. While Zurin Arctus is raving about his discovery, the prophecy finally becomes clear to Tiber Septim. This Numidium is what he needs to conquer the world. It is his destiny to have it. He contacts the Underking and says he was right all along. They should kill the Tribunal, and they need to get together and make a plan. While the Underking was away, he realized the true danger of Dagorfur. Something must to be done. But he needs an army, and his old one is available again. The trap is set. The Underking arrives and is ambushed by Imperial guards. As he takes them on, Zerling Arctus uses a soul gem on him. With his last breath, what? With his last breath, the Underking's heart roars a hole through the battle mage's chest. In the end, everyone is dead. The Underking has reverted back to ash, and Tiber Septim strolls in to take the soul gem. When the Elder Council arrives, he tells them about the second attempt on his life, this time by his trusted battle mage, Zerling Arctus, who was attempting a coup. He has the dead guards celebrated as heroes, even the one who was blasted to ash. He warns Cyrodiil about the dangers within, but says he has a solution to the dangers without. The Mantella. The Numidium, while not the gods Tiber Septim and the Dwemer hoped for, the Underking was not exactly Lorcan after all, it does the job. After its work on Somerset Isle, a new threat appears. A rotting undead wizard who controls the skies. He blows the Numidium apart, but it pounds him into the ground with its last flailings, leaving only a black splotch. The Mantella falls into the sea, seemingly forever. Meanwhile, Tiber Septim crowns himself the first emperor of Tamriel. He lives until he is 108, the richest man in history. All aspects of his early reign are rewritten. Still, there are conflicting reports of what really happened, and this is why there is such confusion over such questions as, why does a cleric claim to be the birthplace of Talos, while the other sources say he came from Atmora? Why does Tiber Septim seem to be a different person after his first roaring conquest? Why does Tiber Septim betray his battle mage? Is the Mantella the heart of the battle mage, or is it the heart of Tiber Septim? Tiber Septim is succeeded by his grandson Pelagius I. Pelagius is just not of the same caliber. In truth, he's a little nervous with all these provinces. Then an advisor shows up. I was friends with your grandfather, the Underking says. He sent me to help you run the Empire. The Underking? Well, the same Underking that... probably a different... Maybe? I don't know. Iron Dragger of Tropor. Deals 15 points of stamina damage. Oh, that's nice. Let's disenchant and learn some enchantments. It's probably only this one. Yeah, only. I could disenchant this too, but nah, not now. Go disenchant this too. Wait, candlelight, right? I can learn candlelight. Spell tome. Lesser ward. Increases armor rating by 40 and negates up to 40 points of spell damage or effects. Nice. Candlelight. Nice. Gonna use lesser ward. In all my one-handed battles where I can cast a spell, I'm gonna use it. And you hear skeletons. But they could quite literally be anywhere. I don't want to be taken by surprise. Oh. Trick shot. Oh, that actually worked. Oh, here's another one. Way to go, dumbass. Shoots the ground in front of him. God damn it. Come on, detection meter, go down. I'm so aware from his sight. There you go. Alright, one more skill. One or two more skills in this. Level up again. Invest more into stamina. Increase my carry weight. Alright, you goddamn nuisance. Where are you? Are you kidding me? Goddamn, finally. Spooky, scary skeleton. I'm right at the limit. I literally cannot carry anything else. Oh look, it's a... Yeah. That's a trap. It's a trapped soul gem. Well, it's over now. I cannot take the soul gem. I'm already carrying my limit. I could carry an infinite gold coins, but no more items. Oh, that's it? Alright. This must be the other entrance, maybe. Aha, okay. I see. Ah, okay. Okay. Go back around. Wait, I gotta go sell stuff. Go to Falk Reef then. Damn, I actually wanted to read that. What? 8:44 p.m. Come on. Oh fuck. No, wait. I wanna wake up well rested. Let's get a bed. Is this the inn? This is not the inn, is it? Hey, it is.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
Sure Bones. Handsome man in Falk.
What's a milk drinker like you doing out here? Go home to your mother.
You shouldn't talk to me like that.
Why? What are you gonna do? Cry?
Hold on.
Until next time.
Hold on. I want to see where this is going.
Why? What are you gonna... I don't have to take that from you. Never should have come here.
This is an old staunch protectors. I've had enough of you! Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from Ulrich Stead.
At some point we should hide.
That's what you get, stupid Redguard.
She could just
The
spend
braggart
less
did
time
swagger
serving
and
Dengi.
flash his blade as he told of both battles and gold he had made.
I really do.
But
Excuse me, miss, I want to bed.
when he met the shield maiden
I want a bed.
Matilda, who said,
A strong drink will
Never
chase off
mind.
that
You, I want a bed.
"You
I hear Valder made it back safe. Too bad about the others, but at least it's one less thing to worry about.
Okay, first, what have we got for sale?
Take a look.
I can sell plenty of food and ingredients. That's about it. All I can sell. Okay, black brine meat. I don't want this. Cabbages. That'd be all.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Thank you.
I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Okay, this is my room.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
What do you mean steal gold if this is my room? What are you doing? Wait, is this Volder? Yeah, it is.
Hello again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for me.
You're welcome. Sleep. Oh, let's go 10 hours this time. You're well rested.
We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
Did someone get the body from there?
Horse bones. Handsome man in Falkry. The strong drink will chase off that chill in the air.
We will drink and we'll sing.
Nope, nobody took care of the body. Oh well.
Children of Skyrim, and we
Sucks to be you, asshole.
We're here to teach you a lesson. Is someone there?
Oop.
Time to...
We're here to teach you a lesson, they say. Oh shit! Oh, fuck off. She got in front of my arrow. Fuck right off. Stupid.
There you are. It's nothing.
Okay, let's do the Imperial Sword. Magic. Okay, I forgot what was next. The next thing that I wanted to do. Yeah, we'll do bow this time and then sneak. Who the hell are these guys? We're here to teach you a lesson. Who hired you? Who hired you? I'm carrying too much already? Only got one item. How much? 320. Fucking hell, by 5 points only. Contract. Here we go. Take this. Take the gold. Take the arrow. Got it. Let's read the contracts. Who hired these people? Contract. Here is the agreed upon amount. I expect you to faithfully carry out my request to teach a lesson to the thief, Mr. X. You need not kill him, but I have no qualms about it if you deem it necessary. Signed, Hurt. Thief? Hurt? Who the hell is Hurt?
Oh, what happened?
I didn't steal anything. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm actually curious. Skyrim, Hurt. What? Hurt is a North vampire who lives at the Half Moon Mill. She lives a quiet life working at the Half-Wood Mill with her husband Hearn. Oh. Oh, you know who hired these people? Oh my god. Yesterday. Hold on, open the map. Open the map of the world map. Here we go. Half Moon Mill. Don't know if anyone can remember it. Here. All the way here. So I was exploring, and I came across her. She was the only one there. It was the place with the chickens. And I pickpocketed her a few times. Did not get detected. But I guess she just has clairvoyance. She knew it was me who stole a lockpick and a few gold coins. Not even that much. And she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna hire a mercenary to teach that bitch a lesson." Well, that bitch, I'm a guy, so whatever. Hey, my dude. You do know you don't have an axe, do you? Don't you? Look at him. Look at him. Oh, yeah. Nice miming job, Stand Gear. You're not fooling anyone. Come on. How would she know that I pickpocketed her?
You're looking for. If not, let me know. Well met. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Okay, let's sell. Oh, you've got 1,000. Okay, I'm gonna sell you this. And that's about it. I'm gonna keep one. I'm gonna sell you 1 iron dagger, 1 war axe, 1 longbow. Okay, I'm gonna sell you the iron dagger again. I'm keeping this. You're almost out of gold already. Amulet of Kinner. No, I want to. Yeah, 39. Yeah, gold necklace. Bye bye. Silver necklace. Bye bye. Silver sapphire necklace. Bye bye. That's about it. I almost left you without any money.
Anything from my shop and
Still don't have enough. Hold on.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here.
Ah, a letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh?
Looks like
No.
that's it. Got to go.
What Jarl? I think I kind of broke the game, maybe. Letter from Jarl Sitgeir of Falkreath. Oh, you mean right here? Mr. X, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sitgeir, and I have the honor to be the Jarl of the proud and ancient city of Falkreath. The fame of your exploits across Skyrim has brought you to my attention. If you are interested in becoming a Thane of Falkreath Hold, I invite you to speak to me the next time you are in Falkreath. Aside from the honor that accrues to the title, my Thanes are entitled to a personal housecarl. I also can tell you privately that a choice parcel of land in Falkreath would be available for your purchase, should your services prove useful to me. I look forward to meeting you in person. I remain Jarl Sitgeir of Falkreath. Alright then. Yeah, sure. I'll speak with him. Still wanna sell stuff though. Hold on. Was this? Yeah, this is... I'm looking for an arcane... We're arcane. At this enchantment station. I know there's an alchemy lab here. Do you also have an enchantment thingy? Enchantment table?
Welcome to Dead Man's Drink.
No? No? Nowhere? It gotta be someplace else then. Here. Could be. Oh, fuck off. Hello.
Steel's good, but loyalty's better. I'm loyal to Dengeir first, and the Empire second.
Sounds like loyalty is important to you.
I was Dengeir's personal guard for years. I risked my hide more than once to protect him. Why would I do that? For money? Because I swore an oath? No. It was because he was a good man and a true friend. A true Nord places loyalty and honor above all else.
What have you got?
Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Actually, would like to deal some damage, but you don't have a better bow, do you? Orcish Bow of Fear. Actually, you do. Creatures and people up to level 10 flee from combat for 40 seconds. You know what? I'll buy it. Apparel. Nothing interesting. And miscellaneous, you got some leather strips. Wait, leather strips? Wait, I got leather strips too. Wait a minute, you got an entire forge here.
My forge if you need arms or armor.
Thank you. Ah, yes, look at this. Okay, what was the 4 leather? 2 leather, okay, 3, 4, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, hide helmet, right? Yeah, 2, yeah. I don't have any iron. Studded, no. Leather, though. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. Leather bit. Any jewelry I can do? Yes, I can. I could go gold necklace or gold. Building materials? Nothing here. Okay, finish the... Oh, never mind. I have finished it. Alright, I got some stuff to sell, bruh.
Steel's good. Take a look.
Oh, you've got a lot of gold, bro. You got a lot of gold. There you go. I want to sell all of these. And these. That's about it.
Good steel's worth every septum. Remember?
Let's use this. I could improv the storm cloak. I need leather. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to bother you again, sir.
Only a hearty.
Give me some leather. Tell me some leather. 1 leather, please. Only 1. Gee, 30 gold pieces for 1 piece of leather.
See me at my forge if you need arms. Or
outrageous! I should have bought 2. Okay. Give me another one. Give me another one.
Helmets. Pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Thank you, Lodge.
Until next time.
There we go. Increased my armor a little bit. Quests. Okay, we'll speak to the Jarl of blah blah. But I'm still looking for... That's the Jarl. I'm still looking for an enchantment table. So I can perhaps disenchant an item or 2 that I carry. Okay, I don't think we have any here. I know where one is in Whiterun.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Okay. Yes, good. And let's see what the Jarl wants. I'm sure I'll remember as soon as he starts talking. Hello, Grima.
Yes? What is it that you want? Ah, it's you. Yes, well, now we'll see if the stories about you are true. There's a group of bandits in my hold that I may have had a few discreet dealings with. The cut they were giving me was good at first, but now it's time to clean things up. Go and take care of it. Good. Execute every last bandit. Spare no one.
Okay. I'm not a judge here. Leave that open quest. How far is it? Hey, bro, all the way there? Alright, we'll make our way there and discover new areas around. Got a little bit of space in my inventory. Alright, let's go. I mean, I'm just going here through where I came. Ember Shard Mine. You know what? Fast travel to Helgen. And go through this gate. Alright, hunting bow. Hold on. I have a different bow now. Should have sold this. I got a ton of damage now. Compared to just the longbow. So tranquil. Tranquil. So tranquila. Until the music kicked in. Alright, I'm done with the music. I really am done with the music. There we go. I mean, must have listened to the soundtrack so many goddamn times playing this game on and off across the years. It's the same reason I have the music turned down on Helldivers. The music is good. I'm not saying the music isn't good. The music is good, but Jesus, fuck, give it a rest. There's only so much my brain can take it of that music. Besides, music kind of gives it away each time you're in combat and blah blah blah. Now it's gonna be a complete surprise. Some guy, some enemy, some bandit, some Daedra, some Spriggan, some vampire, some dragon, some something is gonna be right behind me. And I'm not gonna know because there won't be any music to give it away. Oh bro, great. Ember Shard Mine is all the way down there. All the way down there. Ooh, 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 ooh. Can I make a jump? I mean, I'm most likely to die. Hold on. Hold on. I can skill. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. Oh, yes. All according to plan. Look at... That was a wolf. All according to plan. Yes. Oh, but the music. The music is missing when I discover someplace new. Oh well. Stupid wolf. Hold on, he's not as an enemy. No, but he has... Nope. He is an enemy. Alright, Monsieur Oak. Right in his head. Right in his face. With an orcish bow of fear, no less. This is one of your bows. One of your people's bows. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna look out for traps. Yay, now I have a torch too. I'm gonna try. Next time I lockpick, I'm gonna first attempt the lockpick without and then with a torch. We'll see if Bethesda added that little detail, the continuity. Would be interesting if they did. Oh, wait, I remember this place. Oh, I remember it. I leveled my skill. I leveled my sneak so much here. Alright, let's, do we have another? Yes. Yes, perfect in the darkness, yes. Yes, make them come here. Trust me. It's gonna be glorious if I can make them.
You worried someone will wander in here? Entrance isn't exactly hidden, you know. This again? I told you, we have someone standing guard out there. Don't forget the rock trap. So, stop your worrying and get some rest.
Just imagine that. That guy was reassuring the first dude, no one's gonna come here. We got a guard posted outside. Everything's fine. Just...
Nothing here after all.
Nothing here. Yes, it surely must have been the wind that killed your friend. And he goes back to mining. Hold on. Hold on. I want to try pickpocket. I'm not 100% certain about the torch thing. Also the torch. Where is it? Is it on miscellaneous? I don't want to be carrying so many torches. I don't want to put them out, that's all. God damn it, I hate this. Why YouTube? Why? It's not even YouTube, it's Windows. God damn it, where is it? Don't tell me it's a weapon. It's not a weapon. Where the... Miscellaneous, right? Here it is. Oh, they way pretty. They way... I want to say a lot. Catar Journal. They've had me working down here for days now. It's not the time that's getting to me, though. It's these tunnels. I've told them countless times now to add extra supports to the weak sections of tunnel. If only we had more of those wooden beams that we reinforced with bronze bottoms. Honestly, if I hear the earth shift one more time above my head, I'll be so stressed I may stop drinking for good. I mean, what's a Nord without his mead? Yep. Nope. Quick save again. If I sneak using the shift key, I can get so close to him, he's not gonna detect me. Unless he turns around. That's a different story. No. I'm doing the lockpick until I'm successful. There we go. I was successful. Now what? Shot him in the butthole. Shoot him! Shot him in the bumhole. There we go. Ah, yes. Give me more lockpicks, please. Search pot, search pot. Why can't I cook? I don't know. Okay. Now, before I go jumping into the lake, because that's what I want to do, I want to see if there's anything down there. And now there's another bandit somewhere. In the cover of darkness, I'm like a thief, but not a thief, a deadly assassin.
I thought we had a guard posted outside.
We did. Your eyes peeled. We don't think it's alone. You check the entrance. What's that?
Someone there? I was sure I heard something.
Gotta be careful, there might be traps here. Clairvoyant. Did I learn that? Not sure if I did or not. Oh. Guess I didn't. Amanita. Amanita. Minor hack. Minor hack. Damn it, I really wanted this guy to keel over the fire pit. Oh, that's my target, is it? I don't think that's all of them. I remember there being more than 3 people around here. Oh, give me the iron ingots. It requires 2 iron ingots. You lack the perk to improve magical items. Oh, there's a perk I need. Light Armor Forging by Reva Sarvani. There are 2 classes: light armor, metallic and non-metallic, even glass and metallic. Instead of yeah, did I pick this book up? Light Armor Forging? I know I read it, but did I pick it up? Yes, I did. Okay, hold on, there's a grindstone. Where's the grindstone? Seen it. Ah, yeah. Man, I need orichalcum ingot to upgrade the Orcish Bow of Fear. Hey. I doubt you guys have any. Do you? Got any Oracle Kalama? They one is low level. Orichalcum is more of a mid-game thing, maybe? Is it? I have no clue. That's how I see it. Everything after steel is more mid-game than anything. Come on, I had seen something. Oh, fuck you too then. Right. So this is novice now, right? Okay, let me quick see. Well, it can't be lower than novice. But my theory is that you would get less wrong inputs with a torch. If Bethesda actually implemented that, but sure. Okay, so it's still novice. Orcish share of gold, lockpick. Yeah, could have picked it all. I'm a snick with a torch. Steel ingot. Coins. Garnet, ruby, coin. Gold. And that's it, no one's left. I wish I could have found information on the what you call it. All the way here. Riverwood is over on the right nearby. Okay, I should yeah. Yeah. Let's discover these places. I go to the Guardian Stone. You know what? Yeah, let's go. Let's do the Guardian Stones. Let me get the Thief Stone. Wait, was it a thief that? No, it's not. Which Guardian Stone, I wonder, provides me a boost for archery? It's not the Thief Stone. The Thief Stone is going to help. The Thief Stone will help with sneaking. Whatever, come on, let's do it. Okay, give me the thief. All stealth skills 20% faster. Lady stone removed, thief stone added. Yes. Why do I hear a skeleton though? I heard a skeleton earlier. What am I, cursed with skeletons now? Okay, that's Emperor Shard mine. Yeah, let's keep going. Oh, seriously, what is that? Is that the wood creaking? Because it sounds more like a skeleton. You cannot hear it anyway. Woodpecker, yeah. Probably a woodpecker. But that woodpecker sounds an awful lot like a skeleton nearby. Okay, well, since I'm in Riverwood, might as well speak with Gerder.
Did I see you talking to Sven?
No.
Maybe not. Maybe. Never mind. But I would stay. I'll show you what.
Train me. Alright, let's see. Oh, yep, sure. Score. Score. 3 points.
All right then.
Ain't every day we get visitors in Riverwood.
Papas isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
Where the hell is that Gerger? Woman!
Lucan over in the Riverwood Trader says thieves broke into his store. Strange. He says they hardly took anything. Cross the river and then head north. You'll see Whiterun on its hill as you pass the falls. Here's the key to the house. Stay as long as you like. If there is anything else you need, just let me know.
Hold on, hold on. Here's the thing. That would make sense if I came here with, what's his name? The Stormcloak, I forgot the one I escaped with. But, as I played it, this lady has no context over me. It's been 2, 3, 4 days since the attack on Helgen, and I've been adventuring and reading books and stuff. And she's just like, oh, here you go, here, have this, have this, have this, have what
There is something you could do for
have whatever you want.
For all of us here. The Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose. Riverwood is defenseless. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever troops he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt.
Okay, sure. 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 Well, since I'm here, might as well go over to the place where you get the golden claw. Not advancing the main story yet, but I know it does give me opportunity to do more adventuring, increase my skill. I go up here. Going up the mountain all the way up to that pass. I forgot what it's called. Something like Windholm Pass? There we go. That's what I was waiting for. I know there's always a wolf around here. Look at him. Look at him. Hold on. Hold on. If he stays turned away, I could just... It's going to take a while. But I could just sneak past and still increase my sneak skill because I got the Thief Stone active right now. Yes, dog. What? Fucking hell. I mean, it makes sense. Most likely he could smell me, but... In real world, yeah, sure, that would make sense. But in a video game logic, that does not make sense. Whatever. And what awful weather. What day is it anyway? Turdas. Is that Tuesday? I gotta Google the days of Skyrim. I gotta Google it and see what Turdas mean. Does it mean Tuesday? Is it a stand-in for Tuesday? Could be. I don't know. Oh yeah, we got this bandit outlook tower. I'm gonna take care of those guys too. You know, because I've been checking my streams, I would still like to improve the bitrate, the quality of the video feed, because I see a lot of, not tearing, pixelization. Especially in Skyrim or Helldivers 2, even with set to 1080. It's not the bitrate that's the problem, it's the I think it's the CPU encoder or GPU encoder. I forget which one I'm using right now. I'm using the GPU, yeah. Who detected me, eh? No, game. Don't give me that bullshit. Tell me. Oh, there you are. I see you. Now I no longer see you. Okay, don't move. Get an arrow ready. He detected me. He surely detected me all the way there in the darkness hiding. Yes, he did. Yeah, sure game. Or whatever you say. Wait, there were only 2 bandits? I doubt it. Must be a third one. Mercy, he says. Yay. Muffled movement, that's what I have to learn next. Well, I'm gonna stay here and keep hiding while he's cowering.
Must be my imagination. I was sure I heard.
So, I am such an asshole. I did not even let him finish his thought. It must have. This trapwire? No. Ooh, your lockpicks will come in handy. Thank you, and bye-bye. You got plenty of bandits up here. 4 or 5. Bleak Falls, that's what it's called. Bleak Falls Barrow. Okay, I already see 1 bandit. All the way in the horizon. That did not hit. That did not hit. I have to aim much higher, I think. Oh, let them scurry. Oh, hidden right away. I'm too far away. The searching state cannot persist when I'm so far away from them. Come on, aren't you coming back? I really want to kill that bandit while they're there. Oh yeah, there they are. Alright, so much high. Here. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Woo! Bullseye. It's bad we didn't get any sort of replay. That was so nice. Alright, which one's next? If I could see the next one. I know they're on the right. But I can never quite tell how they spot me. They spot me. I'm not detected. I don't see any enemies on the compass. I thought I heard an arrow whiz past my ear. It's wrong. Must have been the wind. This time I said it unironically. It must have been the wind. Are you? Boop. Nice. Look, I'm all glad for getting sneak attacks. I was about to give me some goddamn skill point in archery or something. Or sneaking. I'm doing such a good job. Come on, man. Work with me here. There we go. Son of a... Is there another one? I thought I heard another one. Submit my... He submits as soon as the fear wears off. Ah, I'ma get you. Ah. Now let's see, did that body fall over? Yes, it did. I'm not gonna go loot it, fuck him. Alright, let's go. Wait, that had a sound. That's a musical sting. So wait, I don't get a musical sting when I discover a new place, but I get a musical sting when a new quest is started. Okay. Sure, that makes a lot of sense now that you think about it. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Skeever! Need Skeever hide, Skeever tail. I don't know how I can get Skeever hide. Got a bandit. And another bandit. And another Skeever. And another bandit. And gimme. Oh. And another Skeever. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. I know it's a scripted event. He's gonna pull the lever and he's gonna die because he didn't get the puzzle right, but I don't want him to die at a scripted event. I'll take advantage of him. Use my sneak skill, my archery. Wow.
I can just stand up.
Snake, dolphin, snake, dolphin. Snake. Now this next part does not make a lick of sense. So this is the only way to get head inside, head deeper into the tomb. I know, because I'm playing this game so much, this part is, I know it by heart. I know that there's another guy a little bit deeper down, trapped in a spider's web. How did he make it? Because down here, as soon as you go downstairs, as soon as you go onto the into view, there are 3 or 4 skeevers down there. How did he get past the skeevers? I don't know. Pickpocket. Yay. Thief by Revan. If the reader has not yet had the pleasure of reading the first volume in this series on the life of Eslaf Errol, Beggar, you should close this book immediately, for I shan't recap. I will tell you this much, gentle reader. When we last saw Eslaf, he was a boy, an orphan, fell beggar, running through the wild winter woods of Skyrim. away from his home of Erolgar. He continued running, stopping here and there for many more years until he was a young man. Eslov discovered that among the ways of getting food, asking for it was the most troublesome. For easier was finding it in the wilderness or taking it from unguarded market stall. The only thing worse than begging to get food was begging for the opportunity to work for the money to buy it. That seemed needlessly complicated. No, as far as Eslov was concerned, he was best off being a scavenger, a beggar, and a thief. He committed his first act of thievery shortly after leaving Erolgard, while in the southern woods of Tamburkar in the rugged land near Mount Jensen, just east of the village of Horbel. Eslov was starving, having not eaten anything but a rather scrawny raw squirrel in 4 days, and he smelled meat cooking and then found the smoke. A band of minstrel bards was making camp. He watched them from the bushes as they cooked, and joked and flirted and sang. He could have asked them for some food, but so many others had refused him before. Instead, he rushed out, grabbed a piece of meat from the fire, and wincing from the burns, scrambled up the near street to devour it while the bards stood under him and laughed. "What is your next move, thief?" gibed a fair, red-headed woman who was covered with tattoos. "How do you intend to disappear without us catching and punishing you?" As the hunger subsided, Eslov realized she was right. The only way to get out of the tree without falling in their midst was to take the branch down to where it hung over a creek. It was a drop of a cliff of about 50 feet. That seemed like the wisest strategy, so Eslov began crawling in that direction. "You do know how to fall, boy?" called out a young Khajiit, but a few years older than Eslov, thin but muscular, graceful in his slightest movement. "If you don't, you should just climb down here and take what's coming to you. It's idiotic to break your neck when we just give you some bruises and send you on your way." "Of course I know how to fall," Eslov called back, but he didn't. He just thought the trick of falling was to have nothing underneath you, and let nature take its course. But 50 feet up, when you're looking down, is enough to give anyone pause. "I'm sorry to doubt your abilities, Master Thief," said the Khajiit, grinning. "Obviously you know to fall feet first with your body straight, but loose to avoid cracking like an egg. It seems you are destined to escape us." Eslov wisely followed the Khajiit's hints and leapt into the river, falling without much grace but without hurting himself. In the years that followed, he had to make several more drops from even greater heights, usually after a theft, sometimes without water beneath him, and he improved the basic technique. When he arrived in the western town of Yelheim on the morning of his 21st birthday, it didn't take him long to find out who was the richest person, most deserving of being burgled. An impregnable palace in a park near the center of town was owned by a mysterious young man named Soybud. Eslov wasted no time in finding the palace and watching it. A fortified palace, he had come to learn, was like a person, with quirks and habits beneath its hard shell. It was not an old palace. Evidently, whatever money this Soybud had come into was fairly recent. It was regularly patrolled by guards, implying that the rich man was fearful of being burgled, with good reason. The most distinctive feature of the palace was its tower, rising 100 feet above the stone walls, doubtless giving the occupant a good defensive view. Eslov guessed that if the Soybud was as paranoid as he guessed him to be, the tower would also provide a view of the palace storehouse. The rich man would want to keep an eye on his fortune. That meant that the loot couldn't be directly beneath the tower, but somewhere in the courtyard within the walls. The light in the tower shone all night long, so Eslov boldly decided that the best time to burgle was by the light of day, when Soybud must sleep. That would be the time the guards would least expect a thief to pounce. And so, when the noon sun was shining over the palace, Eslov quickly scaled the wall near the front gate and waited, hidden in the crenellations. The interior courtyard was plain and desolate, with few places to hide, but he saw that there were 2 wells. One of the guards used from time to time to draw up water and slake their thirst, but Eslov noticed that guard would pass by the other well, never using it. He waited until the guards were distracted, just for a second, by the arrival of a merchant in a wagon bearing goods for the palace. While they were searching his wagon, Eslov leapt elegantly, feet first, from the wall into the well. It was not a particularly soft landing for Eslov, for as Eslov guessed, the well was not full of water, but cold. Still, he knew how to roll after a fall, and he didn't hurt himself. In the dank subterranean storehouse, he stuffed his pockets with gold and was about to go to the door which he assumed would lead to the tower, when he noticed a gem the size of an apple, worth more than all the gold that was left. Eslov found room for it down his pants. The door did indeed lead to the tower, and Eslov followed its curving stairwell up, walking quietly but quickly. At the top he found the master of the palace's private quarters, ornate and cold, with invaluable artwork and decorative swords and shields on the walls. Eslov assumed the snoring lump under the sheets was Soybud, but he didn't investigate too closely. He crept to the windows and looked out. It was going to be a difficult fall for Certes. He needed to jump from the tower, past the walls, and hit the tree on the other side. The tree branches would hurt, but they would break his fall, and there was a pile of hay he had left under the tree to prevent further injury. Eslaf was about to leap when the occupant of the room woke up with a start, yelling, "My gem!" Eslaf stared at him for a second, wide-eyed. They looked alike. Not surprising, since they were brothers. Eslaf Errol's stories continued in the book Warrior. He found his long-lost brother. That's nice. Alright, so like I was saying, they can see you right away. They can see you straight away. But I am... Oh, look, there he is. There he is. Wow. Wow, way to fucking go. Okay. Oh. It's up. Sneaking with a torch.
Is someone coming? Is that you, Haknir? Bjorn? Soling? I know I ran ahead from far, but I need help.
So I know somewhere around here. It's a great big fuck you spider.
Kill it! Kill it! Get it away from me! Get it away! Don't let it get me! Help! Get it away from me! Get it away!
I want to hide. I'm gonna increase my sneak a little bit.
Kill it! Kill it!
Come on.
Kill it! Kill it! Don't let it get me! Help! Get it away from me! Get it away! Kill it! Kill it! Don't let it get me! Help! Don't let it get me! Help! Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
That was a nice shot.
Get me out of here! It's coming loose. I can feel it. Help me out of here! Get down! Get me down! Help me! Help! Get me down! Get me down! Help me out of here! Why should I share the treasure with them?
And we got Draugr. I don't need to read his journal. I'm gonna try to keep sneaking here. Oh, you son of a... No, I wanna keep... I wanna just try sneaking some more. Okay, so which one? This guy. Because I sneaked without using the shift key, I guess. And I cannot loot him. Where did he go? He's disappeared. Where did he go? Oh, so much for that. So now we got this one. This dropper. I'll go right up to his face. Stay asleep. Stay asleep. Stay asleep, little dropper. Look at you. Being so nice. Being so goddamn sleep. Oh my god. That is so insulting. Minding your own business, resting in peace. Then a goddamn Breton comes along and just, for no reason, without any explanation, punches you. Oh, fuck off. I love these little traps. As soon as enemy comes here, you just shoot this thing. Douse them in flames. I like that the flame does not resist long. Not here for a long time. Okay, can I sneak? I'm gonna sneak right in front of this dude. Yeah. Oh shit, there's two of them. Sorry. My bad, fellas. Can I take a look at your pretty faces? Get him. 1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna sneak. I hope I can sneak past. I don't need to consume my arrows. Come on. Yay. I did it. Next level up, have to learn. I have to learn. What you call it? Muffled movement. Okay, hold on. I think I can sneak past this guy. I think I can even loot the chest right in front of him. Maybe. Look, Dave. Nah, he's detecting me. Oh, glowing mushroom. Give me the glowing gold skull. Ah, didn't need to pick that up. Really did not need to pick that up. I don't know where the hell is my guy shooting at. Definitely not at the target. Hold on. Oh, ancient Nord arrow. Don't recall if ancient Nord arrows are that good or not. Beaver tail. Skeleton. Skeleton. There we go. Oh. That looks like an interesting area. I could explore it. Yeah, it's just there for showmanship. Just there to show where the water flows. Oh my god. Oh, stretchy, stretchy. Oh. Here, give me this. Give me this. This. Give me. Hey. Give me. You know, I played this part so many times, but every single time I'm kind of like, whoa, this place is kind of big. Kind of big. Kind of big. Hi. Yes. Bone meal gold, iron arrow. Yeah. Apprentice. Oh. We have a toughie. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Yay. Got him. And you know what? You can comment on because the games nowadays, like Starfield, wait, what's it called? Starfield? Yeah, Starfield. And even the newer Elder Scrolls games, whenever that's gonna come out, although it isn't out, and you cannot judge it. But you know what? I'll give them this. At least this goddamn game did not crash. Okay, Far Cry 3. Okay, this game did not crash. And you were very close to its release as well. I don't think you were released in the same year. But around that time. And no, Far Cry 3 keeps crashing for no goddamn reason. That's why I had enough. That's why I stopped. Fuck it. Far Cry 5 it's going to be. And might be later today. I might start Far Cry 5. Might. Okay, Bear, Eagle, Owl. Bear, Eagle, Owl. Bear, Eagle, Owl. Barely Legal Owl. Bear, Eagle, Owl. Bear, Eagle, Owl. Bear, Eagle, Owl. Perfect. I'm also surprised that in my explorations through Falkreath and the Western Territories, as much as I did explore, I have not come across any Stones of Power. I'm absolutely surprised at that fact. I thought I would come across plenty of them. But no, I didn't. This is the first one, the first one in the story. You could still find other Stones of Power, sure. In other places, I don't remember. I don't remember them. Well, their locations, I mean. Word of power learned. Force, unrelenting force. Okay, here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Look at this big guy. Look at this big guy. Tee. No, 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 no. Please stay hidden, please. I really wanted. There's one skill. One skill point that was missing. That was it. Dragonstone. Here's the thing. Gold, iron. Give me the... I was afraid of this. You're carrying too much and you're going to be able to run. God damn it. That's not my fault. Okay, it is my fault, but not my fault. Where's the goddamn disenchantment thing? What am I supposed to... sure. Let's get to knowing some of this fire salt. Frost salt. Glowing moss. 2 of them. Shining moss. Why did I do that? I already know. Loud. Unamoth. No. Moron. No. Damage magic gun. No. Damage health. No. No. Spider. Just weakness. That's food. I'm gonna eat a carrot. A few apples. Pork meat. Like a goat. 327. Come on, I'm almost there. 326. 324. There we go. And guess what? I'm gonna have to loot this chest and gold potion. Ah, yeah, man, so many things. What am I supposed to... What am I supposed to drop? Sure, plenty of potions that I never use. Okay, fine. Drop this one. No. Leave that. Drop one of these. Drop all of these. These. 335. Oh, you can drop the Nord bow and the Nord sword. I don't know why I have that one. Ancient Nord arrows. Yeah, I should make more of these. Well, make. I say I should make more of these. I don't make them. I should find more of those. Ancient Nord arrow. It's an upgrade from Iron arrow. Steel arrow is an upgrade from Ancient Nord arrow. And Orcish arrow is an upgrade from Steel arrow, I think. And then you get into other arrows as well, such as glass arrows. I think glass arrows are the best arrows in the game. I think. Not 100% certain about it. Can't really recall. Gold. Yep, that's got it. No. Not taking anything else. Let's go. Yay. Okay, let's go fast travel to Riverwood. Let's go to the trader.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this. Oh, a customer. Sorry you had to hear that. Yeah, well, I don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in, but we still have plenty to sell. Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament. Solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw.
Hold on. Wait, you mean this?
You found it?
No, I stole it.
Strange. It seems smaller than I remember. Funny thing, huh? I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. I'll never forget this. You've done a great thing for me and my sister.
And that's where it belongs. Okay.
Thank you so much. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Jeez. Fucking scroll button. No, what? What?
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Why did you... You mother cucker. I pressed weapons, bro. Weapons. As into sell. Fine, I'll sell Haldir's staff. That's about it.
All right, then.
Okay.
It's a fine day with you. You're a strapping young man. Don't be a stranger.
You there. The Dawn Guard is looking for anyone willing to fight against the growing vampire menace. What do you say? Ha! Isran's going to like you. Go talk to him at Fort Dawn Guard, southeast of Riften. He'll decide if you're Dawn Guard material.
Okay, bye-bye. Where's an enchanter? Where's an enchant? No, return to Sid gear. I want this one. Not necessarily. A sleeping giant, and maybe it's here. I'm looking for an enchantment table. I'm sorry.
Orgnar, are you listening?
Hard not to.
The ale is going bad. We need to get a new batch. Did you hear me?
Yep, ale's going bad.
I guess you don't have potatoes in your ears after all. Just make sure we get a fresh batch in soon. You're that visitor been poking around. They say a dragon attacked Helgen. Sounds like hogwash to me.
Alchemy lab.
I'm the innkeeper. It's my business to keep track of strangers.
Ah, so close. But I'm not looking for the... Ah, fuck.
We don't get...
Not looking for key to Sleeping Giant Inn. I'm looking for that key to the wardrobe, but...
Over here.
Mind? I'm still gonna try to pickpocket her. Come on. I know there's an enchantment table there. Come on, lady. Oh, I think it's hard-coded to not be able to pickpocket that key. Could be.
We don't get a lot of travelers here in Riverwood.
Uh-huh. There we go, finally. Yep, it requires key to open. I knew it. Yeah, I'm not gonna pickpocket something I don't need and just leave it like that. No, 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 no. Move!
We get a lot of travelers here in Riverwood.
Move. Oh, seriously. Is there an enchantment table anywhere around here? Where can I find an enchantment table, man? That's enough of that. Next what? Let's go to Folk Reef and tell them the good news. I'm done here. Done with the main quest so far. Gonna go to Whiterun. Much
You see a dog out there?
No, some wolves, but no dogs.
Oh well. The blacksmith is offering a reward for a dog he saw on the road. I was hoping you'd seen it. I guess I'll stay on the lookout. Keep your nose clean while you're here, outsider.
I'm Fane. Well, I will be. So be careful how you address me.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Okay, Jarl. You've done your dirty business. Give me a house.
Good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around.
I've killed the leader of Embershard.
Teach them to stop paying me. Here, You deserve a reward for your service. You know what? I like you. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I hereby grant you permission to purchase property in Falkreath Hold. Talk to my steward if you're interested. There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane. On your way, then. Come and see me again sometime. I might have some use for you.
I'm the steward here. I serve under Jarl Siggeir and Jarl Dengir before him.
Canadian, I'd like to purchase
There's
a house.
no house available, but I could sell you a fine piece of land where you could build your own house.
5,000 gold?
As you wish.
5,000 gold?
Wisdom forever light your path.
I protect the Jarl, whoever that might be.
Okay, Hilvar. You will be my steward when I am Thane.
Falkreath Cemetery reminds us that war is not new here.
Indeed. It is not. Alright, let's go speak with Ludo then. Help the blacksmith. Ludo, he's right here. Wait, Ludo. God damn it, Ludo. Why don't you have an enchantment table, man? I can't keep adventuring with all of this stuff in my inventory. Skyrim. Falkreath enchanting table. There we go. Any place where fortune and arcane are close? Yep, sure. Why not? Trying to level up. I leveled up Battle at Wired One. Made my goodies at the blacksmith, then ran to the castle and enchanted stuff in there. There's probably places closer than that, I hope. Incredibly minor spoilers. Riverwood. Yeah, I know. That's what I tried. With Delphine. Falkreath also has all amenities very close. The arcane enchanter is in the Jarl's longhouse on the other side of the short fence for the forge. Wait, I've just been there. Really? In the Jarl's house. Of all places. Is it inside or outside? I can never fucking tell. Where is it? Hello?
The Legion's always looking for strong, capable warriors. If you think you've got what it takes,
no.
Headquarters is in Solitude.
No, 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 no. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Oh, I'm gonna.
Right, then.
I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. For some reason, this is not stealing some of this. Neither is searching in the chest stealing. Okay, where's the arcane enchanter? Where is it? 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 Hello? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where the bloody hell is it?
Being Housecarl of Falkreath is an honor.
It's here. Get out of my way!
Treat the Jarl with respect. Dengir was a good even if his day is past.
I don't have a dragon soul. I don't have a shout. I would shout you out of here. Fuck it. Wait. 1 hour. Come on, man. Get out of the fucking way. Fuck. Thank you. Hey. Turkish drone. Yep. Disenchant. 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 Might as well. Disenchant this one. Oh shit, I destroyed it in the process. I forgot about that. Oh well. That's fine. Stamina. Muffled. Noise from armor is reduced by 50%. Well, that's what I wanted. Thank you. What? Okay. I need to sell. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Lord. Kommst hier.
Did you see a hound on the road? fine, strong creature that's been wandering near town?
The guard at the game mentioned a dog.
I asked the gate guards to look for him. I can't afford to chase him down, but could use a fierce, loyal beast to keep me company. If you are willing to retrieve him for me, I'd give you some fresh meat to attract him out on the road. Good. There's some gold in it for you if you succeed. Here's the meat. Check the road just outside of town. Steel's good, but look, the finest weapons and armor.
Now I'm gonna sell you. I'm gonna sell this to you. I don't care. If I cannot disenchant it, fuck it. What's it doing in my inventory? And this one. Yep, that's about it. Apparel, nothing here.
See me
240.
if you need arms or armor.
Oh boy. Alright, break time. Oh, wait, let me quick save, because I just sold some. Okay, I'm back. Aye. Gonna be having dinner soon. Hey. Where's my thing? Here it is. Alright. What was I doing? Oh yeah, let's do this dog mission quest, because don't remember. Don't remember what happens, how it goes. And I'm also surprised because there is a chance you can find the dog by yourself. Look, he's right there. Hey, pupper.
You are exactly what I was looking for.
You were looking for me?
Yeah, I think you'll be just what I need. You see, my name is Barbas. And I have a problem I think you can help sort out.
So, what could a dog need help with?
My master and I had a bit of a falling out. We got into an argument and it got rather heated. He's kicking me out until I find someone who can settle our disagreement. That's where you come in.
Sounds. Let's go find him. So you're a little lost puppy?
You're very funny. My master's Clavicus Vile, Daedric Prince of Wishes. As you can imagine, he's quite the important person.
Clavicus Vile. Yeah, I read about him. Sounds easy enough. Let's go find him.
Thank you. Now, since he banished me, Vile's been rather weak. He can't manifest very far from one of his shrines. I know there's a cult that worships him at Hamar's Shame. We should be able to talk to him there.
All right.
This worked out. I'll make sure you're rewarded. Hey, just don't trust any offer he makes you, okay?
Oh, you know, I won't. Alright, a Daedra's best friend. Alright, come on, Pupper. Travel with Barbos to the shrine of Clavicus Vile. Right, after you. Oh, I will need... Ah, yes! Yes! Perfect. I know we will meet enemies on the road. Might as well keep my sword unholstered with me spell of improving armor rating. Come on, Barbas. Barbas or Borbas? Or Barbos? Still can't tell, man. Still can't tell. I'm having a hard time distinguishing. I don't know if it's this game's fault or if it's just any font in general. I'm having a hard time distinguishing between the O's and the A's. The lowercase ones, I mean. Uppercase ones, no problem. Lowercase ones, big problem. Sure, you might have noticed by now when I was reading books, I've kept changing the A's and the O's. Oh, this is where those bandits were. Oh yeah, because I came from here. And they have not respawned, have they? I don't think they have. Come on, Pupper. Come on. There you go. Come on. Got stuck. Come, puppy, come, puppy, come. Where are you? Ah, here. Ah, that's a moose. Hold on, I gotta favorite the hunting bow again. I'm a lot of bows. Yeah. Okay, whatever shrine we're heading to, I think I might have cleared it already. Oh, a bear. Come on, Barbas. Come on. What the fuck?
Are you gonna let me watch or not? Not now. I'm trying to watch this.
Watch what?
Yeah.
Watch what? What's going on? Hello? Aphis?
Ah, fresh blood. Hope you know how to handle yourself.
Barkas.
You look strong. Come to your Basker and be a companion. All right.
I'm coming, pupper. Is this a... Oh, yeah, I've not read... Okay, puppy, stay there, whatever you are. Let's see what's in here. Old lockpicks. Read The Refugees. Light armor increased to 19. The Refugees by Jeros Albry. The smell of the bay oozed through the stones of the cellar, salt and brine decay. The cellar itself had its own sense of old wine turned to vinegar, mildew, and the more exotic spices of herbs the healers had brought with them to tend to the wounded. There were more than 50 people squeezed into the big earthen room which had once forgotten storage for the brothel above. Once been forgotten. The groaning and whimpering had ceased for now, and all was still, as if the hospital had turned into a mass grave. "Mother," a red-girded boy whispered. "What was that?" The boy's mother was about to answer him when there was another rolling roar from outside, which grew louder and louder, as if some great but incorporeal beast had come into the cellar. The walls trembled and dust burst from the ceiling in a rain of powder. Unlike the last time, no one screamed. They waited until the weird haunting sound had passed, and then was replaced by the soft rumble of the distant battle. Alright, quick intermission. I'm dining now, so I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Boop, boop. Alright. Alright. The groaning and whimpering had ceased for now, and all was still as if Oswald turned into a mass grave, mother, blah blah blah. Unlike the soft rumble and distant unlike the last time, no one screamed. They waited until the weird haunting sound had passed, and then it was replaced by the soft rumble of the distant battle. A wounded soldier began whispering Mara's prayer from the doom. Mankar, the Bosmer woman curled up in a cot, hissed, her eyes feverish, flesh white and wet with sweat. He's coming. Who's coming? Asked the boy, grasping his mother's skirt tight. Who do you think, lad? The sweet smonger? A grizzled one-armed redguard growled. The Cameron usurper. The boy's mother shot an angry look at the old warrior. She doesn't know what she's saying. She's sick. The boy nodded. His mother was usually right. He had not yet even been born when people began whispering that the Cameron usurper was coming towards her little village, and she had packed up their belongings to flee. Their neighbors had laughed at her, she said, saying that Rihad and Tanef would handily defeat him. Her husband, Lukar's father, who he was never to meet, had also laughed at her. It was the harvest time, and she would miss out on the celebrations. But his mother, Miak I, was right. 2 weeks after she fled the village, she heard the tale that it had been obliterated during the night with no survivors. Rihad and Tanef had both fallen. The usurper was unstoppable. Lukar had been born and grown up in refugee camps throughout Hammerfell. He had never known a friend for more than a few days. He knew that when the sky burned red to the west, they would pack up and move east. When it burned to the south, they moved north. At last, after 12 years of moving from camp to camp, they had taken passage across the Iliac Bay to the province of High Rock and the barony of Dwinnen. There, Mayak I had promised and hoped that they would have a peaceful, permanent home. It was so green there, it blinded him. Unlike Hammerfell, which was only green in certain seasons and in certain places, Dwinnen was verdant year-round, until wintertide when it began to snow, and Lukar had been frightened of it at first. He was ashamed to think of it now when there was real danger, but the red clouds of war, the stink and pain of the refugee camp, that was familiar. Now the red sky was on the horizon of the bay and coming closer, and he longed for the days when a scattering of white made him cry. Mankar, the Bosmod woman cried out again. He is coming, and he will bring death. No one is coming, said a pretty young Breton healer, coming to the woman's side. Hush now. Hello? Came a voice from above. The whole room, almost together as one, gasped. A Bosmer limped down the shoddy wooden stairs, his friendly face very obviously not that of the Cameron's usurper. Sorry if I frighten you, he said. I was told there were healers here and I could use a little help. But Rosania Rosania hurried to take a look at the Bosmer's wounds on his leg and chest. Disheveled but still beautiful, she was one of the favorites at the brothel, who had learned her healing skill along with her more vocational skills at the house of Dibella. She carefully but quickly pulled the rent leather cuirass, chausses, tassets, greaves, and boots off him, and placed them to the side while she examined the injury. The old Redguard warrior picked them up and studied them. You were in the war? Next to it is probably a better way to put it, the Bosmer smiled, wincing slightly at Rosania's touch. Behind it, beside it, in front of it. My name is Orban Elmlock. I'm a scout. I try to avoid real battles so I can get back and report what I see. A good job for people who don't like the color of their own blood very much. Kiss him, said the warrior, shaking Orban's hand. I can't fight anymore, but I can fix up this armor if you're going to return. You're a leathersmith? Nah, just a jack of all trades, replied Kizim, opening up a small canister of wax to prep the hard but flexible leather. I tell you were a scout from the armor, though. Can you tell us what you've been spying on? We've been down here for half a day now with no word from the outside. The entire Iliac Bay is one great battlefield on the waves, said Orban, and sighed as Rosania's spell began to close his jagged but shallow wounds. We've shut off the invasion from the mouth of the bay, but I was coming from the coast, and the enemy's army is marching over the rough Garian mountains. That's where I had my little scuffle. It's not too surprising, moving the flank in from the side while the front battle is occupied. It's a play right off Cameron's Kaltos book of tricks, The Heart King. Borrowed. The Heart King? Lukar asked. He had been listening quietly, understanding everything except that. Hyman Cameron, the Cameron usurper, Hyman Heart King, they're all the same, lad. He's a complicated fellow and needs more than one name. You know him? Mike the First asked, stepping forward. Near on 20 years, before this whole black bloody business. I was Cameron's Kaltos' chief scout, and Cayman's was his sorcerer and advisor. I helped them both when they were vying for the Cameron throne and began the conquest of... Ouch! Rosina had ceased her healing. With eyes of fury, she had reversed her spell, and the closed, mended wounds were opening again. Dark infections returning. She held him with surprising strength when Orban tried to pull back. You bastard! The healer courtesan hissed. I have a cousin in Falinesti, a priestess. She's fine, Orban yelped. Lord Kaltos was very adamant about not harming anyone who did not pose a threat. I think the people of Kravach would disagree with that assessment, said Hizim coldly. That was horrible, the worst thing I have ever seen, Orban nodded. Kaltos wept when he saw Haman had done. My master did everything he could to stop it, begging the Heart King to return to Valenwood. But he turned on Kaltos and we fled. We are not your enemy, and we have never been. Kaltos could do nothing to prevent the horror that the usurper has brought to the Calovian West and Hammerfell, and he has fought for 15 years to prevent more. The frightening, bestial roar passed through the cellar again, even louder than before. The wounded could not help groaning in helpless terror. And what is that? Miag the First sneered. Another of Cameron Kaltos' tricks that the usurper picked up? It is indeed a trick, as a matter of fact, Orban yelled above the screech. It's a phantasm he employs to scare people. He had to use fear tactics in the beginning when his power was ascending, and he has to fall back on them now, for his power is waning. That is why it took him 2 years to conquer Valenwood, and another 13 to half-conquer Hammerfell. No offense to you, Redguards, but it isn't only your battle prowess that has been holding him back. He does not have the support he used to have from his master. The echoing roar increased in intensity before once again falling silent. Manka, the Bosmer woman groaned. He comes, and he will destroy all. His master? Asked Lukar, but Orban's eyes had gone up to the Bosmer woman curled up in her blood-soaked cot. Who is she? Orban asked Rosina. One of the refugees, of course, from your friendly little war in Valenwood before you and your Raltos or Kaltos changed sides, the healer replied. I think her name is Kalish. By Jeffrey, Orban whispered under his breath, limping over to the woman's cot and wiping the sweat and blood-streaked hair from her pallid face. Kalis, it's Orban. Do you remember me? How did you get here? Did he hurt you? Manka, Kalis moaned. That's all she says, said Rosina. I don't know what it is, Orban frowned. Not the usurper, though. She knew him, too. Very well. She was a favorite of his. His favorites, you, Kaltosh, her, all seem to turn against him, said Mac the First. That is why he will fall, replied Hizim. Armored footfall rang along the ceiling, and the cellar door burst open. It was the captain of Baron Zorfrock's castle guard. The docks are on fire. If you want to live, you'll need to take refuge at Castle Whitmore. We need help, Rosania called back. But she knew that the guards were needed for defense, not to help carry the sick to safety. With 10 guards who could be spared and the most able-bodied with the wounded assisting, the cellar was emptied, and as the streets of Dinwen filled with smoke and fire began to spread through the chaos. It had been a single fireball miscast out at sea striking the docks, but the damage would be tremendous. Some hours later, in the courtyard of the mighty castle, the healers were able to set up the cots and begin to tend once again to the suffering of the innocent. The first person Rosania found was Orban Elmlock. Even with his wounds reopened, he had helped carry 2 of the patients into the castle. I'm sorry, she said, as she pressed her healing hands onto his wounds. I lost my temper. I forgot that I'm a healer. Where is Kalis? Orban asked. She's not here, Rosina said, looking around. She must have run away. Run away? But wasn't she injured? It was not a healthy situation, but new mothers can surprise you with what they can do when it's all over. She was pregnant? Orban gasped. Yes, it wasn't such a difficult birth in the end. She was holding the boy in her arms when I saw her last. She said she had done it herself. She was pregnant, Orban murmured again. The mistress of the Cameron usurper was pregnant. Word quickly spread throughout the castle that the battle was over, and more than that, the war was over. Haemon Cameron's forces had been defeated at sea and in the mountains. The Heart King was dead. Lukar watched down from the battlements into the dark woods that surrounded Dwinen. Or Dwynen. I think it's Dwynen. He had heard about Kalis, or Ralis, whatever the fuck that letter is. I think it's a K or an R, I have no idea. And he imagined a desperate woman fleeing with her newborn baby in her arms into the wilderness. What's-her-face would have nowhere to go, no one to protect him. She and her baby would be a refugee, like Mike the First and him had been. Reflecting back, he remembered her words. He is coming, and he will bring death, he will destroy all. Luca remembered her eyes. She was sick, but not afraid. Who was this he who was coming if the Cameron usurper was dead? Did she say nothing else? Asked Orban. She told me the baby's name, Rosania replied. Mankar. Wait. Huh? Luca remembers. Who was he if not Cameron? Mankar. Oh, the baby. Oh. Yeah, okay. I don't remember. I'm sure. Oh, hi.
Die already so I can take your stuff. This is the end for you.
Must have scared him off.
Yeah, sure. You surely did scare them off. Yes, yes. Thank you for your assistance, though. Greatly appreciate it. Gold. Beehive. Oh, a bee. And a honeycomb. Oh my god, the doggo ran! The doggo did not wait at all. Pupper! Where are you? He definitely went here. And he's close by, too. We're passing through Helgen. Look at this puppy go. Okay, Barbos. Yeah, yes, this is where I escaped. I jumped from the tower down there, went here. And through here. Right, this time. Yeah, I've been through here too. This is where I fast traveled, and over here. We can now see. Oh, you took me there. Oh, that's a Stormcloak camp. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. I touched you a little and now you stop just because I touched you a little. Come on, Barbos. Oh, let me just discover the Stormcloak camp. There we go. Falkreath. We're so far away from Falkreath right now. Jesus Christ. This is Falkreath and we're all the way here. So this is the Stormcloak camp for Falkreath. So far away from Falkreath. Well, I don't blame him. There is an Imperial general or officer in Falkreath, so he might know that. But it's so far away, though. Couldn't they have found a closer spot? Falkreath? Yes, puppy. We got a cave up down here. Is the cave where we're going? Could be. Come on, Papa. Come on. Hammer's Shame, yep. And he went inside. Alright, let's go. Doggo just alerted the enemies. Oh, good puppy. He killed him without a... Oh, vampires for all. Nah, vampires again. Ooh, gimme. Got a new bow. A burning. Oh, he insta-kills everyone. He doesn't care. Look at him. He just insta-kills everyone. Okay, well, I assume there are no traps then, if he so brazenly goes forward. I haven't heard any explosions. Look at the puppy go! Oh no. There you go, puppy. I hoped. You managed to kill one vamp. But you're gonna have to wait for me. The biography of Barenzia. Huh. Okay. Alright, here we go. Reading time again. The Ruins of Kemel Ze by Roland Nordsen. With the acclamations of the Fellows of the Imperial Society still ringing in my ears, I decided to return to Morrowind immediately. It was not without some regret that I bade farewell to the fleshpots of the Imperial City, but I knew that the wonders I had brought back from Raled Makai, had only scratched the surface of the Dwemer ruins in Morrowind. Even more spectacular treasures were out there I felt just waiting to be found, and I was eager to be off. I also had before me the salutary example of poor Bannerman, who was still dining out on a single expedition to Black March 20 years ago. That would never be me, I vowed. With my letter from the Empress in hand, this time I would have the full cooperation of the Imperial authorities. No more need to worry about attacks from superstitious locals. But where should I look next? The ruins of Kemel Ze were the obvious choice. Unlike Raled Makai, getting to the ruins would not be a problem. Also known as the Cliff City, Kemel Ze lies on the mainland side of the Varden Rift, sprawling down the sheer coastal cliff. Travelers from the east coast of Vardenfell often visit the site by boat, and it can also be reached overland from the nearby villages without undue hardship. Once my expedition had assembled in Seydanin, with the usual tedious complications involved in operating in this half-civilized land, we set out for the village of Marog, near the ruins, where we hoped to hire a party of diggers. My interpreter, Tuen Panai, an unusually jolly fellow for a dark elf, who I had hired in Seydanin at the recommendation of the local garrison commander, assured me that the local villagers would be very familiar with Kemel Ze, having looted the site for generations. Incidentally, Tenpenny... Incidentally, Tenpenny, as we soon came to call him, to his constant amusement, proved invaluable, and I would recommend him without hesitation to any of my colleagues who are planning similar expeditions to the wilds of Morrowind. At Marok, we ran into our first trouble. The hetman of the village, a reserved, elegant old fellow, seemed willing to cooperate. But the local priest, a representative of the absurd religion they have here, worshipping something called the Tribunal, who they claim actually live in palaces in Morrowind, was fervently against us excavating the ruins. He looked likely to sway the villagers to his side with his talk of religious taboos, but I waved the Empress's letter under his nose and mentioned something about my friend the garrison commander at Seynanin, and he quieted right down. No doubt this was just a standard negotiation tactic arranged among the villagers to increase their pay. In any event, once the priest had stalked off to muttering to himself, no doubt calling down curses upon the heads of the foreign devils, we soon had a line of villagers eager to sign on to the expedition. While my assistant was working out the mundane details of contracts, supplies, etc., Master Arum and I rode onto the ruins. By land, they can only be reached using narrow paths that wind down the face of the cliff from above, where any misstep threatens to send one tumbling into the sea foaming about the jagged rocks below. The city's original entrance to the surface must have been in the part of the city to the northeast, the part that fell into the sea long ago when the eruption of Red Mountain created this mind-bogglingly vast crater. After successfully navigating the treacherous path, we found ourselves in a large chamber, open to the sky on one side, disappearing into the darkness on the other. As we stepped forward, our boots crunched on piles of broken metal, as common in dwarven ruins as potsherds in other ancient sites. This was obviously where the looters brought their finds from deeper levels, stripping off the valuable outer casings of the dwarven mechanisms and leaving their inners here, easier than lugging the intact mechanisms back up to the top of the cliff. I laughed to myself, thinking of the many warriors unwittingly walking around Tamriel with pieces of dwarven mechanisms on their backs. For that, of course, is what most dwarven armor really is, just the armored shells of ancient mechanical men. I sobered when I thought of how exceedingly valuable an intact mechanism would be. This place was obviously full of dwarven devices, judging from the litter covering the floor of this vast chamber. Or had been, I reminded myself. Looters had been working over the site for centuries. Just the casing alone would be worth a small fortune sold as armor. Most dwarven armor is made of mismatched pieces from various devices, hence its reputation for being bulky and unwieldy. But a matched set from an intact mechanism is worth more than its weight in gold, for the pieces all fit together smoothly and the wearer hardly notices the bulk. Of course, I had no intention of destroying my finds for armor, no matter how valuable. I would bring it back to the Society for Scientific Study. I imagined the astonished cries of my colleagues as I unveiled it at my next lecture, and smiled again. I picked up a discarded gear from the piles at my feet. It still gleamed brightly, as if newly made, the dwarven alloys resisting the corrosion of time. I wondered what secrets remained hidden in the maze of chambers that lay before me, defying the efforts of looters, waiting to gleam again in the light they had not seen in long eons. Waiting for me. It remained only to find them. With an impatient gesture to Master Arum to follow, I strode forward into the gloom. Master Arum, Tenpenny, and I spent several days exploring the ruins while my assistants set up camp at the top of the cliff and hauled supplies and equipment from the village. I was looking for a promising area to begin excavation, a blocked passage or corridor untouched by looters that might lead to completely untouched areas of the ruins. We found two such areas early on, but soon discovered that the many winding passages bypassed the blockage and gave access to rooms behind. Nevertheless, even these outer areas, for the most part stripped clean of artifacts by generations of looters, were full of interest to the professional archaeologist. Behind a massive bronze door, burst from its hinges by some ancient turmoil of the earth, we discovered a large chamber filled with exquisite wool carvings, which impressed even the jaded Tenpenny, who claimed to have explored every dwarven ruin in Morrowind. They seemed to depict an ancient ritual of some kind, with a long line of classically bearded dwarven elders processing down the side walls, all seemingly bowing to the giant form of a god carved into the front wall of the chamber, which was caught in the act of stepping forth from the crater of a mountain in a cloud of smoke or steam. According to Master Arum, there are no known depictions of dwarven religious rituals, so this was an exciting find indeed. I set a team to work prying the carved panels from the wall, but they were unable to even crack the surface. On closer examination, the chamber appeared to be faced with a metallic substance, with texture and feel of stone, impervious to any of our two. I considered having Master Arum try his blasting magic on the walls, but decided that the risk of destroying the carvings was too great. Much as I would have preferred to bring them back to the Imperial City, I had to settle for taking rubbings of the carving. If my colleagues in the Society showed enough interest, I was sure a specialist could be found. Perhaps a master alchemist who could find a way to safely remove the panel. I found another curious room at the top of a long, winding stair, barely passable due to the fall of rubble from the roof. At the top of the stair was a domed chamber with a large rune mechanism at its center. Painted constellations were still visible in some places on the surface of the dome. Master Arum and I agreed that this must have been some kind of observatory, and the mechanism was therefore the remains of a dwarven telescope. To remove it from ruins down the narrow stairway would require its complete disassembly, which fact no doubt had preserved it from the attention of looters, so I decided to leave it in place for the time being. The existence of this observatory suggested, however, that this room had once been above the surface. Closer examination of the structure revealed that this was indeed a building, not an excavated chamber. The only other doorways from the room were completely blocked, and careful measurements from the top of the cliff to the entry room and then to the observatory revealed that we were still more than 250 feet below the present ground level. A sobering reminder of the forgotten fury of Red Mountain. This discovery led us to focus our attentions downward. Since we now knew approximately where the ancient surface lay, we could rule out many of the higher block passages. One wide passage, impressively flanked with cavern pillars, particularly drew my interest. It ended in a massive rockfall, but we could see where looters had begun and then abandoned the tunnel through the debris. With my team of diggers and Master of Rooms Majory to assist, I believe we could succeed where our predecessors... Why am I saying it like that? Where predecessors had failed. I therefore set my team of Dark Elves to work on clearing the passage, relieved finally to be beginning the real exploration of Kemalzeh. Soon I hoped my boots would be stirring up dust that had lain undisturbed since the dawn of time. With this exciting prospect before me, I may have driven my diggers a bit too hard. Tenpenny reported that they were beginning to grumble about the long days, and that some were talking of quitting. Knowing from experience that nothing puts heart back into these dark elves like a taste of the lash, I had the ringleaders whipped and the rest confined to the ruins until they had finished clearing the passageway. Thanks Stendar for my foresight in requisitioning a few legionnaires from Seydanin. They were sullen at first, but with the promise of an extra day's wages when they broke through, they soon set to work with a will. While these measures may sound harsh to my readers back in the comforts of civilization, let me assure you that there is no other way to get these people to stick to a task. The blockage was much worse than I had first thought, and in the end it took almost 2 weeks to clear the passage. The diggers were as excited as I was when their picks finally broke through the far end into emptiness, and we shared a round of the local liquor together, a foul concoction in truth. To show that all was forgiven, I could hardly restrain my eagerness as they enlarged the hole to allow entry into the chamber beyond. Would the passage lead to entire new levels of the ancient city filled with artifacts left by the vanished dwarves? Or would it be only a dead end, some side passage leading nowhere? My excitement grew as I slid through the hole and crouched for a moment in the darkness beyond. From the echoing sounds of the stones rattling beneath my feet, I was in a large room, perhaps very large. I stood up carefully and unhooded my lantern. As the light flooded the chamber, I looked around in astonishment. Here were wonders beyond even my wildest dreams. As the light from my lamp filled the chamber beyond the rockfall, I looked around in astonishment. Everywhere was the warm glitter of dwarven alloy. I had found an untouched section of the ancient city. My heart pounding with excitement, I looked around me. The room was vast, the roof soaring up into darkness beyond the reach of my lamp, the far end lost in shadows with only a tantalizing glimmer, hinting at treasures not yet revealed. Along each wall stood rows of mechanical men, intact except for one oddity. Their heads had been ritually removed and placed on the floor at their feet. This could mean only one thing. I had discovered the tomb of a great dwarven noble, maybe even a king. Burials of this type had been discovered before, most famously by Ransom's expedition through Hammerfell, but no completely intact tomb had ever been found, until now. But if this was truly a royal burial, where was their tomb? I stepped forth gingerly, the rows of headless bodies standing silently as they had for eons, their disembodied eyes seeming to watch me as I passed. I had heard wild tales of the curse of the dwarves, but I'd always laughed it off as superstition. But now, breathing the same air as the mysterious builders of this city, which had lain undisturbed since the cataclysm that spelled their doom, I felt a twinge of fear. There was some power here, I felt, something malevolent that resented my presence. I stopped for a moment and listened. All was silent. Except, it seemed I heard a faint hiss, regular as breathing. I fought down a sudden surge of panic. I was unarmed, not thinking of danger in my haste to explore, past the blocked passage. Sweat dripped down my face as I scanned the gloom for any movement. The room was warm, and I suddenly noticed much warmer than the rest of the labyrinth thus far. My excitement returned. Could I have found a section of the city still connected to a functioning steam grid? Pipes ran along the walls as in all sections of the city. I walked over and placed my hand on one. It was hot, almost too hot to touch. Now I saw that in places where the ancient piping had corroded, small jets of steam were escaping. The sound I had heard. I laughed at my own credulity. I now advanced quickly to the far end of the room, giving a cheerful salute to the ranks of mechanical soldiers who had appeared so menacing only moments before. I smiled with triumph as the light swept back the darkness of centuries to reveal the giant effigy of a dwarven king standing on a raised dais, his metal hand clutching his rod of office. This was the prize indeed. I circled the dais slowly, admiring the craftsmanship of the ancient dwarves. The Golden King stood 20 feet tall under a freestanding domed cupola, his long upswept beard jutting forward proudly as his glittering metal eyes seemed to follow me. But my superstitious mood had passed, and I gazed benevolently on the old dwarven king. My king, as I had already begun to think of him. I stepped onto the dais to get a better look at the sculpted armor. Suddenly the eyes of the figure opened, and it raised a mailed fist to strike. I leapt to one side as the golden arm came crashing down, striking sparks from the steps where I had stood a moment before. With a hiss of steam and the whir of gears, the giant figure stepped ponderously out from under its canopy and strode towards me with frightening speed, its eyes tracking me as I scrambled backwards. I dodged behind a pillar as the fist whistled down again. I had dropped my lantern in the confusion, and now I crept into the darkness outside the pool of light, hoping to slip between the headless mechanisms and thus escape back to safety of the passageway. Where had the monster gone? You'd think that a 20-foot Kino? The fuck is that? You would think that a 20-foot golden... It should be king, but whatever. Would be hard to miss, but he was nowhere to be seen. The guttering lamp only illuminated a small part of the room. He could be hiding anywhere in the gloom. I crawled faster, without warning. The dim ranks of the dwarven soldiers in front of me went flying as the monstrous guardian loomed before me. He had cut off my escape. As I dodged backwards, blow after blow whistled down as the implacable machine followed me relentlessly, driving me into the far corner of the room. At last, there was nowhere left for me to go. My back was to the wall. I glared up at my foe, determined to die on my feet. The huge fists lifted for one final blow. The room blazed with sudden light. Bolts of purple energy crackled across the metal carapace of the dwarven monster, and it halted, half turning to meet his new threat. Master Arum had come. I was about to raise a cheer when the giant figure turned back to me, unharmed by the lightning bolt hurled by Master Arum, determined to destroy his first intruder. I shouted out, "Steam! Steam!" as the giant raised his fist to crush me into the floor. There was a hiss and a gust of bitter cold, and I looked up. The monster was now covered with a shield of ice, frozen in a shell of ice, frozen in the very moment of dispatching me. Master Arum had understood. I leaned against the wall with relief. The ice cracked above me. The giant Golden King stood before me, the shell of ice falling away, his head swiveling towards me in triumph. Was there no stopping this dwarven monstrosity? But then the light faded from his eyes, and his arms dropped to his sides. The magical frost had worked, cooling its steam-driven energy. That's interesting. I wonder if that's continuity. Because you can't face dwarven mechanical men, as they were, Dwemer. Not Dwemer. Dwemer is something else. You can fight... You will fight dwarven mechanical men. I wonder if those trees would actually work against them proper. Makes sense. As Master Arum and the diggers crowded around me, congratulating me on my narrow escape, my thoughts drifted. I imagined my return to the Imperial City, and I knew that this would be my greatest triumph yet. How could I possibly top this find? Perhaps it was time to move on, recovering the fabled Eye of Argonia. Now that would be a coup. I smiled to myself, reveling in the glory of the moment, but already planning my next adventure. The Madmen, in quotations, of the Reach, a cultural treatise on the Forsworn, by Arianus Arius, Imperial scholar. Oh my god, that name. Arianus Arius. Very original. Since the legendary victory of Tiber Septim over the barbarian natives in the Battle of Old Hroldan, Imperial and Norse scholarship has cast the people of the Reach as little more than savages, prone to irrational fits of violence, worshipping old heretical gods and fetishizing beasts and nature spirits that any civilized person would best well avoid. In truth, these accounts are little more than Victor's essays, a perspective narrowed by the Empire's constant strife with the ancient proud people that lived in this land far before Tiber Septim walked the soil of Tamriel. In light of this, I hope to create a more complete, accurate, and fair assessment of a group that has long suffered under the role of enemy, troublemakers, and them. Let us begin with the Forsworn, the so-called madmen of the Reach. The Imperial Legion classifies them as little more than brigands, nothing their constant raids and ambushes within the hold. But none of their noting their constant raids and ambushes within the hold. But none of their military reports asked the question of why. If they were merely a group of bandits, surely they would be focused on acquiring gold and minimizing deaths among their own. But the opposite is true in Forsworn attacks. Large sums of coin are often left behind, and their fighters are easily throw away their lives rather than risk capture by Imperial soldiers. It is this incongruity that led me to Markarth, the capital city of the Reach, in search of answers. There, I met one of the native people, an old woman who preferred to not be named in my writings. She told me of her family's long history, how she believes they originally came from High Rock, home of the Bretons, which would explain the similar faces and stature of the two people. How the Nords came and took their lands, their gods, and their culture from them. When asked about the Forsworn, the old woman would say that they are the real men and women of the Reach, those that refuse to give in to the Nords. Those that still practice the ancient traditions that the rest of their people had abandoned in exchange for peace. In time, I was able to create trust with many more natives in my search that corroborated the old woman's story. By chance, one of them arranged a meeting between myself and what I thought was an elder member of his village. I was shocked to find that I was led to a camp filled with the animal skulls, severed heads, and still beating hearts that I had read about from the military reports back in the Imperial City. There, I met Kortoran, a Forsworn, who seemed amused at the prospect of me writing down his story, which I quote in full below. You want to know who the Forsworn are? We are the people who must pillage our own land, burn our own ground. We are the scourge of the Nords, the axe that falls in the dark, the scream before the gods claim your soul. We are the true sons and daughters of the Reach. The spirits and hags have lived here from the beginning, and they are on our side. Go back and tell your empire that we will have our own kingdom again. And on that day, we will be the ones burying your dead in a land that is no longer yours. Okay. Oh, there are 2 volumes here. Wait, the Song of Pelino, Volume 1? I think I have that one. No, I have Volume 4. Okay. Oh, might as well. The Song of Pelino, Volume 1, on his name. Editors know, Volumes 1 through 6 are taken from the so-called remnant manuscript located in the Imperial Library as a transcription of older fragments collected by an unknown scholar of the early Second Era. Beyond this, little is known of the original sources of the fragments, some of which appear to be from the same period, perhaps even from the same manuscript, but as no scholarly consensus exists, I've read this before. That he took the name Pelinal was passing strange, no matter his later sobriquets, which were many. That was an elvish name, and Pelinal was a scourge on that race, and not much given to irony. Pelinal was much too green for that. Even in youth he wore white hair, and trouble followed him. Perhaps his enemies named Pelinal of their own in their tongue, but that is doubtful, for it means glorious knight, and he was neither to them. Certainly many others added that the name during his days in Tamriel, he was Pelinal the White Strake, because of his left hand, made of a killing light. He was Pelinal the Bloody, for he drank it in victory. He was Pelinal the Insurgent, because he gave the Crusades a face. He was Pelinal in Triumph, as the words eventually became synonymous, and men-at-arms gave thanks to the Eight when they saw his banner coming through war. He was Pelinal the Blamer, for he was quick to admonish those allies of his that favored tactics that ran counter to his, that is, sword fury. And he was Pelinal the Third, though whether this was because some said he was a god geyser who had incarnated twice before already, or that simpler he was the third vision given to Perith, Anonalatia, in her prayers of liberation before he walked among the quarters of rebellion, is unknown. Alright, so we've read... I have the real Barensia, but I don't think I have Volume 1 with me. So apparently this is the biography of Barenzia, Volume 1 by Stern Gomboj, Imperial Scribe. So I'm guessing that the real Barenzia, the books, are opposite to the biography of Barenzia, I think. I don't know. Well, let's see. Late in the Second Era, a girl child, Barenzia, was born to the rulers of the Kingdom of Mournhold in what is now the Imperial Province of Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elven child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim I, the first Emperor of Tamriel, demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, the Dark Elves impudently refused, and Tiber Septim's army was on the borders. An armistice was hastily signed by the now eager Dunmer, but not before there were several battles, one of which laid waste to Mournhold, now called Almalexia. Little Princess Borenzia and her nurse were found among the wreckage. The Imperial General Symmachus himself, a dark elf, suggested to Tiber Septim that the child might someday be valuable, and she was therefore placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial army. Sven Advansson had been granted the title of Count upon his retirement. His fiefdom, Darkmoor, was a small town in central Skyrim. Count Sven and his wife reared the princess as their own daughter, seeing to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, that the imperial virtues of obedience, discretion, loyalty, and piety were instilled in the child. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Barenzia grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons, who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there at times. Barenzia was happy and content until her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy whom she had befriended out of pity told her he had overheard a conspiracy between her guardian, Count Sven, and the Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Rihad, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no Dark Elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl said, weeping and trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend the stable boy would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said that she must run away if she valued her virtue, but that he would come with her as her protector. Sorrowfully, Barenzia agreed to this plan, and that very night she disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get jobs as guards for a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a mendacious attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the imperial highways. Thus the pair eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, where they ceased their travels for a time. They felt safe in Riften, close as it was to Morrowind border, so that the Dark Elves were enough of a common sight. Okay, matches with the story so far. Biography, Volume 2. The first volume of the series told the story of Barenzia's origin, heiress to the throne of Mournhold, until her father rebelled against His Excellency Tiber Septim I and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Barenzia was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal Imperial trustee. She grew up into a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's care. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who with lies and fabrications tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him when she turned 16. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. The stable boy, Straw, was not altogether evil. He loved Barenzia in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think of that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship toward him, but he was hopeful that she would gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Barenzia happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between her loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. Yep. Contrary to the story we read yesterday, where she went with the Khajiit to steal. No, I'm telling you, the real Barenzia, that was Barenzia that wrote those books. That was definitely Barenzia that wrote those books. Anyway. But yeah, the biography says, no, she did not go stealing. She tipped off the Commandant. Which happened to be Symmachus, of course. Anyway. So, friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Symmachus, who had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance, and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody and informed her that, far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial city, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial court. At the Imperial City, Barenzia befriended the Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir Pelagius, came to love her as a sister. The ballads of the day praise her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire Imperial City turned out to watch her farewell procession preliminary to her return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for her glorious destiny as sovereign of the Kingdom of Mournhold. Hey. Any gold? I'm gonna take the child's doll. Yeah, I already looted that, but I forgot. Alright, Popper, where is that shrine anyway? The dog keeps killing vampires, man! The dog keeps killing vampires! Look at him go! Okay, are there any more around here? Any more vamps? Oh my god! 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesus, puppy. Okay, he already went someplace else. Okay, that's it. I'm no longer sneaky. He killed everyone. He killed every vamp in here. He went everywhere. Man, he must hate vamps. He must really hate vampires. Okay, where does this lead? Oh, whoa. Hello. Oh, never mind. Okay. So, give me the torch. I gotta favorite it. I don't think I favorited it. That's why I'm going for this. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so now it's adept, right? Okay, quick save. And... torch. Still adept. Okay, but fine. Let's see. I don't think so. I'm trying to use the torch as a buff, as read in a lockpicking guide. I don't know, man. I don't know if it works. I don't think it does. Potion, Ultimate, Magica, Darel Barenzia, Volume 4. Don't I have that? I must have that. Darel Barenzia, Volume 4. I don't have Volume 4. So I read Volume 1, I got Volume 2, I got Volume 5, I don't have Volume 4. And Volume 3. Wait, Volume 3? Oh. Here we go again with another book. Hold on. Jesus. Hold on. Need to take a breather. Quick breather. Oh boy. Excuse me. The Real Barenzia, Volume 3 by Anonymous. I mean by Barenzia, of course. For several days, Barenzia felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends. But by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Redguard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful toward her, despite her attempts at flirtation. Simicus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. "You mean I'm never to have any fun?" she inquired petulantly. "Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City." Barenzia made a face. "I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone's wrong, then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, not that you hold the throne of Mournhold, not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end here. Your reign will end here before it begins, fucking hell. Your reign will end ere it begins. Fuck off. I hate that. I hate that writing. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your department after your good Threlien, milady. I'd as lief be back in Darkmoor, Baranzea snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Threlien in any way. That is not an option, your highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Barencia listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats, but afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Stimicus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Urged, she then said that she noted 3 of their knights escorted were women, and asked if she might train a little with them, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, though stressing it would only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though silently frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they traveled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winking out in the shops and out in the inns as dusk fell and stars came out singly, then by twos and threes. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense mage's guildhall reared toward the east, while westward, the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Tabernacle! Stimicus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple of the One. He identified as the Pastit, an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Barencia would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the Emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Barencia's taste. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Barencia's eyes ached for color and the interplay of subtle shading. In the morning, Simicus and Trelian escorted her to the imperial palace. Barencia noted that everyone they met greeted Simicus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the imperial presence. Morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table and a single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. "Ah, Simicus, our most loyal friend! We welcome your return most gladly!" His hands held Simicus's shoulders briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Barencia curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. "Barencia, our naughty little runaway, how do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Simicus, she is charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings?" "Yes, of course." He waved aside Simicus's protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. "You will pardon us for this discourtesy toward... You'll pardon us for this What the hell? You'll pardon us for this discourtesy. So we're not courteous, we're discourteous. You'll pardon us for this discourtesy towards yourselves, our dear guests. We've much to think of, though that's the scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There's some excellent nectarines from Blackmarsh." They settled themselves at the table. Barencia was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim grey giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than then told Symmachus, although he was well-knit of figure and lithe of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, then repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? No, Excellency, Baranzea replied. In truth, no, although I fancied so at times. Symmachus had fabricated a story for her, and Baranzea told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy, Straw, had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in rehab. And when a Red Guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with Straw. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. Why, it's like a ballad, he said. By the one, we'll have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made. General Symmachus said, Baranzea stopped in some confusion, then proceeded. He said, well, that I no longer much look like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend Symmachus. I know I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon, and that of my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now. Excellency, I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Our dear child, you shall go home, we promise you. But we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you. Baranzea gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honored, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you and this great empire you have built in any way I can. It was the politic thing to say, to be sure, but Baranzea really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Baranzea was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Baranzea, with Drelian as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the imperial palace. Several tutors were provided her, in all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume, he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. Whatever. Goal! Bleh. Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill, he said. So the one teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Baranzea was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smoldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just that you are so beautiful, dear. So very beautiful. He was looking at her with hopeless yearning in his generous eye. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please. Baranzea shook her head. I can never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. We have a consort, he said. She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside, yet there is nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. She would have us other than what we are. Be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and... Baranzea, I think I'm the most lonely as well. He stood up suddenly. Power, he said with sublime contempt. I'd trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known. He shook his head vehemently. Today, perhaps. Yet I am less than I was yesterday. Last year, 10 years ago, I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me. Parenzia moved toward him, hands outstretched. No, I will not take your innocence from you. I'm not that innocent. How so? The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Parenzia's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. Now. She couldn't... Okay, so there are some misspellings. But she couldn't turn back no. As in the verb to know, to gather knowledge. Fucking hell. He would know. There was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely, and not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Parenzia. Why, Parenzia? It cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold, and a duty towards the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgive us of our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arm, and wordlessly, willingly, Parenzia stepped into his embrace. You caper on the edge of a volcano, child, Threlian admonished as Parenzia admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Stomachus bade me to be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? And we've been the most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to. Himself and a handful of trusted bodyguard. Aww. New chatter, the most amazing bird. That's a nice name. Just wanted to say that I've been sick as hell, and listening to you while fading in and out of consciousness has been helping a lot. Thank you for streaming. Aww. Thank you very much, amazing burp. Sorry, I called birds burp. That's just silly. Thank you very much, the most amazing bird. Glad you could tune in, and I hope you get well soon. Right, where was it? Okay, a handful of trusted bodyguard. What's that? Okay, he slavers over you like a cur, he slavers over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Parenzia shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she'd received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power, but it is his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to the public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in conversation at dinner? Oh! I mean, she has a point. She has a point. Have less to say in public. That is all I ask. She matters little, it is true. But her... Oh my god, burn after burn. That poor lady. She matters little, it is true. Jesus, man. Who hurt you, ladies? But her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live, I mean. Trelian amended quickly at Baranzia's scowl. Humans are all short-lived. Ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to this family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. But how can I make you see truly, you who are so young and human-bred as well? If you take heed and wisely, you and Mournhold are like to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like the inconstant tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Parenzia just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, And if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure. And the nights were even better. Oh. What is wrong with me? Barenzia lamented. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Barenzia regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Drelian shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if he would agree to it, and bear the child there. Alone? Barenzia placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. He'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now. You'll see. Drelian shook her head. Although she said no more, a look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Barenzia told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. With child? He looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Barenzia forced a smile. How can I be sure? I shall have my healer fetched. The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Barenzia was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to His Excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it. We command you. Sire, the healer gaped at him. I cannot. I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard, the Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Barenzia, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No, she screamed. No. What are you saying? Child. Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again. You promised us she would not bear to us. We've little faith in our prognostications. Barenzia scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness. A void where something used to be, something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Drelian was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pulled at times between her legs, but there was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers, and came on short visits, always well attended. Barenzia had received these visits with pleasures at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night. And after some time, nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Drelian informed her that Symmachus had written the request to come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not, and did not. Oh, finally. Okay. In Volume 4... Everything I have ever loved I have lost, Barenzia thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead, her tired women near her in her carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now I do understand better Tiber Septim's love of it, if he has often paid such prices. For surely worth is measured by the price we pay. By her wish she rode on a shiny roan mare, clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of dark elven make. As the days slowly slipped by and her train rode the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew constantly. But it was also rich, with the sweet, spicy smell of the late-blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind and grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest blanks and ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name, or simply gape. Most of her knightly escort were Redguards, with a few high elven Nords and Bretons. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective cluster. Even the elven knights seemed wary. But Barentia felt at home, at last. She felt the welcome extended to her by the land. Her land. Simicus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were dark elven. In imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. "I've had the queen's suit refurbished for you," the general told her later, when he reached the palace. "But you may change anything not to your taste, of course." He went on about the details of the coronation, which was to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for approval of the arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never required her commendation before. Hold on. This sounds familiar. I think I've read this. Yeah, I think I've read this before, but it was in that house where, for some reason, although the owner was not there and there was only a bandit, if I looted anything, it would still be stealing. I don't know how. Anyway. He asked her nothing about her stay in the Imperial City or of her affair with Tiber Septim, although Baranzia was certain Drellian had told him or earlier written him everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new. Parts of it from the ancient Dark Elven tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by Imperial decree. She was sworn to the service of the Empire and Tiber Septim as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people. Yes, I've read this. The nobility and the council. This last was composed of a blend of Imperial emissaries, advisors, they were called, and native representatives of the Mournhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance with Elven custom. Barenzia later found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile. You know what? I did read this last stream. Not gonna read it again. Not gonna read it again. It's when the Nightingale comes. Or was that volume 4? No, I'm sure this is the volume when the Nightingale first comes. Okay, let's go to the doggo. We'll see what else he is doing. Oh, actually, yeah, we were looting the place. Hold on. Look at the doggo. Oh, these are bandits. Yeah, I don't think the doggo killed these bandits. Or were there bandits and oh, okay. Maybe he did kill all of them. Minor healing. Response to Barrow's speech. Okay. Destruction. Response to Barrow's speech by Malvisor Battlemage. On the 14th of last seed, an illusionist by the name of Berevar Barrow gave a very ignorant speech at the chantry of Julianos in the Imperial City. As ignorant speeches are hardly uncommon, there was no reason to respond to it. Unfortunately, he has since had the speech privately printed as Barrow's speech to the battle mages, and it's received some small undeserved attention in academic circles. Let us put his misconceptions to rest, and I'm sure we can find that speech somewhere as well. Barrow began his lecture with an occasionally factual account of famous battle mages from Zuren Arctus, Tiber Septim's Imperial Battle Mage, to Yagar Farn, Uriel Septim VII's Imperial Battle Mage. His intent was to show that where it matters, the Battle Mage relies on other schools of Magicka, not the School of Destruction, which is supposedly a Battle Mage's particular forte. Allow me first to dispute these so-called historical facts. Zuren Arctus did not create the golem Numidium by spells of mysticism and conjuration as Barrow alleges. The truth is that we don't know how Numidium was created, or if it was a golem or Atronach in any traditional sense of those words. Uriel V's battle mage Helfoth was not an imperial battle mage. He was simply a sorcerer in the employ of the Empire, thus which spells be cast in the various battles of Akavir are irrelevant, not to mention hearsay. Barrow calls Empress Moriantha's battle mage Belloc an accomplished diplomat, but not a powerful student of the School of Destruction. I congratulate Barrow on correctly identifying an Imperial Battle Mage. but there are many written examples of Wellok's skill in the School of Destruction. The sage Celerus, for example, wrote extensively about Wellok casting the vampiric cloud on the rebellious army of Black Robes, causing their strength and skill to pass on to their opponents. What is this but an impressive example of the School of Destruction? Pero rather pathetically includes Yagarn Tharn in his list of underachieving battle mages. To use an insane traitor as an example of rational behavior is an unattainable position. What would Barrow prefer? That Tharn used the School of Destruction to destroy Tamriel by a more traditional means? Barrow uses his misrepresentation of history as the basis for his argument. Even if he had found 4 excellent examples from history of battle mages casting spells outside their school, and he didn't, he would only have anecdotal evidence, which isn't enough to support an argument. I could easily find 4 examples of illusionists casting healing spells or Nightblades teleporting. There's a time and a place for everything. Barrow's argument, built on this shaky ground, is that the School of Destruction is not a true school. He calls it narrow and shallow, as an avenue of study, and its students impatient, with megalomaniac tendencies. How can one respond to this? Someone who knows nothing about casting a spell of destruction criticizing the school for being too simple. Summarizing the School of Destruction as learning how to do the maximum amount of damage in the minimum amount of time is clearly absurd, and he expounds on his ignorance by listing all of the complicated factors studied in his own School of Illusion. Allow me in response to list the factors studied in the School of Destruction. The means of delivering the spell matters more in the School of Destruction than any other school, whether it is cast at a touch, at a range, in concentric circles, or cast once to be triggered later. What forces must be reined in to cast the spell? Fire, lightning, or frost? And what are the advantages and dangers of each? What are the responses from different targets from the assault of different spells of destruction? What are the possible defenses and how may they be assailed? What environmental factors must be taken into consideration? What are the advantages of a spell of a delayed damage? Barrow suggests that the School of Destruction cannot be subtle, yet he forgets about all the curses that fall under the mantle of the school, sometimes affecting generation after generation in subtle yet sublime ways. The School of Alteration is a distinct and separate entity from the School of Destruction, and Barrow's argument that they should be merged into one is patently ludicrous. He insists, again, a man who knows nothing about the Schools of Alteration and Destruction, is the one insisting this, that damage is part of the changing of reality dealt by the spells of alteration. The implication is that levitation, to list the spell of alteration, is a close cousin of shockbolt, a spell of destruction. It would make as much sense to say that the School of Alteration, being all about the actuality of change, should absorb the School of Illusion, being all about the appearance of change. It certainly isn't a coincidence that a master of School of Illusion cast this attack on the School of Destruction. Illusion is, after all about masking the truth. Ooh, shots fired. I love his confrontational. Antecedents of Dwemer Law. Did I read this book? Antecedents of... No, I did not. Okay. What's this? This book is a historical account of the development of Dwemer Law and custom from its roots in High Elven culture. In short, so far as I am able to trace the order of development in the customs of the Bosmeri tribes, I believe it to have been in all ways comparable to the growth of Admeri law. The earlier liability for slaves and animals was mainly confined to surrender, which, as in Somerset Isles, later became compensation. And what does this matter for a study of our laws today? So far as concerns the influence of the Aldmeri law upon our own, especially the Aldmeri law of master and servant, the evidence of it is to be found in every judgment which has been recorded for the last 500 years. It has been stated already that we still repeat the reasoning of the Aldmeri magistrates, empty as it is, to the present day, and I will quickly show how the Aldmeri custom can be followed into the courts of the Dwemer. In the laws of Karndar Watch, PD 1180, it is said, if one who is owned by another slays one who owns himself, the owner must pay the associates 3 fine instruments and the body of the one who is owned. There are many other similar citations, and the same principle is extended, even to the case of a centurion by which a man is killed. If, at the common workbench, one is slain by an animunculi, the associates of the slain may disassemble the animunculi and take its parts within 30 days. It is instructive to compare what Dhark has mentioned concerning the rude beasts of the Tenmar forests. If a marsh cat was killed by an Argonian, his family were in disgrace till they retaliated by killing the Argonian, or another like it. But further, if a marsh cat was killed by a fall from a tree, his relatives would have taken their revenge by toppling the tree, and shattering its branches, and casting them to every part of the forest. This sounds a bit harsh, bro. That's what you ask me. Aera and Dedra. I've read that one, didn't I? Aera and yep, I have that. Which one? Which one else? Dwemer Inquiries, Volume 3. Ruined book. The Book of Daedra, do I have that? I gotta disshell them. Throw them off. The Book of Daedra. I have it. Where is it? Here. Oh. Whoop! God damn it. Whoop! Ancestors and the Dunmer. Yep, I got that one too. Bye-bye. Chance's Folly. Don't I have Chance's Folly? Yes! It was... Hold on, let me read it. It was that one with the... where she convinced a guy that could actually peer in through the future. Ulster, yes. Ah. Man, I remember that. She deserved it. She deserved what happened to her. The Song of Pelinel, Volume 5. Song of Pelinel. I know I have a Song of Pelinel. Okay, Volume 4 and 1. Don't have 5. The Song of Pelinel, as I would describe it, is the writings of a bloody madman. It makes no sense. I swear. I have to read it like a madman. I have to just turn off my brain and just go through it as fast as I can. The Song of Pelinel, Volume 5, on his love of Morihaus. Editor's note already read was the son of Kine, but whether or not Pelinel was indeed a Shezrain is best left unsaid. For once, Plontino, who favored the short sword, said it, and that he was smothered by moths. I told you, madman! For once, Plontino, who favored the short sword, said it, and that night he was smothered by moths. How does one get smothered by moths? It is famous, though, that the two talked of each other as family, with Morihaus as the lesser, and that Pelinel loved him and called him nephew. But these could be merely the fancies of immortals. Never did Pelinel counsel Morihaus in time of war, for the man bull fought magnificently and led men well, and never resorted to madness. No, but you, dear writer, you are resorting to madness. What the hell are you talking about? And never resorted to madness, but the White Strake did warn against the growing love with Perif. We are Ada more, and change things through love. We must take care lest we beget more monsters on this earth. If you do not desist, she will take to you, and you will transform Olsirad if you do this. And to this the bull became shy, for he was a bull, and he felt his form too ugly for the Parvenia at all times, especially when she disrobed for him. He snorted, though, and shook his nose hoop into the light of the Secunda moon, and said, She is like this shine on my nose hoop here. An accident sometimes, but whenever I move my head at night, she is there, and so you know what you ask is impossible. Sure, whatever, man. Mystery of Talara, Volume 1. Do I have Mystery of Talara? Oh my god, I got so many books and I have to carry them. And they weigh! All of them weigh! Oh no! And I was wondering, why is my inventory so... Mystery of Talara, Volume 1. I have it. Okay. Chance's Folly. Another one? Hold on, there's 2 of them? Man, someone really likes this book. Okay. The Wolf... Oh no. Oh no, more books. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 4. Let's see. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 4. I got it. I have it. Boop. Put it in the coffin. Volume 3. I've got that one too, right? Yeah. Okay. The Wolf Queen. I don't have the Wolf Queen. I don't think so. No. The Wolf Queen, Book 7. By Wagin Yorf. or Jarth. From the pen of Insolicus, 2nd century sage, 3E 125. The exact date of the Empress Kintra Septim II's execution in the tower at Glenpoint Castle is open to some speculation. Some believe she was slain shortly after her imprisonment in the 121st year, while others maintain that she was likely kept alive as a hostage until shortly before her uncle Severus, king of Gilane, reconquered western High Rock in the summer of the 125th year. The certainty of Kintra's demise rallied many against the Wolf Queen Potema and her son, who had been crowned Emperor Eurus Septim III 4 years previously when he invaded the unguarded imperial city. Severus concentrated this army on the war in High Rock, while his brother Magnus, king of Lilmoth, brought his Argonian troops through loyal Morrowind and into Skyrim to fight in Potema's home province. The Reptilian troops fought well in the summer months, but during the winter they retired south to regroup and attack again when the weather was warm. At this stalemate, the war lasted out 2 more years. Also, in the 125th year, Magnus's wife Helena gave birth to their first child, a boy who they named Pelagius, after the emperor who fathered Magnus, Severus, the late emperor Antiochus, and the dread wolf queen of Solitude. 3E 127. Potema sat on soft silk cushions in the warm grass in front of her tent and watched the sun rise over the dark woods on the other side of the meadow. It was a peculiarly vibrant morning, typical of Skyrim's summer's tide. The high chirrup of insects buzzed all around her, and the sky surged with thousands of following birds, rolling over one another and forming a multitude of patterns. Nature was unaware of the war coming to Falkenstar, she surmised. "Your Highness, a message from the army in Hammerfell," said one of her maids, bringing in a courier. He was breathing hard, stained with sweat and mud, evidence of a long, fast ride over many, many miles. "My queen," said the courier, looking to the ground, "I bring grave news of your son, the Emperor. He met your brother, King Severus's army in Hammerfell, in the countryside of Ishdag, and there did battle. You'd be proud, for he fought well, but in the end, the Imperial army was defeated, and your son, our Emperor, was captured. King Severus is bringing him to Gilane." Potema listened to the news, scowling. "That clumsy fool," she said at last. Potema stood up and strolled. It's either Potema or Dotema. I have no clue. P's and D's and uppercase with this font are horrendous. So I'm just gonna call her Potema. Potema stood up and strolled into camp where the men were arming themselves, preparing for battle. Long ago, the soldiers understood that their lady did not stand on ceremony, and she would prefer that they work rather than salute her. Lord Vulcan was ahead of her, already meeting with the commander of the battle mages, discussing last-minute strategy. "My queen," said a courier who had been following her, "what are you going to do?" "I'm going to win this battle with Magnus, despite his superior position holding the ruins of Cogmenthist Castle," said Potema. "And then, when I know what Severus means to do with the Emperor, I'll respond accordingly. If there's a ransom to be paid, I'll pay it. If there's a prison exchange needed, so be it. Now please, bath yourself and rest, and try not to get in the way of the war." "It's not an ideal scenario," said Lord Vulcan when Potema had entered the commander's tent. "If we attack the castle from the west, we'll be running directly into the fire from their mages and archers. If we come from the east, we'll be going through swamps. And the Argonians do better in that type of environment than we do. A lot better. What about the north and south? Just hills, correct?" "Very steep hills, your highness," said the commander. "We should post bowmen there, but we'll be too vulnerable putting out the majority of our force." "So it's the swamp," said Potema, and added pragmatically, "unless we withdraw and wait for them to come out before fighting. If we wait, Severus will have his army here from High Rock and we'll be trapped between the two of them," said Lord Vulcan. "Not a preferable situation." "I'll talk to the troops," said the commander. "Try to prepare them for the swamp attack." "No," said Potema. "I'll speak to them." In full battle gear, the soldiers gathered in the center of the camp. They were a motley collection of men and women, Cyrodiils, Nords, Bretons, and Dunmer, young bloods and old veterans, the sons and daughters of nobles, shopkeepers, serfs, priests, prostitutes, farmers, academics, adventurers. All of them under the banner of the Red Diamond, the symbol of the imperial family of Tamriel. "My children," Potema said, her voice ringing out, hanging in the still morning mist. "We have fought in many battles together, over mountain tops and beachheads, through forests and deserts, I have seen great acts of valor from each and every one of you, which does my heart proud. I have also seen dirty fighting, backstabbing, cruel and wanton feats of savagery, which pleases me equally well. For you are all warriors. Warming to her theme, Potema walked a line from soldier to soldier, looking each one in the eye. War is in your blood, in your brain, in your muscles, in everything you think and everything you do. When this war is over, when the forces are vanquished that seek to deny the throne to the true emperor, Uriel Septim III, you may cease to be warriors. You may choose to return to your lives before the war, to your farms and your cities, and show off your scars and tell tales of the deeds you did this day to your wandering neighbors. But on this day, make no mistake, you are warriors. You are war. She could see her words were working. All around her, bloodshot eyes were focusing on the slaughter to come, arms tensing around weapons. She continued in her loudest cry. And you will move through the swamplands like an unstoppable power from the blackest part of oblivion, and you will rip the scales from the reptilian things in Cogment's castle. You are warriors, and you need not only fight, you must win. You must win. The soldiers roared in response, shocking the birds from the trees all around the camp. From a vantage point on the hills to the south, Potema and Lord Vakin had excellent views of the battle as it raged. It looked like two swarms of two colors of insect moving back and forth over a clump of dirt, which was the castle ruins. Occasionally, a burst of flame or a cloud of acid from one of the mages would flicker over the battle, arresting their attention. But hour after hour, the fighting seemed like nothing but chaos. A rider approaches, said Lord Woken, breaking the silence. The young Red Guard woman was wearing the crest of Ghislaine, but carried a white flag. Potema allowed her to approach. Like the courier from the morning, the rider was well travel-worn. Your Highness, she said, out of breath, I have been sent from your brother, my Lord King Severus, to bring you dire news. Your son, Uriel, was captured in Ishidag on the field in battle, and from there transported to Ghislaine. I know all this, said Potema scornfully. I have couriers of my own. You can tell your master that after I've won this battle, I'll pay whatever ransom or exchange. Your Highness, an angry crowd met the caravan your son was in before it made to Ghislaine. The rider said quickly, Your son is dead. He had been burned to death within his carriage. He's dead. Potema turned from the young woman and looked down at the battle. Her soldiers were going to win. Magnus's army was in retreat. One other item of news, Your Highness, said the rider. King Severus is being proclaimed emperor. Potema did not look at the woman. Her army was celebrating their victory. Oh dear. Supposedly, the most amazing bird, chatter says, supposedly there's 8 volumes of The Wolf Queen. Maybe a fun milestone is to gather all the volumes in marathon and read them back to back. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, that could happen. I mean, I could do that. And after so much time, yeah. Because by the time I find all 8 books, I think it's going to be much less. Yes, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to sit. Oh my god. Brief History of the Empire. I have that, right? But I always forget. Brief History, Volume 3. Yes, I have it. That's it. That row of books is done. Let's go to the logo. Vampire Dust. Ooh. I got not a robe of something something. Going to have to disenchant. Wait a minute, the doggo did not kill the spider? Gee, thanks, doggo. I was absolutely certain that my bow was going to burn the spider. We're good. Damaged stamina. Jesus Christ. Of all the ingredients I found, a lot of damaged stamina, damaged health, damaged magicka. Jeez, man. Doggo, why did you not clear the way, Doggo? No, I hear mechanisms. There are more vampires here. Hey, Arcane Enchanter, just what I was looking for. Disenchant the... Yeah. Oh, it's already no... Oh, okay. Steel, Great Sword of Embers, and Vampires and Miners. I already know these enchantments. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Search chest. Let's see what we got here. Steel arrow. Yes. Precision. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. All of them. Back to the arcane enchanter now. Do I know the... No! I clicked outside. Are you kidding me? Hey, go back. Listen, chat. Iron gauntlets of minor archery. This is the ones that I currently have. And the rest? Nope, already know, apparently. Oh, well. Oh, my God. More books. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 1. I have that, right? Yep, I have it. Okay. Bye-bye. Just get out of the way. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 4. Got that. Duplicate. The City of Stone. I think I have that too. Don't I? I do remember reading. The City... Yep. Got that one too. Bye-bye. Oh. The Most Amazing Bird says, will you be reading the Last Argoning Maid? Or is that one that you'll probably just skip over because, you know... No. I'm reading all of the books. That's why I still have them in my inventory. All of the books. I don't care if they're promiscuous. Oh, come on, promiscuous. What are we here, children? Oh, come on. Read Spirit of Nirn. Do I have this one? Spirit. No, I do not. The Spirit of Nirn. Written by who cares? No one, I guess. Lorkhan is the Spirit of Nirn, the god of all mortals. This does not mean all mortals necessarily like him or even know him. Most elves hate him, thinking creation as that act which sundered them from the spirit realm. Most humans revere him, or aspects of him, as the herald of existence. The creation of the mortal plane, the mundus Nirn, is a source of mental anguish to all living things. All souls know deep down they came originally from somewhere else, and that Nirn is a cruel and crucial step to what comes next. What is this next? Some wish to return to the original state, the spirit realm, and that Lorkhan is the demon that hinders their way. To them, Nirn is a prison, an illusion to escape. Others think that Lorkhan created the world as the testing ground for transcendence. To them, the spirit realm was already a prison. That true escape is now finally possible. Yeah, sometimes you find a book that you'll spend 30 minutes reading, and sometimes you'll find a book that's 3 pages. So random. Why even make it a book? I mean, okay, I guess I know why make it a book. I guess they didn't have pamphlets. They had notes, they had letters, but they didn't have pamphlets. Oh, hi! What were you, bandit or vampire? Vampire. Well, vampires Thrall. Bit different. Doggo, what have you been doing? No, well, he's nearby. Okay, where are the rest of the folk? Oh, here's the doggo. Oh, he killed all of them. Oh, okay, good dog. Well, good dog. He's not really a dog, but whatever. I don't think he really is a dog. Alright, let me loot, okay? Okay, he doesn't say anything. Okay, hold on. Let me keep seeing what's in here. Ooh. Where's the lever for this? Oh, here it is. That's the exit. When I come back. Spell Tome Healing. Oh, look at that. Nice. I want that. I want that too. Shrine to Clavicus Vile. Okay, I'm gonna need to save here because we did reading on Clavicus Vile. The Lord, not the Lord. The God of Wishes, was he? Hold on. So I know what save this is. I'm gonna... I'll try to save him with the statue right there. So I know what the save refers to, if I remember. Okay, activate. Lord Vile, I have a request of you.
By all means, let's hear it. It's the least I could do since you already helped me grant one final wish for my last worshippers. They were suffering so from vampirism and begged me for a cure. Then you came and ended their misery. I couldn't have planned it better myself.
You are most...
So, what's your heart's desire? What kind of deal can we strike?
I'm just here to reunite you with Barbas. An end to the civil war that plagues my land. Oh, the power to crush all before me. Okay. An end to the civil war that plagues my land. Let's see.
Oh, if I had my full power, granting that would be trivial. I'd simply snap my fingers and everyone in Skyrim would die. War resolved. As much as I hate to say it, you're almost as powerful as I am right now. But that's just because half of my power resides in that mutt Barbas. Hey, come to think of it, I know of a win-win situation for both of us.
What's your offer?
There's an axe. An incredibly powerful axe. An axe powerful enough for me to have quite a bit of fun indeed. If you bring it to me, I'll grant you my boon. No strings attached, no messy surprises. At least not for you. As I recall, it's resting in Rhymerock Burrow. Barbas can lead you right to it. Little Mutt might even earn his place back at my side.
Travel with Barbas. Retrieve the rueful axe. So what's the story behind the rueful axe?
One of Clavicus's little Jess, a wizard named Sebastian Lord, had a daughter who worshipped her seed. When the daughter became a werewolf, it drove Sebastian over the edge. He couldn't stand to see his little girl take on such a bestial form. The wizard wished for the ability to end his daughter's curse. Clavicus gave him an axe.
Uh-huh. You know what? Skyrim is kind of infamous, let's say infamous. Because there's like 2-3 voice actors. It's a hyperbole this. I don't know exactly how many voice actors there are. But there's like a very few voice actors in that recorded lines. And then you find these two guys with such unique voices that you don't hear all the time. And it's like, oh man, I like them. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. Really? Yeah, I'm not. Nah. Okay, no, I'm not going there. I mean, I will eventually go there, but...
Alright then. We'll get together later.
Alright then. Alright, good pupper. Okay, I'm keeping the map marker. But... I need to head back to Falkreath again. Or Riverwood. Or whatever. I need to sell... Whoa. Ooh, I'm all the way here. Need to sell items. And I managed to get here in... it might be too...
Right.
Yes. It might be too early in the morning. First, I need to ensure that I have nothing to disenchant or learn. Hopefully, the fucking steward won't be... Okay, you're not using it. Good.
Protect the Jarl, whoever that might be.
Yep, this one. Thank you. I'm still keeping these.
Falkreath Cemetery reminds us that war is not new here.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Helvar? I live in a town, and currently it is peaceful times. And you know what the town has? A cemetery. And you know what the cemetery reminds me of? The death is still a thing. Shut up! Shut up! War is still a thing. You know what? Death is still a thing. That's the issue. The issue is not the war. The issue is death. Such a nonsensical, retarded line.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
Okay. Can I kick this goat? I don't have a mod to kick. Is that against the law? Oh, I'm so combative right now. Sorry, but I hear that. That's such a stupid line. The cemetery here reminds me that the war is still a thing. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Where's the... Oh, here it is. Blacksmith. Hi, lord. He's not here. Hold on. Let's wait. 1 hour. Hi, lord. Oh, there you are.
Steel's good, but loyalty's better.
You know that dog...
Gear first and the Empire second.
You know that dog on the road you asked me to get?
Yeah.
He ended up being a lot more trouble than he was worth.
Anyway, it's done. Time to move on. Much obliged. Here. It's not much, but take it anyway.
Wait. What do you mean it's done? What? Huh? It's like he already knows of the context. That's so awkward.
Only a hearty...
Okay, I got some stuff to sell. Gonna sell you the Orcish Sword of Frost, because I already know, and I'm not interested. And the Steel Great Sword of Embers, and good. That's it, I guess. Apparel, vampire, yeah, sure. Like speech. Oh yes, I have to increase my speech as well. Jeez. Anything here? No.
See me at my forge if you need arms or armor.
Got it. Is there an apothecary here, or is it just general goods? Which I also hate. Okay, Most Amazing Bird says, have you been reading the skill books too? I always glossed over those, but what kind of content they had in them? Yes, I have. I have read a lot of, hold on. I should have some books. Like, response to barrel speech. This, you can tell by the symbols on the cover that it gives you a skill. This gave in, what was it, destruction? I think this was destruction skill. And I've read it earlier and you saw how it was. But others, I already know healing. Damn it, I must sell it. Let's see, there was one, like, I think it was Chance's Folly. Yes, Chance's Folly. This one just says of a story where... Wait, did it? Some of them are stories, others are general indications on, for example, how to lockpick. I read a book of a lockpicks guy that didn't know reading all that much, and he did his best to describe how the pins would work in the lock, and that if you have a torch with you, the locks might get a little bit melted, and it might be easier to pick the lock. And I tried this game mechanic. I wanted to see if this is a game mechanic, although I've never heard of it. And no, it is not. I mean, I was generally holding a torch while lockpicking. They have some stories, yeah. The skill books have some stories. But it's nothing too specific or anything. Okay, Solas.
Well met. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Let's see, what can I sell to you? Oh yeah, I cannot disenchant this for some unknown reason, so I'm just gonna sell it. And I'm gonna sell you silver ring, silver amethyst, silver moonstone, gold sapphire, gold ruby, gold necklace. I almost left you without any. I'm close. Gonna leave you without any If any mod, I'm playing this completely vanilla, the special edition as is. But you know what? I can really see the use for a mod where books weigh nothing, 0. Doesn't add to your general weight. 272, and most of these are books. You know. You could always go over to one of the libraries in the game to farm a bunch of books, or is that a little too easy? Well, no, because it is adventuring too. I'm exploring all of the locations.
Can I get you something?
Jesus Christ, man. Personal space much? Oh, glad to see you're no longer miming.
Was once full of wanderers.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, where was I? So I started from Helgen in the beginning of the game. And just went left here. Only today have I been to Riverwood and Lake Vault Barrow. Haven't been to Whiterun yet. And I was all the way here. Hunter's Rest. Well, I was more here, but yeah, let's go to Hunter's Rest. And we're gonna keep exploring now. Wait a minute, was it the Hunter's Rest? No, it wasn't.
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years.
Good on you, man. This place looks like it has a lot of good weather. Onwards we go. I mean, okay, the chatter. Real Burb said, if the books weigh so much, why don't you just make a list in real life? I mean, jot it down on a piece of paper, and just keep track of them like that. Now, the only issue is, because I want to keep all of these books, I know there is a quest for some specific books that someone requires, but I don't know what those books are. The only other issue is that I still need gold to buy my first house, whether that be in Whiterun or Parkreef. But I think I will end up doing the main quest in Whiterun real quick, because I know you get a Fane ship and a house immediately, and you get a chest. In fact, you know what? Let's discover one location, not explore it, and go to Riverwood and do the Whiterun mission line until I get to Fane, until the Jarl makes me a Fane, gives me a house, and then I can go to the house, go to the chest, takes a few snapshots of my inventory on the books, and then I'll leave the books in the chest. It was already in plan, but I was like, I kept putting it off. I was like, no, I don't wanna, I wanna keep exploring. The way instead of checking the in-game inventory, you can just check the list. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I know. Oh, shit. Hold on. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Hold on. I got you. No, not a torch. Give me the... What was it? Ward. The ward. Lesser ward. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Come on. Hit. Yes. Yes. Okay, so this guy basically friendly fired his comrade. Because that was not my kill. The lady was not my kill. Way to go, dumbass. Oh, look at them. They were just killing... What is this? Rabbit. Red. They killed a Breton. I'm a Breton. I am a Breton. No! Bloody bandits. Let's see. Corpse note. If you are reading this, then I am most likely dead. And my character looks over to the left. Yep, I would say so. A group of bandits ransacked my home and took most everything valuable I own. The worst is they took a pendant that has been in my family for many generations. Most of my family is dead, so that pendant was the last connection I had with any of them. I'm going after those scoundrels and getting my pendant back, even if it's the death of me. This is the only page. A pendant, you say? You were ambushed by bandits here. They don't have any pendant. So I'm assuming that cave somewhere there. Yeah, assuming that's the thief hideout. Time to avenge you, stranger. Well, it's bandits, so I have no love for bandits either, so who cares? Yeah, it's definitely this. Definitely. Yeah. This is the road. And I think I'm not gonna sneak. I think I'm just gonna go one-handed sword this time. Gonna stick to one-handed sword and get my, or destruction. Yeah, you know what? Destruction. Yeah, I should. I already have the skill for destruction. Yeah, sure. Both flames and sparkles. I'm still gonna try to sneak a little.
You're dead.
Okay, I'm dead. Oh, it's a witch. And this is only a witch's coven. Damn it. Oh well. I'm here. I know there's a toughie here. Tough son of a bitch. If I remember correctly. Hello? It's so dark in here, I cannot say a thing. But there's nothing there either. Wow, she's tough. How, oh my god. Why did the other one die so fast? Okay, I'll need... Yeah. Imperial sword. Wait a minute, Imperial sword? Hold on. Didn't I have a fine Imperial sword? Oh no, I had a hunting bow point. I couldn't find the Imperial sword. Okay. Hold on. Can you give me this and this? So I don't have a ward yet. I mean, I don't have magicka yet. Man, she's tough. Oh, she's tough. She's resistant to magicka. Well, if you fellas are resistant to magicka, then I'll stick with my one-handed sword. Here we go. LFG. I stabbed the air. They don't have any gold. Ah, here it is. Wait, blessed steel sword. Undead up to level. Okay, I can still carry some. Good. Yeah, I hear Skulkin. I hear him. Hello. Woo. That was a stab right in the head, man. Right in the head. I've got anything here? Nope, too shallow. Too shallow, nothing under waterfall. Behind the waterfall. Very well. Wait, is that it? Was that it? Are there any more? And there's one more place. Yeah, I remember this place from years and years ago. One of my sessions of Skyrim, I do remember that this place was either hard or it was disappointing, or both. Fuck it.
I knew it.
You did? Because I didn't. Where the hell am I? Okay. A Tragedy in Black. Do I have that book? Should. Okay. Sounds familiar. Yes, I do. I have it. Nothing here. Not a chest and an arcane enchanter, but I don't think I have any. Do I? I don't even remember. Do I have anything to disenchant or not? Oh man. Yes, the Blessed Steel Sword, of course. And the Necklace of Poison Resistance. There we go. Now I got more space. A little bit more space. That was my carry, 345, 272. Getting 272, maximum is 345. Good. That's nice. Next. These look like traps. So they don't do anything. Have it thee. Have it thee. Woohoo. Egg. Piek. Minor stamina. I didn't really need minor stamina. Whatever. Took it out of habit. Ooh. Lord Varlas. Oh my god. Ooh, we struck it rich, boys. We struck it rich. What is that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's some books here, but I can't see. The brightness is not that. Ah, here we go. That's better. Hey, look. Look, look, look. This book has a symbol on top of it, so it's gonna give me destruction, I think. I think that's the symbol for this. Hold on. You can check the constellation right here. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Where is it? I must. Yes! That is destruction. Destruction increased to 21. The Horror of Castle Zir, a one-act play by Balof Kul. Dramatis Personae. Clavidas, captain of the Imperial Guard, Cyrodiilic. Anara, a Dunmer maid. Ulis, a lieutenant of the Imperial Guard, Argonian. Zolassa, a young Argonian mage. Late evening. The play opens in the interior great entrance hall of a castle in Scafanud, replete with fine furnishings and tapestries. Torches provide the only illumination. In the center of the foyer is a great iron door, the main entrance to the castle. The staircase up to the landing above is next to this door. On stage left is the door to the library, which is currently closed. On stage right is a huge suit of armor, 20 feet tall, nearly touching the ceiling of the room. Though no one can be seen, there is the sound of a woman singing coming from the library door. A loud thumping knock on the iron front door stops the woman singing. The door to the library opens and Anara, a common-looking maid, comes out and hurries to open the front door. Clavides, a handsome man in imperial garb, stands there. Good evening to you, Sergio. Good evening. Is your master at home? No, Sergio, it's only me here. My master, Sedura Kenak Telvani Hardolvzir, is at his winter estate. Is there anything I can do? Is there something I can do for you? Possibly. Would you mind if I came in? Not at all, Sergio. Please. May I offer you some flint? Clavids comes into the hall and looks around. No, thank you. What's your name? Anara, Sergio. Anara. When did your master leave Scafanood? More than a fortnight ago. That's why it's only me in the castle, Sergio. All the other servants and slaves who tend to this lordship travel with him. Is there something wrong? Yes, there is. Do you know an Ashlander by the name of Sul Khalifa? No, Sergio. I don't know no one by that name. Then you aren't likely to know. He's dead. Then you aren't likely to now. Oh, sorry. Then you aren't likely to now. He's dead. He was found a few hours ago, dying of frostbite in the Ashlands. He was hysterical, nearly incomprehensible. But among his last words were castle and sir. Dying of frostbite in summertide in the Ashlands? Vivek, that's strange. I suppose it's possible that my master knew this man, but being an Ashlander and my master being of the house of Telvani, well, if you'll pardon me for being flippant, Sergio, I don't think they could have been friends. That is your master's library? Would you mind if I looked in? Please, Sergio, go wherever you want. We got nothing to hide. We're loyal Imperial subjects. As I hear are all Telvani. Note from the playwright. This line should be delivered without sarcasm. Trust the audience to laugh. It never fails, regardless of the politics of the local. Clavides enters the library and looks over the books. The library needs dusting. Yes, Sergio, I was just doing that when you knocked at the door. I'm grateful for that. If you had finished, I wouldn't notice the space in the dust where a rather large book has recently been removed. Your master is a wizard, it seems. No, Sergio, I mean, he studies a lot, but he don't cast no spells, if that's what you mean by wizard. He's a Kenna, went to college and everything. You know, now that I think about it, I know what happened to that book. One of the other Kennas from the college been round yesterday and borrowed a couple of books. He's a friend of the master, so I thought it'd be all fine. This Kenna, was his name Vorvim? Could have been. I don't remember. There's a suspected necromancer at the college named Kenna Vorvim. We arrested last night. We don't know what he was doing at the college, but it was something illegal, that's for certain. Was that the Kenna who borrowed the book? A little fellow, a cripple with a withered leg? No, Sergio, it weren't the Kenna from yesterday. He was a big fella who could walk, so I noticed. I'm going to have a look around the rest of the house, if you don't mind. Clavids goes up the stairs and delivers the following dialogue from the landing and the rooms above. Anara continues straightening up the downstairs, moving a high back-end bench in front of the armor to scrub the floor. Can I ask, Sergio, what are you looking for? Maybe I could help you. Are these all the rooms in the castle? No secret passages? Oh, Sergio, what could Sedura Kenna Telvani Hardlovshir want with secret passages? Looking at the armor. Your master is a big man. Oh, Sergio, don't tease. That's giant armor, just for decoration. My master slew that giant 10 years ago and kind of keeps it for a souvenir. That's right, I remember hearing something about that when I first took my post here. It was someone named Jur who killed that giant, but I didn't think the first name was Hardhat. Memory fades, I'm afraid. What was the giant's name? I'm afraid I don't remember, Sergio. I do. It was Torfang. I got out of Torfang's shield. I don't understand, Sergio. Torfang's shield? Clavids ran down the stairs and examines the armor. Sol Karifa said something about getting out of Torfang's shield. I thought he was just raving out of his mind. But he ain't got a shield, Sergio. Clavids pushes the high back bench out of the way, revealing the large mounted shield at the base of the armor. Yes, he does. You covered it up with that bench. I didn't do it on purpose, Sergio. I was just cleaning. I see that armor every day, Sergio, and heck, I swear I never noticed the shield before. It's fine, Anara, I believe you. Clavides pushes on the shield and it pulls back to reveal a tunnel down. It appears that Sedura Kenna Telvani Horthalf does have a need for secret passage. Could you get me a torch? But Vec, I never seen that before. Anara takes a torch from the wall and hands it to Klavitz. Klavitz enters the tunnel. Wait here. Anara watches Klavitz disappear down the tunnel. She appears agitated and finally runs for the front door. When she opens it, Ulis, an Argonian lieutenant in the Imperial Guard, is standing at the entrance. She screams, "I'm sorry to frighten you." "Not now. Go away. I'm afraid the captain wouldn't like that, miss." "You're with the captain?" "Blessed mother." Klavitz comes out of the tunnel, white-faced. It takes him a few moments to speak. "Captain, what's down there?" "Did you know your master's a necromancer? That your cellar is filled with bodies?" Anara faints. Ulis carries her to the bench and lays her down. "Let me see, Sergio." "You'll see soon enough. We're going to need every soldier from the post here to cart away all the corpses. Ulis, I've seen enough battles, but I've never seen anything like this. No two are alike. Kajiri, Slod, Dunmer, Cyrodiil, Breton, Nord, burned alive, poisoned, electrified, melted, torn apart, turned inside out, ripped up to shreds, and soon back up together." "You think the Ashlanders escaped? That's what happened?" "I don't know. Why would someone do something like this, Ulis?" There's a knock on the door. Klavitz answers it. A young Argonian woman, Zolasa, is standing, holding a package and a letter. "Good morning. You're not Lord Zur, are you?" "No. What do you have there?" "A letter and a package I'm supposed to deliver to him. Will he be back shortly?" "I don't believe so." Who gave you the package to deliver?" "My teacher at the college, Keva Worvim. He has a bad leg, so he asked me to bring these to his lordship. Actually, to tell you the truth, I was supposed to deliver them last night, but I was busy." "Greetings, sister. We'll give the package to this lordship when we see him." "Ah, hail, brother. I had heard there was a handsome Argonian in Safanud. Unfortunately, I promised Rema Harvim that I'd deliver the package directly to his lordship's hands. I'm already late. I can't just... We're Imperial Guard, miss. We will take the package and the letter." Zolasa reluctantly hands Klavitz the letter and the package. She turns to go. "You're at the college if we need to see you?" "Yes. Bear tidings, brother." "Good night, sister." Klavitz opens the package as Zolasa exits. It is a book with many loose sheets. "It appears we found a missing book, delivered to our very hands." Klavitz begins to read the book silently to himself. Ulis to himself, very pleased. "Another Argonian in Scafanud, and a pretty one at that. I hope we weren't too rude to her. Tired of all these women with their smooth, wet skin. It'd be wonderful if we could meet when I'm off duty." While Ulis talks, he opens the letter and reads it. Ulis continues. "She looks like she's from the south, like me. You know, Argonians from northern Black Marsh are much less..." Ulis continues reading, transfixed by the letter. Klavitz strips to the back of the book and reads the last sentences. Klavitz reading. "In blank ink, the Khajiit Mel showed surprisingly little fortitude to a simple lightning spell, but I've had interesting physiological results with a medium-level acid spell cast slowly over several days. In red ink on the margins. Yes, I see. Was the acid spell cast uniformly over the entire body of the subject?" In blank ink. The Nord female was subjected to 16 hours of a frost spell which eventually crystallized her into a state of suspended animation, from which she eventually expired. Not so the Nord male, nor the Ashlander male, who lapsed into their comas much earlier but then recovered. The Ashlander then tried to escape, but I restrained him. The Nord then had an interesting chemical overreaction to a simple fire spell and expired. See the accompanying illustration. In red ink. Yes, I see. The pattern of boils and lesions suggests some sort of internal incineration, perhaps, caused by the combination of a short burst of flame following a longer session with frost. It's such a shame I can't come to see the experiment personally, but I compliment you on your excellent notation. In blank ink. Thank you for the suggestion about slowly poisoning my maid Anara. Oh, you bastard. Thank you for the suggestion about slowly poisoning my maid Anara. The dosages you've suggested have had fascinating results, eroding her memory very subtly. I intend to increase it exponentially and see how long it is before she notices. Speaking of which, it is a pity that I haven't any Argonian subjects, but the slave traders promised me some healthy specimens in the autumn. I should like to test their metabolism in comparison to elves and humans. It's my theory that a medium-level lightning spell cast in a continuous wave on an Argonian wouldn't be lethal for several hours at least, similar to my results with the Cyrodiilic female, and of course the giant. In red ink. It'd be a shame to wait until autumn to see. Ulis, reading the letter. In red ink. Here is your Argonian. Pleasure, Please let me know the results. It's signed Kema Vorvim. By Chinner, if this isn't necromancy, it's destruction. Kema Vorvim and Zina Telvani Hardal haven't been experimented with death, but with the limits of magical torture. The letter isn't addressed to Zina Telvani Sandalzir. It's addressed to Sedura Yashlazir. His wife, do you think? Yashila. That was the Telvani of the Shir family who I heard about in connection with that giant slaying. We best get the maid out of here. She'll need to go to a healer. Klavitz wakes up Anera. She appears disoriented. What's happening? Who are you? Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. I'm going to take you to a healer. Do you need a coat, Yashila? Thank you. No, I'm not cold. Anarav/Yashila stops, realizing that she's been caught. Klavitz and Yulis unsheath their blades. Klavitz, you have black ink on your fingers, your ladyship. And when you saw me at the door, you thought I was the Argonian your friend Vorvim sent over. That's why you said, not now, go away. Anara Yashila. You're much more observant than Anara. She never did understand what was happening, even when I tripled the poison spell and she expired in what I observed as considerable agony. What were you going to use on me first, lightning or fire? Lightning. I find fire to be too unpredictable. As she speaks, the flames in the torches extinguish. The stage is utterly dark. There is the sound of a struggle, swords clanging. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashes out, and there is silence. From the darkness, Anana/Yashila speaks. Fascinating. There are several more flashes of lightning as the curtain closes. The end. Hey, I would pay money to see that if they could actually, if they could actually kind of improvise a visual effect like lightning. I would pay money for that. I'll pay that to see. That play? Okay, the most amazing bird says, have you seen Polygon's video about Brain David Gilbert having read all of Skyrim's books and given his overall review? No, I haven't. Jeez, I can't believe actually someone else... Okay. It's too much to say I cannot believe someone actually did that. I knew some mad lad out there would do it and would read all the books and would get into the game lore and everything. I knew I wasn't the first. Well, my intention wasn't even to be the first. But no, I did not know of anyone else doing it. This is the first time I hear it. I'm reading this out of pure curiosity. Well, it's also therapy. I call it therapy. I don't know, I like it. I like reading the books. Even though most of them are silly. I like that play, though. Okay, I think I'm done here. Are there any more? Whoa, there are more. 1, 2, 3. Have I been all of them? I gotta check. Gotta recheck. I know I've been here because I remember that hole in the ceiling. Yeah, I've been here. Yeah. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna be stuck. I'm gonna be stuck spinning myself around here. I wonder where is that bandit camp? I don't think it was Knife Point Edge, was it? It could have been. It could have been Knife Point Edge. But no, I don't think so. Keep exploring. Man, I'm gonna need a decongestion if this keeps up. I don't have any. There are no pharmacies open. I'm gonna have to improv something if I can out of my house. I don't think I got anything to improv for a decongestant either. Honestly, this feels more like it's It's more like it's my bronchitis acting up than anything else. Ugh. Stupid bronchitis. Alright, let's go to this one. Ooh. Blue butterfly. Ah! Come here. I need to capture your wings. I do not know what blue butterfly wings do. Boop. Boop. What is this? This next bit. Oh. Oh, it's another witch. No, wait. This guy seems friendly. Hello. Never mind. Resist fire potion recipe. Let's see. Oh yeah, I said I would only. Yeah, we're gonna go to Whiterun in a sec. Resist fire potion. Elf's ear. Mudcrab chitin. That's it. Did you learn it? No, you did not. You have to do it yourself. Okay, so this place, right? Sanderstone Gorge. This is where we'll continue right after I do Whiterun. But until then, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom and have a breather. Okay, I'm back. Aye. Hello. There we go. Let's see. So, Whiterun next. Gonna have to fast travel to Riverwood. Or to Bleak Falls Barrow. Fast travel to Bleak Falls Barrow. Okay, and run, boy. I'll take the expressway off a cliff, thank you. Oh wait, there's a giant slayer, isn't it? Yes! Yes, a giant slayer! There it is. There it is. Oh god, something detected me. Well, I can't go back up. Hold on, I can clip myself through the wall. There it is. It is, okay. Well, it's not a werewolf, but it looks like an albino werewolf from all the way here. Probably just a white wolf, but yeah, it's a white wolf. Yeah, it's a glacial wolf. Come on, discover this camp. I'm already here. Oh, never mind. I'm not, I guess. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. I need to. Let's quick save first. And now let's head into the spatial Secunda's Kiss. Secunda's Kiss. Let's initiate the Skyrim space program. Oi, friend! Hello! How are you? Yes, indeed. Quite a fine evening we got, don't we? Yeah? Man, you really don't know how to hit a guy, huh? Come on, man. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Woo! Come on, man. Just club me. Yeah, like that. Oh, no space program? No space program? Yes. I'm not making it easy for you. Okay, I guess no more space program. Oh well. Well, I will like to see how it is they will detect me from here. Oh, yeah. Look at him. Look at him. What you gonna do? Can't detect me, can't get to me. What you gonna do? Oh, snake increase. Yeah. Cope and sieve. Cope and sieve. Oh no, a wolf is going. Yeah, the wolf never stood a chance, but still, no. Never stood a chance, but still. Oh, there's another one. Could the giant actually make it here? He could. He could make it here. But he's not gonna. He's got a goldfish attention span. Bye-bye. There you go. Yep. Keep going. Makes my job of looting you easier. Come on. 2 more arrows and you're dead. 3 max. 3 max. Come on. Yes. Yeah, boy. Whoop. And his friends over there like, huh? Right in the back of the head. Okay, hold on. I want to shoot him one more time. Come on. I'm quite literally practicing my aim here. Either I shot it too forwards. Yeah, not gonna work. Oh! Oh, they really did patch it out, didn't they? They really did patch out the space program. Oh well. Yeah, the giant's kind of a dum-dum. Giant so way 1. Yeah, sure. Gold. Woohoo! Quite a lot of gold. Quite a lot, man. What is a giant doing with gold? I hear him. Come on. Come on. Got him. Ice wolf. That's what they're called. Yeah, sure. Give me the pelt. Ooh. I would take the pelts, but considering I'm so... I'm in such a disastrous state. Nah. White Run is over there. I don't see any other locations around here. Yes, your mama. What's up? Wait. Breton? Breton! I'm a Breton too! Why do you attack me? Why did he attack me? Oh, look at him all armored and... Gold dot. Whoa! 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 Ooh! In dwarven armor. Yes, dwarven armor. Gauntlet. What is this guy's deal, bro? Why did you attack me? I'm so confused and disappointed that another fellow Breton attacked me for no reason. No reason. Oh, the guy must have been mad. Maybe he was a fancier bandit. Oh, speaking of, hello. Yep, never mind. Yeah, there's always a giant here.
Well, that's taken care of. No thanks to you.
You didn't look like you needed help.
Certainly not. But a true warrior would have relished the opportunity to take on a giant. That's why I'm here, with my shield brothers.
Not interested.
All right, then.
I'm not interested. Ria? Farkas!
You look strong. Come to your Basker.
Shut up.
And be a companion.
No. I do not wish for it. Right now. White Road Stables discovered. Oh yeah, I also have that dragon stone. How much does that weigh anyway? Weight 25. Ooh. Still, what do you call it? Still softer than the dwarven armor. No, not softer. What do you call it? Still weighs less than the dwarven armor. Dwarven armor weighs 45. Look at this guy just... la 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 la. I know he's coming to talk to me, so... You stop right there? Bye. Never mind.
Halt. City's closed with the dragons about. Official business only.
But I have come in official business.
Riverwood's in danger too.
Two.
Better go on in. You'll find the Jarl in Dragon's Reach at the top of the hill.
Oh, very well. You know what? I forgot. Last time I leveled up, I said I wanted to invest in speech, and I forgot to invest in speech.
But we must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
I just can't fill an order that size on my own. Why don't you swallow that stubborn pride of yours and ask Yorland Greymane for help?
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric's Stormcloak. Besides, Greymane would never make steel for the Legion.
Have it your way. I'll take the job, but don't expect a miracle.
Patriane Avenici. And I know the animation, but... yeah, we're passing all of those. Let's stick with the main plot so we can get a house, so I can store these books. Actually, I have a...
They're reforming the Dawn Guard.
Oh, shut up.
Vampire hunters or something.
Nope, wrong way. You know what? I think I will dig up one of my notebooks. And I have a pen here that I received as a Christmas gift at Christmas. And I'm going to use that one to jot down the books that I have. But that's going to take a few minutes.
We cannot afford to...
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgrup is not receiving visitors.
We need more information before we act.
Well, that explains why the guards let you in.
Who's
Come on
this,
then. The Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes?
Yes, I had a great view while the Imperials were trying to cut off my head.
Really? You're certainly forthright about your criminal past.
What criminal past?
It's none of my concern who the Imperials want to execute, especially now. What I want to know is what exactly happened at Helgen.
The dragon destroyed Helgen, and last I saw it was heading this way. The Imperials were about to get then the dragon attacked.
I should have guessed Ulfric would be mixed up in this. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
That is a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough! I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Whiterun a service, and I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. There is another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular talents, perhaps. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons.
Okay. After you, Jarl. But before that, he did give me elven armor that I never used. But it's not... oh, come on. Give me. Ah, yes, look at me. A Breton with elven armor. Ah, what a sight. Oh, I'll be there in a sec. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna do the thing that I said I'm gonna do. Hold on. Need to search for a notebook first. The notebook. Jeez. Oh. Yeah. I'd want to say I can't remember the last time I picked up a pen, but nah. I did pick up a pen quite... I want to say recently, but certainly in the last 2 years. What is this? Oh. Oh. A lot of documents. Well, a document, but... Let's see what we got here. Hello. Hello, little pen. Okay, I'm gonna throw this stuff out. It has a thingy on it. Yeah, whatever. Rip it off. Eh. Come on. Ooh. Wait, that's part of it? Huh? What the hell? Okay, yeah, whatever. I'll use that. Alright. The very first. Let's see. Skyrim. Books. The pen that I'm holding has a Santa Claus on the other half of it, and little bells jingles. It does feel like the balance is a little bit off, but I don't know. It's unique, it's new, but it doesn't really bother me the way I thought it would when my thought came to man. Alright, so a Dance in Fire. I'm literally writing all of this down on a piece of paper. How boomeristic of me, eh? Instead of just making a snapshot. Okay, Dance in Fire, I have volume 4 so far. Alright. Tragedy in Black. If I had these under Excel, I could use some indexation, but maybe? Advances in Lockpicking. All of these books I've already read. Lockpicking. I'm not with shorthand, so yeah. Okay, Aira and Daedra. Hold on, I want to get the spelling right. Aira and Daedra. Agrius's journal. This shouldn't even be here. Should I keep the parchments and notes? Make a note of them as well? I wonder. You know what? Why not? Screw it. Yeah, sure. Add it. Agrius's journal. Okay, ancestors and the Dunmer. Antecedent. Antecedent. Antecedent of Dwemerlaw. Okay. What else? Biography of Varenzia, volumes 1 and 2 I've got so far. If it goes by the same token that the... what you call it? That the real Varenzia goes by, then there's probably 5 volumes of the biography as well. Volume 1 and volume 2 so far. Okay, brief history of the Empire. I've got volume 1 and volume 3. Right. Next. And volume 4. Alright, catalog of weapon enchantments. Got to load. Of weapon enchantment. There we go. Chances Folly. Contract. Okay, the contract. I'm not gonna. Corpse Note. No. Darkest Darkness. Because contract and corpse note are too nondescript and too contextual. Agrius's journal, for instance. I mean, Agrius's journal, it has a proper name and stuff. So, no. Fisherman's journal. Nope. Galerion the Mystic Shore. Okay, let me see if chances for the right contract corpse note. Darkest corpse note. Fisherman's journal. Okay, is this consent? No, it's journal. Divines, I hope the stories aren't true. When I asked. Huh. I don't remember reading this. A decent catch of fish is getting hard to come by. Without a good spot soon, I don't think we'll survive the next winter. I'm traveling further south towards Lake Ilinalta. Folks say it's cursed. Whole Imperial fort just sank into the water one day, and they say the ruins have been haunted since. When I asked, I got ghost stories. Tales of people who went out near the lake and never came back. They say spirits haunt the hallways of the sunken fort and steal little children from their mother's cribs. No amount of coin could convince any of the nearby villagers to guide me there, so I'm following the Whiter River. Divines protect me. I hope the stories aren't true. Yeah, I can already drop these. I'll just make a... I'll just make a... Yeah, Agrius's journal. No, actually, I'll keep that. I'll keep that. Even if it weighs 1, I'll keep it. Okay. Horror of Castle Zur. The play. Horror of Castle XYR. Got it. Letter from not interested. Light armor forging. Got it. Mixed unit tactics. Oh, I hated this book. I really did. I don't know why I hated it so much. I can't put my finger on it. Tactics. Also, the Imperial Report on the disaster of the Expeditionary Force in Akavir. Jesus. I get the report. I understand it, but I hate it. I hated it. Okay. Mystery of Talara, Volume 1. I didn't like it so much. Not all of these are bangers. I decided to read on them because, you know, after reading the real Barenzia, when she got seduced by the Nightingale in Volume 3, I think. I don't know, it just sealed the deal. It was like, okay, man, these books are silly, and it reminds me of some books, a book in Camp in Red Dead Redemption 2 and Horseshoe Overlook, near Valentine that I read. And it's like Rockstar and Bethesda, the companies that made the games, the developers, they have that same, I don't know, funny bone when it comes to writing books, in-game books, in-lore books. Yeah, I wanna read them. Plus, it also helps to conjure, I don't know, to better see this world. I am totally seeing this world differently. Although I've played this game so many times, I am seeing it differently right now because I've read so much books on its history and its reports and short stories and plays. Talara, yeah? Talara. Volume 1. However, asking me to remember everything about every one of them? No, that's a tall order. I should be rereading them at least once a week. For some time. Okay, mystery at report. Disaster at INF, the ones I was talking about. Yep. Recipe, I'm keeping it. Not writing it down, but keeping it. Report, disaster at INF. Or UNIF, if you want. I prefer to call it INF. Resist fire, no. Response to barrel speech, yes. I loved that response. I loved it. I don't think my memory fails me right now, but I don't think I've read a book like Response to Barrow's Speech in Skyrim so far in this game. Absolutely love that one. Barrow's Speech. There we go. Runes of Kemelze. I hate it. One. Oh boy. Hold on. The pen is acting up now. Decided to kind of quit on me. It's like, I don't want to write more. Jesus, man. Come on. Work with me here. Come on, man. A dear person to me bought you. Come on. Work. Response to... Yeah. Ruins of Kemelze. Yeah. Ruin... Why can I never get a proper pen? God damn it. Kemelze. I buy pens from all over sorts of places, and then they just go numb. After barely written a few words, I'm done with the page yet. Okay, Songs of the Return, Volume 7. I don't remember healing that. Yeah, I don't remember reading that. Okay, I'm gonna have a look as soon as I jot it down. Songs of the Return. Volume 7. V7. Alright, what is the spell tome healing? No. I mean, I already know it, right? Yeah, I already know. Spirit of an... What was it? Oh, yeah. I wanted to read this one. The Tale of the Jorvaskar. Echo drowned the sun, looked Ysgramor, blessed Wulfrad for his next commandment. There's lungs the Belfort of course for humanity, blade him, continued and march. Davis Mir might know the terror. Nearing this, the circle of captains gather each their crews onto themselves. From here, they decreed, we'll go forth, let the ship band make its own way, sing their fates, the open sun. Mistakes. First to break from the ground fleet was the crew of the Jorvaskar, who had been forwarded to Ysgramor was close. Their captain was known as the river. I read this yesterday. Software. But I'm still trying to remember it. Elves they found proved none remained of those battle failed. The numbers of the Jorvaskar never falter. So shrewd were they in battle, with minds as sharp as their blades. Look the fear at the winged colossus from the babblings that the warriors of Jorvaskar learned that it was older than even the elves themselves. Of those who wrought it saw it from its mother stone, nothing good to be said, but it was known to drive a magic almost as old as Neon, unread of the gods. Thus began the building of the great city, circled by the running of the White River, brought forth by this beloved Ysgramor, yet but 22 of the glorious 500. Yes! I've read it. 22 of the glorious 500 companions. Yeah, only 22 survived out of 500. Yeah, I remember, but I don't remember it that well. Okay, Songs of Return, Volume 7. Got it. Spirit of Nirn. Okay, the Madmen of the Reach. Oh, come on, man! I'm gonna jostle you. Until CERN comes in and they're gonna be like, stop it! We invested billions to concern CERN and here you are just doing it with a pen! The Madmen of the Reach. You know what I'm believing? I believe this pen is much more symbolic. You were not supposed to write with it. Spirit of Nirn, got it. The Ethereum Wars. Okay, now we're entering to the books that begin with the, and it's gonna be quite a list. Wars. The Amulet of Kings. Good. The Arcturian Heresy. It is. There we go. The Book of Daedra. Daedra. The City of Stone. Okay, the Halls of Skyrim. The Legend of Red Eagle. Okay. The Real Barenzia. Only missing volume 1. I came across in that lodge. Maybe I can find it again. No, screw it. I'll just steal it. The Real Barenzia. But steal it from who? A corpse. Someone that's not even there. Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4, and Volume 5. Then the refugees. The refugees. And then the Song of Pelennor. The Madmen text. The Song of Pelennor. What do we got? We got Volume 1, 4, and 5. Volume 1, Volume 4, and Volume 5 so far. The Talos mistake. It was not a mistake. God, that really riled me up. The Talos mistake. The Warrior's Charge. Okay, now I gotta... Did I go on another separate column? How big are these titles? Oh, not that big. Oh, I'm almost done. Okay, yeah, column B, same page. Talos mistake was the last one. The Warrior's Charge. You know what I think I'm gonna have to do? I think I'm gonna have to put this notebook just to ensure it's not a temperature issue on the paper. I think I'm gonna have to put it on the heater or something. The Wolf Queen, Volume 7. This will require a bit more space. The Wolf Queen. V7, comma. And I'm gonna leave one space just in... is there 8 volumes? Yeah, I'm gonna leave one space after that. Thief. Thief of Virtue. Oh, I was so amused by Thief of Virtue. I was amused. Vernicus and Burlor. I like that one too. Vernicus and Burlor. But I don't remember who was the archer and who was the Daedra. Okay, Vernicus was the mad Daedra and Burlor was the archer, or vice versa. Son of a bitch. I don't know. Okay, and yellow Book of Riddles. There we go. That all? Yes, that is all. Cool. All right. Let me just put this pen back. There we go. In the notebook, leave it somewhere close by. Ah, there we go. Gonna have to check OBS right now. I wanted to do that before as well. OBS, because I know there's a YouTube limit. Oh. Okay, I think we can go from 1 more hour, and I think I can do the Whiterun thing. Okay, what is the YouTube limit? Is it 8 hours or 12? What is the YouTube limit for streams, as in duration? If your live stream is less than 12, YouTube can automatically archive it. The option applies to all, including blah blah blah. Okay, so it's gotta be 12 hours, not 8. Okay, we got a few hours. Got a few hours left. Good. Yeah. Get back in. Okay, yeah, and we have other books here. Read Ode to the Tundra Striders. Oh, mighty Tundra Strider, how you and your mighty tusked beast silhouette against the great orange expanse. Thundering footsteps herald your herd, man and beast blazing trail together. One in nature, each relying upon the other, more than just man and beast, but equals who need one another to survive. Yeah, hold on. Okay. How I long to run across the tundra in their mighty wake. That would truly be my greatest honor. The morning would be spent gathering dyes to paint our mammoths, and then carve the fiercest images into their tusks. Then it would be time for the skeever hunt. Our clubs would rain down upon the rat pests, smashing the life out of them. In the evening, could sit around the campfire, and I would regale those nearby with songs of their majesty and grace. They would let me sample of the mammoth's cheese, a food so foul, yet with healing properties so great. We'd snack on the roasted skeever with freshly caught that day before laying under the stars to sleep. I'd slowly fade to dream, nested in the radiating heat of mammoth fur, its cold-resisting properties keeping me snug. What a grand time we would have. Signed unknown. Well, I just put this notebook back somewhere. Now I gotta bring it back up. I need to write. I got a collection of books here. So this one's called... What was it? Ode to the Tundra Striders. Ode to the Tundra Striders. Okay, now the bad part is, out of all the books that I currently have, they have been in alphabetical order up until this point, where I've written Ode to the Tundra Striders. Last one was started with the letter Y. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to keep track of. The Cats of Skyrim. Okay, let me just... yes, let me just write this down as well. Cats of Skyrim, before I get to reading it. A report by Aldetuil. I have been sent to this frigid wasteland to catalog and study any of its indigenous cats, which has so far been uneventful. After months of wandering, I have so far only encountered some variations of the same basic species. In my travels, I have encountered several Khajiit outcasts from their clans that have taken up residence in Skyrim. They have been most unhelpful, probably for fear I'd expose their location. I can't say I'm surprised that there are a few Khajiit here. It's cold and unwelcoming. Saber cats are basic giant cats that have evolved too dangerously sharp front teeth. The average saber cat has a reddish-brown fur, which is used to blend into grassy regions, but I have observed them skulking and sleeping on rocks, so I don't believe the fur is for camouflage. The primary attacks of the saber cat are its biting attack, but it can also briefly rear up to attack with its front claws. I've also seen it pounce forward on its prey in a particularly powerful attack. The snowy version of the saber cat has spotted white fur, which I believe it uses more for stalking more than its cousins in the plains. The tooth of the cat is rumored to be useful in potions that restore the imbibber's stamina, as well as a potion that will temporarily give a more keen eye for smithing. A skillful hunter can usually salvage the pelts and teeth of their kill, but report that the meat is tasteless and not fit to eat. Because it is tasteless? Okay. The Wisp Mother. 2 theories. Okay. The Wisp Mother. 2 theories. By Mafias Etienne. Among the folktales from the northern reaches of Skyrim, few subjects are as popular as the Wisp Mother. Ghostly women who lure unsuspecting travelers to their doom, steal children, and takes vengeance on those who wrong them in life. Similar tales exist throughout Tamriel. The Melusane of Stros Mackay, who lure ships to wreck on jagged shoals, then consume the souls of those aboard. The Serpentine Chalice of Black Marsh. The Amronal of Valenwood. But unlike these mythic creatures, most scholars concede that Wisp Mothers actually exist. Though rare, credible reports of their sightings are simply too frequent to be ignored. Herein, a synopsis of what can be gleaned from provincial legends and the dominant theories on what they may actually be. Wisp Mothers. Most tales agree on only a few basic facts about Wisp Mothers. They are always female, they take the form of human, some say elven spirits, wreathed in mist and decaying rags. They have an affinity for frost magic, rarely appearing in more temperate climes. But beyond that, the tales differ wildly. Some say they are ghosts waiting to be laid to rest. Others that they are all that remains of the snow elves who once ruled Skyrim. Some say they are native to Kjalmarch, or the Northmoor generally, but other tales mention them in forgotten places, on mountaintops as far away as the Gerals. Most reputable scholars dismiss these stories, preferring instead to focus on the few documented sightings from recent years. From these, 2 dominant theories have emerged. Based on his extensive research into necromancy and Cyrodiil's eyelid culture, Master Sadran Sarefi posits that Wisp Mothers are a necrologic state, a type of lichdom developed by a now forgotten First Era culture. Under his theory, these are no mere ghosts. They are a cult of powerful sorceresses who achieved eternal life through undeath. Alternately, Lidet Villain of the Synod contends that Wisp Mothers are not undead at all, but rather elemental manifestations arising out of Nirn itself. By noting several similarities to Spriggans and Ice Wraiths, she contends that the Wisp Mothers are essentially elemental personifications of snow or mist, innately wielding the power of their element, instead of manipulating it through conventional sorcery. Wisps. In most accounts, the victim is initially drawn to Wisp Mother by glowing ghostly lights. Although initially passive, these creatures later attack in tandem with her, distracting the victim and draining their energy. Popular legend holds that these are the spirits of the Wisp Mother's previous victims. These spirits strengthen her, so anyone hoping to destroy her must first release the souls of those she has killed. To scholars, this description immediately recalls the Willow the Wisp, a rare and dangerous swamp denizen of southern Tamriel. Oddly, Cyrodiilic legends invariably refer to wisps as lone predators, while these appear to exist in some sort of symbiotic relationship with others of their kind. Villain argues that these wisps are a subspecies of true wisps, scavengers that lure prey to the Wisp Mother and share the psycho-ethereal energy released by her kills. As codependent scavengers, they most likely lack the formidable defenses of their predatory cousins, rendering them far more vulnerable. Alternately, Sarefi posits that these wisps are merely emanations or conjurations of the Wisp Mother, and not free living creatures. This is supported by one incident in which an adventurer reportedly killed the Wisp Mother directly, only to observe the remaining wisps immediately perish as well, though the source is considered highly unreliable. In summary, scholarly opinion about Wisp Mothers and wisps is sharply divided, and is likely to remain so for some time. But all sources agree on one crucial point. These are highly dangerous foes and should be avoided at all costs. Okay, Wisp Mothers, 2 theories done. Darkest Darkness. I already know that I read that. Okay, I got a few more here. Dwemer Inquiries with a D. I do not have this. Dwemer Inquiries Volume 2, Their Architecture and Civilization by Felv Ghislaine, scholar. Alright, let's jot it down. Catalog of Weapon Enchantments next to that one. Yeah. Very long title. Hold on. Hold on. Go back. No. Go back. So if I... Okay, I'll just read Dwemer Inquiries Volume 2. I'll just write that. Dwemer Inquiries. Probably misspelled. No, I didn't. Drummer Inquiries. And I've got Volume 2 so far. Alright. Let's see. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Beautiful dwarfish language. Look at that. Arcanic. I'm trying to distinguish what it says, but I can only make up the word den, and that's about it. The limited written record supports the perception of the Deep Elves as culturally revering the pursuits of logic and science. This stands in stark contrast to the belief system of most other Mer cultures. When we imagine a society structured around such a central ideology, it seems reasonable that prolific scholars, especially in fields such as mathematics, metallurgy, or architecture, would be elevated to social status like that of clergy in a more mystically inclined culture. The idea is supported by a fragment of Dwemer's text recovered from a colony in Skyrim, Irmkand, which I believe to be associated with the clan Rorken. The original Dwemeris in my translation follow. To raise granted cousin Kuolek of privilege with duties for family home building Hokagen Kultora tradition to Father Mundus Shaper. Some schools interpret this as evidence of Dwemer worship of Mundus, but I do not agree. My translation of this passage suggests that a respected Dwemer by the name of Kuolek was promoted to a civic position, probably tonal architect. The latter half of the fragment suggests that the Kuolek's position requires him to build in a specific style. The term Hoagen Kultura has thus far eluded me, but I believe it may be the name of such a style. It's possible there were several styles differing in their construction, principles, and typical structure. One earmark of what I believe was the prevalent Dwemer style among Northern clans was a feature I call the deep venue. Deep venues are often characterized as being made up of one or more expansive natural caverns in which several other structures will occur. Structures within the venue may be carved from the stone itself or freely erected upon the cavern floor. The largest and most impressive venues, such as that found in Bthardams, may even feature roads wide enough for 10 large men to walk shoulder meets shoulder along it. Arcanex are typically smaller structures. Very few have been properly started before disruption by grave robbers or greedy adventurers, but those few undisturbed sites have contained a surprising collection of magical objects, such as soul gem, alchemical concoctions, and magical texts. Some scholars take those as evidence that the Dwemer did in fact dabble in the magical arts. Based on what we know of their culture as well as the fact that the most arcanex are minor structures compared to other common fixtures, I would suggest that these were centers of study and nothing more. Perhaps the dwarves established these halls as a means to study men and mer, who surely seemed as alien to them as the Dwemer seem to us. Today? Great animicolotories can be found in many dwarven strongholds. These were the factories where the centurions and various other constructs were built. I have hoped to study these chambers for clues as to the means by which those mysterious automata are given life, but those same guardians make these especially difficult and dangerous areas to explore. Okay, Brief History of Empire Volume 1. Do I have that one? Let's see, Brief History. Yes, I do have Volume 1. So, no. Chances Folly I have. Holds of Skyrim I have. Yep, that's about it.
Farengar, I think I found someone who can help you with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks you can be of use to me. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there.
Alright, where am I going and what am I fetching?
Straight to the point, eh? No need for tedious hows and whys. I like that. Leave those details to your betters, am I right? I, learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragon stone, said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself.
Oh, do you mean this old stone?
Ah, the dragon stone of Bleak Falls Barrow. You already found it. You are cut from a different cloth than the usual brutes the Jarl foists on me.
I got you the Dragonstone. What next?
That is where your job ends and mine begins. The work of the mind, sadly undervalued in Skyrim.
Okay.
Farengar. Farengar, you need to come at once. A dragon's been sighted nearby. You should come too.
A dragon? How exciting. Where was it seen? What was it doing?
I'd take this a bit more seriously if I were you. If a dragon decides to attack Whiterun, I don't know if we can stop it. Let's go.
More books!
Irileth tells me.
So, Irileth tells me, nope, I'm reading books. Okay, Dwemer Inquiries, Volume 1. Their Architecture and Civilization. Oh, I'm so happy I did not write that subtitle. It's available everywhere. Okay. It has been my life's work to investigate the Dwemer, their dubious history and mysterious banishment. My goal with this text is to share my findings and conclusions based on 80 years spent studying their unique architectural remains. The migration of the Deep Elves from their ancestral Dwemereth, now Morrowind, is a generally accepted fact. Recorded history supports this, specifically mentioning the Rurkan clan's refusal to join King Dumak in forming the First Council, and their subsequent exodus to Hammerfell. The architectural premise is also sound, as the building habits of the dwarves adapted and changed, albeit slowly and in subtle ways, over time and land. I propose the same of these differences are stylistic as well as practical. Traditional... Excuse me. Guerrilla burp, guerrilla gas. Traditional viewpoints suggest that the Vardenfell, no, I said it good, that Vanderfell Dwemer were the most prolific of their kind. Based on my excavations throughout Skyrim, Morrowind, and High Rock, I'm not sure that this is the case. While Vanderfell is almost cluttered with dwarven ruins poking through the surface of the... poking through the surface of the landscape, the construction of those ruins is fundamentally different from the majority of what I've observed elsewhere. Further, as we delve into Vanderfell ruins, we notice that their internal structure is, I did not read that, is quite different. While major civic and operational chambers are found near the surface in a Vanderfell ruin, that is not typically the case on the mainland. Minor passageways and storehouses rooms are near the surface, but more important locations don't occur until we explore much deeper. Because such major locations are well hidden in Dwemer ruins outside of Morrowind, many scholars believe they were in fact not present in ruins outside that province. This premature conclusion led some to believe such sites to be mere outposts. My research has shown this not to be the case. There are a few theories that may explain this difference. Perhaps clan architects simply had their own styles and preferences when it came to civic planning. This seems only somewhat likely, as dwarven techniques were based on empirical study. There was likely little room for a creative interpretation when it came to building techniques. Geological makeup of the terrain almost certainly played a role, especially in a region like northern Skyrim, where the ground near the surface is very rocky and often frozen, versus the volcanic substratum common in Vanderfell on the ubiquitous aquifers found in Hammerfell. Or the ubiquitous aquifers found in Hammerfell. It's possible that dwarven architects in the north were not even able to excavate larger structures until reaching more pliable stratum. This scholar would like to suggest, however, that many structures west of Morrowind were built after 1E420. When the clan Rorken left Vanderfell, it seemed evident that several clans broke off to create their own settlements and chose to live in greater isolation than their eastern brethren. This theory is particularly fascinating because it leads me to believe that dwarven architects may have developed even more elaborate methods of hiding their strongholds over time. This opens the distinct possibility that the undisturbed dwarven archaeological sites exist through Tamriel, even in southern areas like Cyrodiil or Blackmarsh, where dwarves are not believed to have ever had a significant presence. Though we ought not to get carried away on flights or fancy, one could extrapolate this logic to suggest that some dwarven clans were living among us for far much longer than previously believed. Perhaps well beyond the disappearance during the War of the Red Mountain in 1E 700. Okay, kind of odd to have 2 blank pages here. I guess not all of them are, let's say, complete bangers.
Yes, my lord.
Brief History of the Empire, Volume 3. Do I have that one? Yeah, I have that one.
Tell him what you told me.
Urban's Bestiary. Ah, Hagravens. The creatures that I talked about yesterday that I assume are kind of like witches. They kind of... But we just faced witches, and none of them look like Hagravens. So, what are Hagravens? I guess we're going to find out. But I would describe them more as a... I don't know. Upgraded? Quote-unquote? Witch? No, not really upgraded. More like degraded. More like... evolved, but backwards. Or like devolved. Okay, let's see. Herbane's Bestie... Herbane's Bestiary. Hagravens. I don't even think I'm saying it right. Hagravens. Hagraven. I don't know how you pronounce it. I don't think any character actually pronounces it in the game, so I can hear how they pronounce it. 5 Sons Dawn. I have heard a tale most bizarre. A beautiful young woman cast out of town by the thrown stones of accusers for giving in to the dark arts. They say she fled into the Reach and never reappeared, and justly so, because they say the devilry of her magic had grown stronger with each new day. Shortly after, a witch of half woman and half bird had been sighted deep in the mountains, and as the sightings increased, the young woman began to disappear. This tale has brought me to the Reach, where this witch, they call Hagraven, makes it home. With sword and shield at the ready, for I must see this creature, and I must slay it. 24 Suns Down. The stomach of an average man would turn at the cruelty set before me. I first saw the thatch and bone, the human skulls, the dead goat heads mounted on pikes, filthy animal pelts, loose entrails, and feathers matted in blood. I had heard that forsworn revere and protect these Hagravens, and all around were their small crude trinkets and altars to these witches on which sat dull, empty soul gems. What vile creature would live where all things are dead? Deeper into the lair, I heard at first an unsteady shuffling, followed by a heaving, unforgettable stench. I thrust the torch in front of me and waited for my eyes to adjust to the tunnel of darkness ahead of me. I saw the silhouette of what I thought to be a frail woman on an awkward gait, but the light of the torch revealed something else. This Hagraven was horrifying, almost human, but more an abomination of woman and creature fused together. Nothing more than a husk of humanity, surrendered in exchange for possession of the powers of dark magic. This magic corrupted her greatly, and her dull glass eyes stared with hate from the visage of an old crone sat atop the body of a contorted, misshapen human body adorned with black feathers. It bristled as it let out a piercing scream, and as a vivid red light began to form in the palm of its talons, it was all I could do to raise my shield in defense of magic most foul. I fought through devilry that seemed to snatch life from me, and the thought that this thing was once a woman seemed to play on my nerves. Most men would have crumbled, but I do not bend. The Hagraven is a most repulsive creature, and deserving of its fate, and its claws that are on my trophy will tell the story of Hairbane's triumph. I have not but to continue my travels and my conquests, for I have yet to see what would make me tremble.
The dragon.
Beggar Prince. Do I have that one? No. It's not a skill book either. I thought it was. Beggar Prince. I think I'm running out of space in my inventory. Well, luckily after this next application I know I'm awarded a house. So I will have a place where to store all of these. The story of Weedle and his gifts from the Daedric Lord Namira. We look down upon the beggars of the Empire. These lost souls are the poor and wretched of the land. Every city has its beggars. Most are so poor they have only the clothes on their backs. They eat the scraps the rest of us throw out. We toss them a coin so that we don't have to think too long about their plight. Imagine my surprise when I heard the tale of the beggar prince. I cannot imagine what a prince of beggars would be. Here is the tale I heard. It takes place in the First Age, when gods walked like men, in Daedra stalking the wilderness with impunity. It is a time before they were all confined to oblivion. There once was a man named Weedle. Or maybe it was a woman. The story goes to great lengths to avoid declaring Weedle's gender. Weedle was the 13th child of a king in Valenwood. As such, Weedle was in no position to take the throne or even inherit much property or wealth. Weedle had left the palace to find independent fortune and glory. After many days of endless forest roads and tiny villages, Weedle came upon a three men surrounding a beggar. The beggar was swaddled in rags from head to toe. No portion of the vagabond's body was visible. The men were intent on slaying the beggar. With a cry of rage and indignation, Weedle charged the men with sword drawn. Being simple townsfolk, armed only with pitchforks and scythes, they immediately fled from the armored figure with the shining sword. "Many thanks for saving me," wheezed the beggar from beneath the heap of foul rags. Weedle could barely stand the stench. "What is your name, wretch?" Weedle asked. "I am Namira." Unlike the townsfolk, Weedle was well learned. That name meant nothing to them, but to Weedle it was an opportunity. "You are the Daedric Lord!" Weedle exclaimed. "Why did you allow those men to harass you? You could have slain them all with a whisper." "I am pleased you recognized me," Namira rasped. "I am frequently reviled by townsfolk. It pleases me to be recognized for my attribute, if not for my name." Weedle knew that Namira was the Daedric Lord of all things gross and repulsive. Diseases such as leprosy and gangrene were her domain. Where others might have seen danger, Weedle saw opportunity. "Oh, great Namira, let me apprentice myself to you. I ask only that you grant me powers to make my fortune and forge a name for myself that will live through the ages." "Nay, I make my way alone in the world. I have no need for an apprentice." Namira shambled off down the road. Weedle would not be put off. With a bound, I guess. Weedle was at Namira's heel, pressing the case for an apprenticeship. For 33 days and nights, Weedle kept up the debate. Namira said nothing, but Weedle's voice was ceaseless. Finally, on the 33rd day, Weedle was too hoarse to talk. Namira looked back on the suddenly silent figure. Weedle knelt in the mud at her feet, open hands raised in supplication. "It would seem you have completed your apprenticeship to me after all," Namira declared. "I shall grant your request." Weedle was overjoyed. "I grant you the power of disease. You may choose to be afflicted with any disease you choose, changing them at will, so long as it has visible symptoms. However, you must always bear at least one. I grant you the power of pity. You may evoke pity in anyone that sees you. Finally, I grant you the power of disregard. You may cause others to disregard your presence." Weedle was aghast. These were not boons from which a fortune could be made. They were curses, each awful in its own right, but together they were unthinkable. How am I to make my fortune and forge a name for myself with these terrible gifts? "As you begged at my feet for 33 days and 33 nights, so shall you now beg for your fortune in the cities of men. Your name will become legendary among the beggars of Tamriel. The story of Weedle, the prince of beggars, shall be handed down throughout the generations." It was as Namira predicted. Weedle was an irresistible beggar. None could see the wretch without desperately wanting to toss a coin at the huddled form. However, Weedle also discovered that the power of disregard gave great access to the secrets of the realms. People unknowingly said important things where Weedle could hear them. Weedle grew to know the comings and goings of every citizen in the city. To this day, it is said that if you really want to know something, go ask the beggars. They have eyes and ears throughout the city. They know all the little secrets of the daily lives of its citizens. Good Beggar Prince completed.
Oh, that's right. We saw it coming from the south. It was fast.
The Great War. Oh my god! A concise account of Great War between the Empire and the Admeri Dominion by Legate Justinius Quintius. That's a mouthful. But you know what? At least there's no volume coming after it. I don't know how to write this. A concise account of Great War? Hold on. A concise account of blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna take it first, and I'm gonna see how it appears in my inventory. No. So it's the Great War. Yeah. That's the name of the book. The Great War. Very well. Author's note. Much of what is written in this book is pieced together from documents captured from the enemy during the war, interrogation of prisoners, and eyewitness accounts from surviving soldiers and imperial officers. I myself commanded the 10th Legion in Hammerfell and Cyrodiil until I was wounded in 175 during the assault on the imperial city. That said, the full truth of some events may never be known. I have done my best to fill in the gaps with educated conjectures based on my experience as well as my hard-earned knowledge of the enemy. The rise of the Thalmor. Ah, the Thalmor. Hey, something more current day. Although it is not well known, Somerset Isle suffered from the Oblivion Crisis as much as Cyrodiil did. The elves made war upon the Oblivion invaders, occasionally even crossing over to close down Oblivion gates. As a nation, they had more successes than Cyrodiil did, although the limitless Daedric hordes made the outcome a foregone conclusion. The Thalmor had always been a powerful faction within Somerset Isle, but had also always been a minority voice. During the crisis, the Crystal Tower was forced to give the Thalmor greater power and authority. Their efforts almost certainly saved Somerset Isle from being overrun. They capitalized on their success to seize total control in 4E22. They renamed the nation Alinor, which harkens back to an earlier age before the ascendancy of man. Most people outside of the Aldmeri Dominion still call it Somerset Isle, either out of peevishness or ignorance. In 4E29, the government of Valenwood was overthrown by Thalmor collaborators and a union with Alinor proclaimed. It appears that Thalmor agents had formed close ties to certain Bosmeri factions even before the Oblivion Crisis. The Empire and its Bosmer allies, caught completely off guard, were quickly defeated by the much better prepared Altmer forces that invaded Valenwood on the heels of the coup. Thus was the Aldmeri Dominion reborn. Shortly afterward, the Aldmeri Dominion severed all contact with the Empire. For 70 years they were silent. Most scholars believe there was some sort of internal strife in Alinor, but very little is known of the factional struggles that went on inside the Dominion, while the Thalmor consolidated its power in Somerset and Valenwood. In 4E98, the two moons Massar and Secunda vanished. Within most of the Empire, this was viewed with trepidation and fear. Elsewhere, it was far worse. Elsewhere, it was far worse. Culturally, the moons are much more influential to the Khajiit. After 2 years of the Void Knights, the moons returned. The Thalmor announced that they had restored the moons using previously unknown dawn magics, but it is unclear if they truly restored the moons or just took advantage of foreknowledge that they would return. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the Khajiit credited the Thalmor as their saviors. Within 15 years, imperial influence in Elsewhere had so diminished that the Empire was unable to respond effectively to the coup of 4E115, which dissolved the Elsewhere Confederacy and recreated the ancient kingdoms of Aniquina and Palatine as client states of the Aldmeri Dominion. Once more, the Empire failed to stop the advance of Thalmor power. When Titus Mede II ascended the throne in 4E168, he inherited a weakened empire. The glory days of the Septims were a distant memory. Valenwood and Elsewhere were gone, ceded to the Thalmor enemy. Black Marsh had been lost to imperial rule since the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis. Morrowind had never recovered fully from the eruption of Mount Vardenfell. Hammerfell was plagued by infighting between crowns and forebears. Only High Rock, Cyrodiil, and Skyrim remained prosperous and peaceful. Empress Titus Mede had only a few short years to consolidate his rule before his leadership was put to the ultimate test. The war begins. On the 30th of Frostfall 4E171, the Aldmeri Dominion sent an ambassador to the Imperial City with a gift in a covered cart and an ultimatum for the new emperor. The long list of demands included staggering tributes, disbandment of the Blades, outlawing the worship of Talos, and ceding large sections of Hammerfell to the Dominion. Despite the warnings of his generals of the Empire's military weakness, Empress Titus Mede II rejected the ultimatum. The Thalmor ambassador upended the cart, spilling over 100 heads on the floor. Every Blades agent in Somerset and Valenwood. And so began the Great War, which would consume the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion for the next 5 years. There's only one problem with this. Like, what kind of diplomacy is that? So, the Thalmor sent an ambassador with a list of demands to the new emperor, right? Okay. The ambassador had a cart filled with missing blades, people. I want to call them mercenaries, but they're not mercenaries. Blades, right under the king. With a lot of decapitated heads of blades from Somerset Island. What was the diplomacy here? Like, what would happen? What would have happened if the emperor said, "Okay, yes, sure, I'll give you all of the demands"? Then what? What was going to happen with the cart? There are so many heads there of all of the blades taken out in Valenwood and which else? And the Somerset Isle. What was what was the plan here? That doesn't make any sense. I'm going on a diplomatic mission. Oh, I must have the other party's blades heads, all of them, while I go negotiating. What does that prove? You're only gonna anger them. No matter who it is, you're gonna anger them. What the fuck? What kind of plan was that? Jesus. Within days, sorry, I said Thalmor, Aldmeri. Well, is it any importance? Aldmeri, Thalmor? I see them the same. I really do. Within days, Aldmeri armies invaded Hammerfell and Cyrodiil simultaneously. A strong force commanded by the Thalmor, General Lord Narifin attacked Cyrodiil from the south, marching out of hidden camps in northern Elsewhere and flanking in Imperial defenses along the Valenwood border. Leywin soon fell to the invaders, while Bravil was cut off and besieged. At the same time, an Aldmeri army under Lady Aranelia crossed into western Cyrodiil from Valenwood, bypassing Anvil and Kvatch, and crossing into Hammerfell. Smaller Aldmeri forces landed along the southern coastline of Hammerfell. The disunited Red Guard forces offered only scattered resistance to the invaders, and much of the southern coastline was quickly overrun. The greatly outnumbered Imperial legions retreated across the Alikir Desert in the now famous March of First. 4E 172 to 173. The Aldmeri advanced into Cyrodiil. It appears now that the initial Aldmeri objective was in fact the conquest of Hammerfell, and that the invasion of Cyrodiil was intended only to pin down the Imperial legions while Hammerfell was overrun. However, the surprising initial success of Lord Narifin's attack led the Thalmor to believe that the Empire was weaker than they had thought. The capture of the Imperial city itself and a complete overthrow of the Empire thus became their primary objective of the next 2 years. As we know, the Thalmor nearly achieved their objective. It was only because of our Emperor's determined leadership during the Empire's darkest hour that this disaster was averted. During 4E 172, the Aldmeri advanced deeper into Cyrodiil. Bravil and Anvil both fell to the invaders. By the end of the year, Lord Narifin had advanced to the very walls of the Imperial city. There were fierce naval clashes in Lake Rumare and along the Nibben as the Imperial forces attempted to hold the eastern bank. In Hammerfell, the Thalmor were content to consolidate their gains as they took control of the whole southern coastline, which was in fact their stated objective in the ultimatum delivered to the Emperor. Of the southern cities, only Higaf still held out. The survivors of the March of First regrouped in northern Hammerfell, joined by reinforcements from High Rock. The year 4E 173 saw stifling Imperial resistance in Cyrodiil, but the seemingly inexorable Aldmeri advance continued. Fresh legions from Skyrim bolstered the Emperor's main army in the Imperial city, but the Aldmeri forced the crossing of the Nibben and began advancing in force up the eastern bank. By the end of the year, the Imperial city was surrounded on 3 sides. Only the northern supply route to Bruma remained open. In Hammerfell, Imperial fortunes took a turn for the better. In early 4E 173, a forebear army from Sentinel broke the siege of Hegath, a crown city, leading to the reconciliation of the two factions. Despite this, Lady Aranelia's main army succeeded in crossing the Alikir Desert. The Imperial legions under General Decianus met them outside Skaven in a bloody and indecisive clash. Decianus withdrew and left Aranelia in possession of Skaven, but the Aldmeri were too weakened to continue their advance. 4E 174. The the sack of the Imperial City. In 4174, the Thalmor leadership committed all available forces to the campaign in Cyrodiil, gambling on a decisive victory to end the war once and for all. During the spring, Aldmeri reinforcements gathered in southern Cyrodiil, and on the 12th of Second Seed, they launched a massive assault on the Imperial City itself. One army drove north to completely surround the city, while Lord Nadifin's main force attacked the walls from the south, east, and west. The Emperor's decision to fight his way out of the city rather than make a last stand was a bold one. No general dared advise him to abandon the capital, but Titus II was proven right in the end. While the 8th Legion fought a desperate and doomed rearguard action on the walls of the city, Titus II broke out of the city to the north with his main army, smashing through the surrounding the Aldmeri forces and linking up with reinforcements marching south from Skyrim under General Jonah. Meanwhile, however, the capital fell to the invaders and the infamous sack of the Imperial City began. The Imperial Palace was burned, the White Gold Tower itself looted, and all manner of atrocities carried out by the vengeful elves on the innocent populace. In Hammerfell, General Dechanius was preparing to drive the Aldmeri back from Skaven when he was ordered to march for Cyrodiil. Unwilling to abandon Hammerfell completely, he allowed a great number of invalids to be discharged from the legions before they marched east. These veterans formed the core of the army that eventually drove Lady Aranelia's forces back across the Alikir late in 174, taking heavy losses on their retreat from harassing attacks by the Alikir warriors. 175. The Battle of the Red Ring. During the winter of 174 to 175, the Thalmor seemed to have believed that the war in Cyrodiil was all but over. They made several attempts to negotiate with Titus II. The Emperor encouraged them in their belief that he was preparing to surrender. Meanwhile, he gathered his forces to retake the Imperial City, in what is now known as the Battle of the Red Ring, a battle that will serve as a model for Imperial strategists for generations to come. Titus II divided his forces into three. One army, with the legions from Hammerfell under General Dechanius, was hidden in the Colovian highlands near Chorol. The Aldmeri were unaware that he was no longer in Hammerfell, possibly because the Imperial veterans Dechanius had left behind led Lady Aranelia to believe that she still faced an Imperial army. The second army, largely of Nord legions under General Jonah, took up position near Chendinhal. The main army was commanded by the Emperor himself, and would undertake the main assault of the Imperial City from the north. On the 30th of Rain's Hand, the bloody Battle of the Red Ring began as General Dechanius swept down on the city from the west, while General Jonah's legionnaires drove south along the Red Ring Road. In a 2-day assault, Jonah's armies crossed the Niben and advanced west, attempting to link up with Dechanius' legions and thus surround the Imperial City. Lord Narifin was taken by surprise by Dechanius' assault, but Jonah's troops faced bitter resistance as the Aldmeri counterattacked from Bravil and Skingrad. The heroic Nord legionnaires held firm, however, beating off the piecemeal Aldmeri attacks. By the 5th day of the battle, the Aldmeri army in the Imperial City was surrounded. Titus II led the assault from the north, personally capturing Lord Narifin. It is rumored the Emperor wielded the famed sword Goldbrand, although this has never been officially confirmed by the Imperial government. An attempt by the Aldmeri to break out of the city to the south was blocked by the unbreakable shield wall of General Jonah's battered legions. In the end, the main Aldmeri army in Cyrodiil was completely destroyed. The Emperor's decision to withdraw from the Imperial City in 4174 was bloodily vindicated. Lord Narifin was kept alive for 33 days, hanging from the White Gold Tower. It is not recorded where his body was buried, if it was buried at all. One source claims he was carried off by a winged Daedra on the 34th day. The White Gold Concordat and the end of the war. Although victorious, the Imperial armies were in no shape to continue the war. The entire remaining Imperial force was gathered in Cyrodiil, exhausted and decimated by the Battle of the Red Ring. Not a single legion had more than half its soldiers fit for duty. 2 legions had been effectively annihilated, not counting the loss of the 8th during the retreat from the Imperial City the previous year. Titus II knew that there would be no better time to negotiate peace, and late in 175 the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion signed the White Gold Concordat, ending the Great War. The terms were harsh, but Titus II believed that it was necessary to secure peace. It was necessary to secure peace and give the Empire a chance to regain its strength. The two most controversial terms of the Concordat were the banning of the worship of Talos and the secession of a large section of southern Hammerfell, most of what was already occupied by Aldmeri forces. Critics have pointed out that the Concordat is almost identical to the ultimatum the Emperor rejected 5 years earlier. However, there is a great difference between agreeing to such terms under the mere threat of war and agreeing to them at the end of a long and destructive war. No part of the Empire would have accepted these terms in 171, dictated by the Thalmor at sword point. Titus II would have faced civil war. By 175, most of the Empire welcomed peace at almost any price. Epilogue. Hammerfell fights on alone. Hammerfell, however, refused to accept the white gold Concordat, being unwilling to concede defeat and the loss of so much of their territory. Titus II was forced to officially renounce Hammerfell as an imperial province in order to preserve the hard-won peace treaty. The Red Guards, understandably, looked on to this as a betrayal. In this, the Thalmor certainly achieved one of their long-term goals by sowing lasting bitterness between Hammerfell and the Empire. In the end, the heroic Red Guards fought the Aldmeri Dominion to a standstill, although the war lasted for 5 more years and left southern Hammerfell devastated. The Red Guards say that this proves that the white gold Concordat was unnecessary, and that if Titus II had kept his nerve, the Aldmeri could have been truly defeated by the combined forces of Hammerfell and the rest of the Empire. The truth of that assertion can, of course, never be known. But the Red Guards should not forget the great sacrifice of the Imperial blood. Breton, Nord, and Cyrodiilic at the Battle of the Red Ring that weakened the Dominion, enough to allow the eventual Second Treaty of Stros MK. Oh my god, Garrison, what are you doing in Skyrim? Treaty of Stros MK in 4E180, and the withdrawal of Aldmeri forces from Hammerfell. There can be no doubt that the current peace cannot last forever. The Thalmor take the long view, as it proved by its sequence of events leading up to the Great War. All those who value freedom over tyranny can only hope that before it is too late, Hammerfell and the Empire will be reconciled and stand united against the Thalmor threat. Otherwise, any hope to stem the tide of Thalmor rule over all of Tamriel is dimmed. Oy, oy, oy.
Faster than anything I've ever seen.
Songs of Return Volume 2. Do I have Songs of Return Volume 2? S. Songs of Return. Songs of the Return. Oh, I've got Volume 7 only. And this is Volume 2. The first tale of the Darumzu. Our great lord Isgramor, the harbinger of us all, did then send forth his 2 beloved sons, with him the only other survivors of the brutalities of Sorfall, to seek out the bravest warriors of the land and mount the great return. Ingol and Ilgar, they were called, and they were known among Atmora as fine warriors with bright eyes and dawning futures. Ingol, the elder, was the brave strategist, bringing his learnings to bear on the battlefield that his enemies would be defeated before they even know the battle had begun. Ilgar, the younger, was possessed of an unwavering spirit that drove his singular prowess to overwhelming feats in war. Together, the mind and the arm, they were capable of sowing a destruction most thorough and glorious to any foe who stood before them. Before they parted ways to gather their crews, the two clasped arms and necks in the old fashion and laughed at the heavens for their stories to come. Young Ilgar then took to the massive shipyards of... What? To the massive shipyards of... Jilkurvik. That's a J. Jilkurvik. Yeah, Jilkurvik. Okay. At the southern point and commissioned 2 ships for himself and his brother. He would command the Darumzu and his brother the Harak, thus carrying the names of the 2 favored stars of their heavens. The shipmaker's spirits had been suitably filled by Isgrimir's tales of the savage elves, and they set about to birth ships that befit their noble homeland. Arrangements having been made, Ilgar set forth to the academies of honored soldiers, seeking out his most trusted friends and advisors to join him on the venture of the return. By now, the stories of the new land to the south were spreading before him, and the mere emergence of his presence was enough to cause the finest warriors to lay down their present undertakings and follow him. So was he able to call to his side the great shield sisters, Groa and Grosta, who fought and spoke as one. And they brought with them the wise war teacher, Adrimk, who first taught them to dance among the blades. She in turn mustered all the students at her command, whose names were not yet made, but some of whom would one day be known. Hermeskr, who threw his shield, Urlak, who breathed fire, Ramf the Greater, Merkilian Ramf, and the far-sighted Uche, who would see the first of many dawns. On the day of final passage, when the many-oared fleet would last see the distant green summers of Atmora, the brothers were near in their father's wake as the freshly joined 500 would eagerly press onwards towards Tamriel. Ylgar could see his well-minded brothers smiling from afar across the waves, and they shouted war cries to each other, longing for the soon day when their assembled crews would draw the treacherous elf blood into the ground which they would now claim for their own right. But Kina's ministrations are not to be taken lightly, and though her blessings gave wind to drive those brave sailors to their destiny, so too did her mighty tears fall to drive them apart. When the storm of separation first arose, young Ylgar had no fear, for his crew was strong and able, and their ship drove through the forest of swells as though pulled by the rope of fate. When the skies cleared, and Ylgar glimpsed again with new eyes the land of his past and future home, he knew his brother's vessel was not within his horizon. The Darumzu, arriving late, drew forth onto the sands, and Ylgar rushed to his father to seek word of his brother. The great Isgramor, harbinger of us all, wept for his lost son, and sought comfort in the arms of his only remaining joy. The crew of the Harak became the first deaths among the 500, and Ylgar so enraged with love for his brother that his crew would soon be counted as first among the many noble and other names in the companions.
What did it do? Is it attacking the watchtower?
Yes, it is.
No, my lord.
The biography of Barencia, Volume 1, I've read this. I do have it, don't I? The real no, not the real Barencia, the biography. Wait, I haven't written the biography? Huh? No, I did. Volume 1 and Volume 2, and this is Volume 1. Got it.
It was just circling overhead.
Of Fiori and Holger. Okay, this one I don't know. Let's write it down. Of Fiori, which I assume is pronounced Fiori, and Holger. Alright, let's see. In her 29th summer of life, Fiori the huntress met the warlords Holger on the field of battle. None remember what they fought over, for their love to come was so great it overshadowed all rivalries or disputes. They fought to a standstill as their followers looked on, till her sword broke his axe and his shield dulled her blade, and all could see that they were equal. As the eagle finds its mates, so too did Fiori find hers in Holger, and a time of peace came to the clans of the forest. But as the summer's warmth gives way to winter's chill, so too would this peace pass. But the snake came and bit Holger, its venom seeping deep into the wound. A wail greeted Fiori's view as she came over the snow-covered mountains to the coast. She obtained an elixir from the Akavir and returned to the forest in haste. Though Holger could smell the winds of Sovngarde, she gave him the elixir and was cured in an instant. But the snake bit Fiori as she poured the last drop onto Holger's mouth. And fatigued from her journey, she joined the ancestors immediately. Holger's grief was such that he built a tomb and upon completion took his own life that he might rejoin her. Oh. My one question is, because that book did not make a lick of sense. If you see a snake, why don't you just get it out? Get in it?
I never ran so far.
Song of the Askeldemen, Nord/tradition. Okay, let's write this down as well. Song of the Askelde. Askeldemen. Trutra, Nord traditional translation 3E1213. Ethereum monks at Old Anfield. 50 nights from home, I last awoke upon a sky, flung cliff in Hammar's cold. No, I was trying a rhythm. So, 50 nights from home, I last awoke upon a sky flung high in Hjalmar's hold. Though my flesh had died and gone to ground, my vision went on from body unbound. Winking there in the vale whence I came, this dead man's eye saw pale flame. where men the same who took life away sung high their battle glory and praise. Wafting went I, a shader of white, through stoic pines pitched ink of night. Ere I came upon the pyre burning throng, I heard carried on winds wing their song. Sing high and clear, bandsmen born of the sky. Sing high and clear, bandsmen born of sky. Let sovereign guard hear and join our cry. These honored dead shed blood upon the fen, ending orc and elf and traitor men. Your spirit went unto and filled their heart. You sped them to glory, hail spirit Wolfheart. Then oil from urns fed greedy flames, burning what few my legion enslaved. Wordlessly they chanted then until dawn, every flake of ash gathered ere they marched on. Swept along unseen, so too went I, meekly haunting these children of the sky. Tireless they went over harp and hill, exhaustion seemed only to spur them still. Unflagging they went, a whirl of rage, soon finding our camp bloated with prey. My dead heart ached, for I knew men within, doomed, never knowing how close was their end. Again the north chest swelled up in refrain, I screamed unheard, I wept with horror plain. Hear us, our ancestor, Ash King Ysmir, honor this war band as we to glory repair. Those dead to whom you spoke and heard, we bear them upon us your valor conferred. And so it was to the man each was smeared with ash of a brother's bone, blood, and beard. These ashen brutes, the Askelda men, set to a gruesome task, each bowstring bent. I bellowed then, a cry of desperate rage, a futile howl among those men, an empty page. Yet one elder turned and unblinking stared into the vapor soul of me, his nostrils flared. He bellowed ancient words, his beard aflame, and my vision fell away. Peace at last came. Song of the Askeldamen. The biography of No, I got this. I read this. Yeah, I read this. Uncommon Taste by the Gourmet. Oh, a cooking book. Sort of. Not a lot of cooking, though. Uncommon Taste. There we go. Congratulations! By opening this volume... I'm gonna try... Can I do a Billy Mays impression? Billy Mays here, and congratulations! By opening this volume, you have taken the first step on a truly epic journey, a voyage through the vast landscape of Breton food and its myriad joys and wonders. You will explore scents, flavors, and textures so exquisite they will seem impossible, but they are more than possible. Indeed, by following the carefully selected recipes presented in this cookbook, you'll prepare extraordinary dishes with such ordinary ease. Those around you will suspect sorcery, but the only magic is that which exists in your own heart, the passion you possess for creating delicious, amazing food that can be prepared easily and enjoyed endlessly. Start here, and someday you too can be a gourmet. Okay, that's about it. Okay, man, stop selling me the book. I already bought it. Sunlight Souffle. Ingredients. Oh god. 2.5 ounces cow's cheese, 1 ounce butter, 1 ounce flour, 9 ounces milk, a dash of salt, a dash of pepper, a cupful of ground nutmeg. Recipe. Stoke the flames of your oven and achieve moderate heat. Grate the cheese into thin shavings by running a finely honed elven dagger over the block. Separate the egg whites from the yolks and beat the whites vigorously until they thicken. Begin preparation of the signature sunshine sauce. Melt the butter and add in the flour while stirring continuously until well blended. Move the mixture to a smaller flame and begin gently stirring in the milk. It is crucial that you do not stop stirring. Continue to do so for 10 minutes until the mixture thickens. Then, and only then, will the sunshine sauce be considered ready. Add the salt, pepper, and nutmeg and remove from the flame. Add in the grated cheese and then the egg yolks. Stir well until fully blended, then gently add in the egg whites with a spoon made of carved hickory wood. Gently pour the mix into 4 stonework souffle dishes, filling each nearly, but not quite, to the top. Put the dishes in your moderately hot oven and shut that door. Keep sealed for 25 minutes or your scrumptious suns will rise only to fall down flat into the oven's abyss. Remove after 25 minutes and serve immediately. Behold the brilliance of the sun and the exquisite flavor of the sunshine souffle. Potage le magnifique. Ingredients: 4 cups chicken broth, 4 cups beef broth, 2.5 ounces butter, 1 wooden flagon, of flour, 1 cup diced carrots, and a half a cup of diced onions. Recipe: stoke the flames of your open pit fire and achieve a low heat. Combine all ingredients into a large soup pot. Stir vigorously. Once hot, pour into earthen soup bowls immediately. Behold, the gourmet's signature dish, the potage le magnifique. But wait, I know what you're wondering. That's it? Is that all there is to it? What's the secret of the gourmet? Do you really expect me to give away the secret to my most popular dish? Well, guess what? I will! For that secret, my friends, is you. That's right, the potage le magnifique is delicious and extraordinary. Using just the simple ingredients listed, you will create a pottage that is both hearty and delicious. But in order to make the potage le magnifique truly magnificent, it takes the imagination of a truly inspired chef. Do you have that gift? I have served bowls of the potage le magnifique that have caused grown men to weep with joy. Can you guess what I added? Can you create magic?
Good work, son. We'll take it from here.
The Wolf Queen, Volume 6. Oh my god, this is totally going in reverse, isn't it? The first Wolf Queen volume I came across was Volume 7. Now this is Volume 6. It's going backwards. From the pen of Insolicus, 2nd century age. 120. The 15-year-old Empress Kinthra Septim II, daughter of Antiochus, was coronated on the 3rd day of First. Her uncles Magnus, king of Lilmoth, and Sepphoris, king of Gilane, were in attendance, but her aunt Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, had been banished from the court. Once back in her kingdom, Queen Potema began assembling the rebellion, which was to be known as the War of the Red Diamond. All the allies she had made over the years of disgruntled kings and nobles joined forces with her against the new empress. The first early strikes against the empire were entirely successful. Throughout Skyrim and Northern High Rock, the imperial army found themselves under attack. Potema and her forces washed over Tamriel like a plague, inciting riots and insurrections everywhere they touched. In the autumn of the year, the loyal Duke of Glenpoint of the coast of High Rock sent an urgent request for reinforcements from the imperial army, and Kintra, to inspire the resistance to the Wolf Queen, led the army herself. 121. We don't know where they are, said the Duke, deeply embarrassed. I've sent scouts out all over the countryside. I can only assume that they've retreated up north upon hearing of your army's arrival. I hate to say it, but I was hoping for a battle, said Kintra. I like to put my aunt's head on a spike and parade it around the empire. Her son Uriel had his army right on the border to the imperial province, mocking me. How are they able to be so successful? Are they just that good in battle, or do my subjects truly hate me? She was tired after many months of struggling through the mud of autumn and winter. Crossing the Dragontail Mountains, her army nearly marched into an ambush. A blizzard snap in the normally temperate barony of Dwymen was so unexpected and severe that it must certainly have been cast by one of Potema's wizard allies. Everywhere she turned, she felt her aunt's touch, and now her chance of facing the Wolf Queen at last had been thwarted. It was almost too much to bear. It is fear, pure and simple, said the Duke. That is her greatest weapon. I need to ask, said Kira, hoping that by sheer will she could keep her voice from revealing any of the fears that Duke spoke of. You've seen the army. Is it true that she has summoned a force of undead warriors to do her bidding? No, as a matter of fact, it's not true, but she certainly fosters that rumor. Her army attacks at night, partly for strategic reasons, and partly to advance fears like that. She has, so far as I know, no supernatural aid other than the standard battle mages and nightblades of any modern era. Always at night, said Kintra thoughtfully. I suppose that's to disguise their numbers. And to move her troops into position before we're aware of them, added the Duke. She's the master of the sneak attack. When you hear a march to the east, you can be certain she's already on top of you from the south. But listen, we'll discuss this all tomorrow morning. I've prepared the castle's best rooms for you and your men. Kintra sat in her tower suite, and by the light of the moon and a single tallow candle, she penned a letter to her husband-to-be, Lord Modulus, back in the imperial city. She hoped to be married to him in the summer at the Blue Palace her grandmother Quintilla had loved so much, but the war may not permit it. As she wrote, she gazed out the window at the courtyard below and the haunted leafless trees of winter. Two of her guards stood on her battlements several feet away from one another. Just like Modulus and Kintra, she fought and proceeded to expound on the metaphor in her letter. A knock on the door interrupted her poetry. A letter, your majesty, from Lord Modulus, said the young courier, handing in the note to her. It was short, and she read it quickly before the courier had a chance to retire. I'm confused by something. When did he write this? 1 week ago, said the courier. He said it was urgent that it make it here as quickly as possible while he mobilized the army. I imagine they've left the city already. Kintra dismissed the courier. Modulus said that he had received a letter from her, urgently calling for reinforcements to the battle at Glenpoint. But there was no battle at Glenpoint, and she had only just arrived today. Then, who wrote the letter in her handwriting, and why would they want Modulus to bring a second army out of the Imperial City into High Rock? Feeling a chill from the night air at the window, Kintra went to shut the latch. The 2 guards on the battlements were gone. He leaned over at the sound of a muffled struggle behind one of the barren trees, and did not hear the door open. When she turned, she saw Queen Potema and Mentin, Duke of Glenpoint, in the room with a host of guards. You move quietly, Aunt, she said after a moment's pause. She turned to the Duke. What turned you against your loyalty to the Empire? Fear? And gold, said the Duke simply. What happened to my army? Asked Kintra, trying to look Potema steadily in the face. Is the battle over so soon? All your men are dead, smiled Potema. But there was no battle here, merely quiet and efficient assassination. There will be battles ahead, against Modulus in the Dragontail Mountains, and against the remnants of the Imperial Army in the city. I'll send you regular updates on the progress of the war. So I am to be kept here as your hostage? Asked Kintra flatly, suddenly aware of the solidity of the stones and the great height of her tower room. Damn you, look at me. I'm your empress. Think of it this way. I'm taking you from being a 5th-rate ruler to a 1st-rate martyr, said Potema with a wink. But I understand if you don't want to thank me for that. Ooh. Oh, man, I like these books. Velexine, Pirate King of the Huh? Hold on. Pirate King, okay. Pirate King of the Abetian, Abetia. Abesian, maybe. Besia? Poke out your eyes, lad. Pour lead in your ears. Those cells portent madness, dark horror, and fear. Abandon your lasses, your ship, and your gold. Blood on the water, Veles this way comes. A noose from the rigging, a plank from boards. Do yourself in, don't try crossing swords. Mercy's not a shipmate among the heartless horde. So I think this is a she. It's a she. It's a sea shanty, I think. Blood on the water, the pirate king comes. Stout Empire galleon or sweet elven skiff, they everyone splinter and just as soon sink, but only after crew and captain have their fun. No, I don't know the rhythm. It's entirely guessable. Blood on water, your days are done. He'll tear your gut and he'll eat your heart raw. His eyes gleam red, his heart will never fall. Mark well these words, you quacking babes. Blood on the water follows, Captain Velexane. And that's it. The main conversation of the plot about a dragon attacking a watchtower close by Whiterun is still ongoing behind me while I'm just here in a second library reading books for the past 30 minutes. Love it. Rising Threat, Volume 2. Oh, hey. I don't think I have this one at all. No. Rising Threat. And this is Volume 2. V2. There we go. By Lafnil of Sunhold. Is this another Falmor? Or Aldmeri? The following is the account of Lafnil of Sunhold, an Altmer refugee from Somerset Isle who came to Cyrildin in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Lafnil, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset. Rather, he fled the darkening shadow of the Falmor upon my beloved homeland. I knew it! Who else could it be? Lafnil had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Falmor involvement in border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Falmor and the Aldmeri Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Lafnil's claims. Praxis Erratium, Imperial Historian. What happened after the Tower of Crystal Light Claw fell was a daze. It was as if my mind simply stopped. Instinct took over as my every thought sank into a black abyss of despair. time lost all meaning, and to this day I know not how long I was in this state. Eventually a conscious thought managed to break my fugue. The Daedric horde had vanished, gone as suddenly as they had come. Before my numb mind could comprehend the tumult that consumed my beloved Somerset Isle, before I could formulate the question how, they were there, dripping honeyed poison in our ears. The Thalmor. They were the ones that saved us, they claimed, working deep in subtle magics. It was their efforts, their sacrifices that delivered the Altmer from extinction. Oh, what fools we were. We wanted so desperately someone to thank for ending our tribulations. We lavished it upon the first to step up and claim the glory. With that simple act of gratitude, we allowed a vile rot to seep into our homeland, to putrefy our once noble and distinguished civilization. It was months before I began to suspect the error we had made. Small twinges of unease would vex me, but each one alone was easy enough to disregard and push aside. The exile of the great seer mage Riandor, the bold, was the final doubt that I could not ignore. You see, Riandor was one of the very few who survived the collapse of the Crystal Tower. I saw some of his bravery and heroics with my own eyes. It was his leadership and sorcery that made the Daedra pay such a high price for their destruction of the Crystal Tower. The Thalmor besmirched his name when he had the audacity to publicly doubt and question their role in ending the Oblivion Crisis on Somerset Isle. Riandor made the mistake of ignoring the consensus gentium, trusting instead to logic and facts. The shrewdness of the Thalmor, however, was not such to allow something as trivial as the truth stand in their way. As soon as they shifted the collective opinion ever so slightly against Riandor, they had him sequestered and intensified their efforts to tarnish his reputation. Unable to mount any sort of defense to the Thalmor's attacks, Riandor was quickly denounced and exiled. Have I told you I hate the Thalmor? Have I? Well, I do.
You'd better gather some...
The Woodcutter's Wife, volume... Oh my god! This is another volume book? Okay, The Woodcutter's Wife, definitely don't have that, right? No. The Woodcutter's Wife. I hope it doesn't have too many volumes. I can barely fit V's here. V1, 2, 3. As told by Moggan, son of Molag. Legend tells of a woodcutter who built a shack deep within the pine forest. There he hoped to live in peace with his family. Oh yeah, I read this book. I read this book in other play sessions. I barely remember it. But the first impression I had when I read The Woodcutter's Wife and then says, legend of a woodcutter who built a shack deep within the pine forest to live in peace with his family, the first thing I thought was a Romanian tale, for some goddamn reason, called, wait, what was it? Meșterul Manole, right? Was it? My brain might be fried right now. Anyway, that's what I thought of initially. I'm not sure if that's the way it goes. So let's see. The woodcutter's family lived well for a time, but without warning, the weather turned bitterly cold and spoiled the harvest. Before long, with their meager supply of food all but gone, the family was starving. Late one snowy night, a traveler knocked on the cabin door seeking shelter from the biting cold. Always generous of heart, the woodcutter welcomed the stranger into his home, apologizing that he had no food to offer. With a smile, the traveler cast off his cloak to reveal the garments of a mage. As the woodcutter and his family looked on, the mysterious visitor reached into his satchel and withdrew a scroll tied with a silver ribbon. No sooner had the wizard unfurled the scroll and read the words aloud, when a great feast appeared from out of thin air. That night, nobody in the woodcutter's cabin went hungry. Day by day, the snow piled up. Every night, the mage produced another scroll from his bag and read the words, each time summoning a new feast. On the fifth night, the woodcutter's wife awoke her husband to confess her mistrust of their magical guests. Surely, she argued, there was some price to pay for the magical feast that everyone enjoyed night after night. The woodcutter would have none of it. After nearly dying from the lack of food, his family was eating well. The divines had sent them a gift, he explained, and it was foolish to question their wisdom. But the woodcutter's wife would not be persuaded. Every night she grew more fearful and more desperate. She was certain that the family had entered into a devil's bargain, and the time and the time would soon come when the mage would ask for something unspeakable in return for his gifts. While everyone in the cabin slept, the woodcutter's wife snuck out of bed and took her husband's axe in hand. She crept into the traveler's room and with one swing lopped off his head. Suddenly, the wizard's disembodied head awoke. His eyes opened wide, and when he beheld his maimed body, he let forth a terrible cry. Awakened by the horrified scream, the woodcutter and his children rushed into the room and gasped at the terrible sight of the decapitated mage. With his last gasp of breath, the traveler laid a fearful curse on the woodcutter's wife. After her mortal death, she was damned to rise once again and walk the woods alone, only to burn at the rising of the sun. To this day, those who walk the pine forest late at night tell tales of a weeping woman glimpsed between the trees. She carries a bloody axe, the stories say, and is terrifying to behold. Okay, no, so it's not that story.
Guardsmen, and get down there.
I've already ordered my men.
The Real Barenzia, Volume 1. I didn't have this one, did I? No, I didn't! Collection complete! As far as I know, I think there are only 5 volumes. And I've got the other ones. Yay! I did it! I did it! Take it. Already read it yesterday. An Explorer's Guide to Skyrim might update it. I definitely did not have this one. An Explorer's. So, like the amazing bird said, definitely these volumes, they could definitely do with read them back to back. Because the way I keep jumping from story to story, yeah, I can totally understand. Back to back, you'd get the more proper story, I guess. The Barenzia one is I think it's my favorite, but its ending is very anticlimactic, sad, very open-ended. An Explorer's Guide to Skyrim by Marcius Carvain, Viscount Bruma. Far too often, noble visitors from Cyrodiil see little more of Skyrim than the view from their carriage. To be sure, this coarse, uncivilized province, fuck you, uncivilized, is far from hospitable, but it is also a place of fierce, wild beauty, with grand vistas and inspiring natural wonders awaiting those with the will to seek them out, and the refinement to truly appreciate them. If you are of a mind to see Skyrim for yourself, I recommend beginning your adventure as I did, by seeking out Stones of Fate. They call this person calls Stones of Fate, and in the game they're called Guardian Stones. Same thing. No doubt you are taken aback by the name, as I once was. The provincials and village folk have all manner of dark tales about these ancient monuments. Stories of necromantic rituals and fell spirits of great and terrible powers conferred on any who dare to touch them. The stories are, as Jarl Igrof once told me, a load of mammoth dung. A bit uncouth, but you get the point. To be sure, keep your guards with you at all times. Brigands and wild animals are never to be taken lightly. But the stones themselves are nothing to fear. Quite the contrary, their proximity to cities and roads makes them ideal destinations for the novice explorer, and many boast spectacular views that make the journey well worth the effort. To whet your appetite, here are 4 such locations. Most travelers enter Skyrim by now of Helgen, gateway to the north. If you find yourself in this backwater hovel, consider taking an afternoon's ride to the north, keeping to the road as it winds down the cliffs at the eastern side of Lake Ilinata. Just off the path on a small bluff lie the 3 Guardian Stones. I'm sorry, he's right. These are called Guardian Stones, and the others are called... What are called again? Stones of Fate. There you go. Guardian Stones. The greatest concentration of standing stones in all Skyrim. The view of the lake here at sunset is simply sublime. You get it? Okay. Okay. I should write that down on another piece of paper. Visitors from Shendenhall will pass through Riften, city of intrigue and larceny, since Tiber Septim's day. If you seek adventure in the Rift, leave the city by the Sovereign Gate and cast your gaze upon the bluff that rises to the south. Atop it sits the Shadow Stone, a fitting symbol for the city of thieves. Whiterun is the heart of Skyrim, its towering palace rivaling even the great castles of Cyrodiil. But should you tire of the Jarl's hospitality, another adventure awaits a few hours to the east of the city along the road that rises above White River Gorge. The ritual stone can be found atop of the lone hill that rises onto the north side of the road, sent into an ancient monument. Take time to soak in the incredible view of Whiterun, the tundra, and the gorge from this unique spot. More seasoned explorers may wish to visit Markarth, the ancient city of stone far to the west. The recent Forsworn rebellion has made travel in the Reach perilous, but for those determined to seek adventure, no matter the cost, another stone can be found to the east of the city, perched on the mountain above Kulskir Mine. Though the climb is difficult, reaching the summit is a milestone any explorer could be proud of. There are other stones of fate to be found in Skyrim. I myself have seen several more perched on the most remote mountain peaks, or reefed in fog amid the northern marshes. But the true joy of exploration is in the discovery, and so I leave the rest to you. May the 8 guide your steps. Yay.
I've already ordered my men to
Don't
muster
fail
in the
me.
main gate.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
Huh? I'm sorry, what? What? Okay? What? What? Huh? What crimes? Reading? Is reading a crime? What crime? I didn't steal anything. 15 gold bounty for what?
There's no time to stand on ceremony, my friend. I need your help again. I want you to go with Irileth and help her fight this dragon. You survived Helgen. So you have more experience with
I'm
dragons
sorry,
than
Jarl, but
anyone else here.
your people are attacking me. What the fuck?
I've got a city to keep.
You've committed crimes against Skyrim and your people. Okay, come on.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
I didn't disrespect the law. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. Get out of my way.
I just think we need more information before we...
Oh, you fucking me. Now I see it. Here I was, reading books all of this time, jotting down the titles, and look at there. I did not see that. I thought that was take. Look at that. Steal. Those were the... Fucking hell.
Who's this
What's
then?
the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgruuf is not receiving visitors. I've got
Well,
my eyes.
I trust you have something vitally important to tell me. Important enough to interrupt me in the middle of council?
Yes.
Gerda owns the lumber mill, if I'm not mistaken. Pillar of the community. Not prone to flights of fancy. And you're sure Helgen was destroyed by a dragon? This wasn't some Stormcloak raid gone wrong?
Yes, I agree with you while the Imperials were trying... No, I was there. I saw the dragon.
By Ysmir, Irileth was right.
What's the meaning
What
of
do
this
you say
interruption?
now, Proventus?
Jarl Balgruuf is
Shall
not
we continue
receiving
to
visitors.
trust in the strength of our walls?
Mind yourself in front
against
of the
the
Jarl.
dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If
The
that
Jarl of
dragon is
Falkreath
lurking in the
will view
mountains...
that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him.
Okay, so let me see. So I completed from Yellow Book of Riddles. And all of these books...
Send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
I'm basically drawing a little
Yes, my Jarl.
figure. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. I've read 15 books since I've been here. I've stolen 15 books. 1 gold per steal. 1 gold per book in bounty. And I had 15 bounty. I had to pay 15 gold. God damn it.
Here. There. Come. Let's go find Farengar. My cook. Wizard. He's He's been looking into a matter related to
Come
these
to Dragons
and rumors.
Project?
of dragons.
You think you could help me? I really don't think so.
Oh my god, look at this. Isn't it dangerously Phil Jones and one went to Pentacle?
Where? I would never... Ah, I see. You are a fellow enchanter.
Not really.
Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I'm so often interrupted by visitors wandering in, I can occasionally become quite savage. Now, what did you say you wanted? Yeah, well, when I say straight to the point, I, go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet. Ah, the Dragon Stone of Bleak Falls. That is...
Wait for me. Farengar.
I can still steal the books that I've written in the corner that I don't actually have.
You need to come at once. A dragon's been
I could steal them without being viewed.
You should come too.
A dragon. How exciting.
Okay, okay. I'm not gonna steal them because I'm trying to kind of avoid negative karma, although it's not no such thing in the game, not really. Hold on, I'm trying to improvise something. Hold on. I'm gonna write in this box. What is this? Dragon's Reach. Dragon's Reach books. Dragon's Reach books. I don't know why I'm writing books. I mean, it's obvious they're books. Whiterun. There we go. Now that's gonna make sense.
Well, what was it doing?
I'd take this a bit more seriously if I were you. If a dragon decides to attack Whiterun, I don't know if we can stop it. Let's go.
So, you know, something else just comes to mind. As I was reading the books, one of these guards was looking at me all the goddamn time.
Irileth tells me you came from the Western Watchtower?
Yes, my lord.
Look right here. Like, I was reading books here. Uh-huh.
Oh, that's right. We saw it coming.
Oh no, they totally see me. They totally see me. So, the moment I started to steal the first book, this guard, or another one, was step by step coming to me while I was keep perusing the books. Must have been a sight to see.
No, my lord. It was just circling overhead when I left. I never ran so fast in my life. I thought it would have come after me, for sure.
Good work, son. We'll take it from here. Head down to the barracks for some food and rest. You've earned it. Irileth, you'd better gather some guardsmen and get down there.
I've already ordered my men to muster near the main gate.
Good. Don't fail me. There's no time to stand on ceremony, my friend. I need your help again. I want you to go with Irileth and help her fight this dragon. You survived Helgen, so you have more experience with dragons than anyone else here. But I haven't forgotten the service you did for me in retrieving the Dragon Stone for Farengar. As a token of my esteem, I have instructed Avenici that you are now permitted to purchase property in the city. And please, accept this gift from my personal armory.
I should come along. I would very much like to see this dragon.
No, I can't afford to risk both of you. I need you here working on ways to defend the city against these dragons.
As you command.
One last thing, Irileth. This isn't a death or glory mission. I need to know what we're dealing with.
Don't worry, my lord. I'm the very soul of caution.
If you say so. Okay, let's keep doing this.
I envy you the chance to see this dragon up close.
I had a mod the very last time I played the game. I downloaded a bunch of mods, including character models and environmental overhauls. And the game was very, very pretty. Very, very pretty, but Jesus, man, a shit ton of mods. And Lydia, the house Carl that you're going to be given after this little skirmish with the dragon. Oh my god, she was so beautiful. Like, Jesus. She's beautiful now as is in the vanilla version, but the modded version, Jesus Christ. I don't know, it was a collection of mods. And I will do that again, I will download the mods. But the priority is now is books, adventuring, exploring as much as 100% as you can get in the vanilla special edition of Skyrim. And then, after a long break, just go to one of the save games. Actually, I'm just going to save it right here. Just go to one of the save games, but when it's modded. Okay.
Here's the situation. A dragon is attacking the Western Watchtower.
A dragon? Now we're in for it.
You heard right. I said a dragon. I don't much care where it came from or who sent it. What I do know is that it's made the mistake of attacking Whiterun.
But Housecarl, how can we fight a dragon?
That's a fair question. None of us have ever seen a dragon.
Thinking of settling in? There's a house for sale.
Shut up! I'm listening to speech!
Up in the keep if you're interested.
This dragon is threatening our homes, our families. Could you call yourselves Nords if you ran from this monster? Are you going to let me face this thing alone?
No, Housecarl.
But it's more than our honor at stake here. Think of it. The first dragon seen in Skyrim since the last age. The glory of killing it is ours, if you're with me. Now what do you say? Shall we go kill us a dragon?
Yeah!
Damn right! Let's move out.
What time is it? 2 a.m. Hey, that's a lovely time to be fighting dragons. That's the tower right there. No dragon in sight. Ooh, lavender. What the fuck, woman? She went to the left for fucking no reason.
No signs of any dragon right now, but it sure looks like he's been here. I know it looks bad, but we've got to figure out what happened, and if that dragon is still skulking around somewhere. Spread out and look for survivors. We need to know what was feeling.
Huh. I just noticed. You noticed that sound? There were like crickets around through until we got here. Irlif started talking and all of a sudden, no crickets. Is that the foreshadowing that the dragon is around, it's coming back? Or was that just bad scripting? I hope it's the first. Okay, where are...
Just got grabbed when they tried to make a run for it.
Where's Irlif?
Kinneret, save us. Here he comes again.
Here he comes.
Oh look, there he is.
And make every arrow count.
I'm going on top of the tower. I want to have a better view. Where is it? Mirmulnir. I'm gonna have to wait for you to land. Oh, it's attacking me now. Oh, wanted to get the last shot. I work my ass off to keep you people alive.
I'm glad you're on our side.
Okay. Irlev, where are you? Where's Irlev? Irlev. Where is she?
I'm glad you're on our side.
Yes, yes. I think that's sure. Wait a minute, where the... Huh?
I'm taking command here for the moment. You head back to Whiterun and let the Jarl know what happened.
Huh. Did I? Huh? There was this great big thing like... Oh, you absorbed the soul of the dragon. That's what happened. But that didn't play. Huh. Okay.
I'm taking command here for the moment. You head back to Whiterun.
You didn't ask.
Know what happened.
Oh, wait. Wait. I mean, I have enough gold, but I don't have a lot of carry space. Ooh, steel arrow. These things. Ah. The bane of my existence. Dragon bones are valued quite highly. They also occupy a lot of space. Dragon skills. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry, Mir Mulnir. You'll have to stay here. The rest of the loot, anyone else can get. Maybe. Alright, now I'm gonna fast travel. That's all I wanted for that script to play out.
You killed the dragon.
Yes, I did. How do you know that? Where's Lydia?
There has been talk amongst the gods that you are Dragonborn. But such a thing, surely that's not possible.
Oh.
Boosh! Oh, that's sick. That's a shout. Like the greybeards on the mountain.
Yeah. Told ya. That's a shout. Where's Lydia? She was here. I think.
Good. You're finally here. The Jarl's been waiting for you.
Okay.
You heard the summons. What else could it mean? The Greybeards.
We were just talking about you. My brother needs a word with you.
So what happened at the watchtower? Was the dragon there? I knew I could count on Irileth, but there must be more to it than that. Dragonborn? What do you know about the Dragonborn? So it's true. The Greybeards really were summoning you.
The Greybeards?
Masters of the Way of the Voice. They live in seclusion high on the slopes of the throat of the world.
What do these Greybeards want with me?
The Dragonborn is said to be uniquely gifted in the voice. The ability to focus your vital essence into a Thuum, or shout. If you really are Dragonborn, they can teach you how to use your gift.
Didn't you hear the thundering sound as you returned to Whiterun?
Yes, I did.
That was the voice of the Greybeards, summoning you to High Hrothgar. This hasn't happened in centuries, at least. Not since Tiber Septim himself was summoned when he was still Talos of Atmora.
Rungar, calm yourself. What does any of this Nord nonsense have to do with our friend here? Capable as he may be, I don't see any signs of him being this, Dragonborn.
Nord nonsense? Why, you puffed up ignorant. These are our sacred traditions that go back to the founding of the First Empire.
Hrongar, don't be so hard on Avenici.
I meant no disrespect, of course. It's just that, what do these Greybeards want with him?
That's the Greybeards' business, not ours. Whatever happened when you killed that dragon, it revealed something in you, and the Greybeards heard it. If they think you're Dragonborn, who are we to argue? You'd better get up to High Hrothgar immediately. There's no refusing the summons of the Greybeards. It's a tremendous honor. I envy you, you know, to climb the 7,000 steps again. I made the pilgrimage once. Did you know that? High Hrothgar is a very peaceful place. Very disconnected from the troubles of this world. I wonder that the Greybeards even notice what's going on down here. They haven't seemed to care before. No matter. Go to High Hrothgar. Learn what the Greybeards can teach you. You've done a great service for me and my city, Dragonborn. By my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Whiterun. It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant. I assign you Lydia as a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble, now would we? We are honored to have you as Thane of our city, Dragonborn. Back to business, Proventus. We still have a city to defend.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, I remembered incorrectly. Proventus.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward.
I don't think I've got enough money, but still.
Splendid. There's a house available right now.
I'll take it.
Wonderful. Here's the key to your new home.
I guess I had 5,000. Breezy home! Yay! I'd like to decorate my home. I don't have enough
I'd be
money.
glad to help. And of course, don't forget to consult your home decorating guide for descriptions of the decorations you can buy. Now, what would you like to purchase?
Children's bedroom, yeah. Dining, loft, bedroom, alchemy. I don't even know how much. How much? Yep.
Enjoy your visit to
Bye.
Dragon's Reach.
But yeah,
Cause
sure.
trouble
Bye.
in Whiterun, and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself.
So I remembered incorrectly that you get a house just because you're Fane. Nope, you still need to buy it, and I bought it, and now I'm out of money. I got a lot of stuff to sell though. Lydia, come please help me. I'm gonna take Lydia everywhere with me. I'll take her everywhere with me, please.
The Jarl has appointed me to be your house, Carl. It's an honor to serve you. Lead the way.
And hold on.
I've got your back.
Time I want to trade.
I am at your command.
Okay, so I only got a steel sword. I'm gonna give you the Axe of Whiterun. You can keep it. Oh, sorry. Give it. There you go. Ah, she's using it. Good. You use it. And what else? So, actually, that's it, because I'm... Yes,
going,
I can move. Yeah, let's get going. First things first. Let's go to the home in Breezy home. What time is it? 7 a.m.? Okay. Go to the home in Breezy home and put all of the books in storage. Well, actually, until the home in Breezy home.
I can't stop now.
Shush now.
I can't get the sword on my own.
Shush. Not interested. Not interested in your whatever sword thing. Brave. Amren's house. Hold on, I'm looking for a shopkeep. Keep going down.
Look, you already have been told you're not allowed here. Turn around and go back the way you came.
We're causing no trouble. All we ask is to look for her.
I don't care what you're doing. After what happened, you're lucky I don't toss you in jail. Now get lost.
We will be back. This is not over.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, look, he wants to come to speak to me. No. I'm going to War Maidens. Fuck you. Hello.
We've got small weapons, the finest weapons and armor.
Okay, I want to sell. Nothing here. I'll sell you this. I guess that's it. Okay, what about the dragon? Nope. Does not take the dragon
Good
thingy.
doing business with you.
Yeah. Let's get to the... Let's head to the... No, 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 I don't want to talk to you. He's such a creep. He's coming to talk to me. He's like, hey, can you help? No, I don't want to. I don't want to now. I don't even want to have it in my log. Bellathor. I think Bellathor.
Something for just about everybody.
Yes,
here.
Bellathor bought dragon bones. And dragon
Everything's for
scales.
sale. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Oh, you sell books. Oh. Okay, wait. Beggar Prince? No, I have this. Biography of Barenzia. Perfect. How much you selling it for? Because I'm missing volume 1. Shit. I put this thing... shit. No, I'm not missing. Volume 1, volume 2. I'm missing volume 3. I'll take it. Good. I can now put volume 3 there. Fall from Glory. Okay, I'm not gonna buy these rest. Only that one. Now, Nightingale's Fact Perfection. Oh, I know I can find that book someplace else. In the wilderness. I'm gonna sell you all of the amethysts. The dragon bones. The flawed Varla stone. Oh, shit, you don't have enough gold. I'm gonna sell you some of this. Something that I can get. Lesser soul gems. Yeah, sure. Never. Yeah, sure. There. Left Temura gold. Bye.
Do come back.
No.
Foolish old woman. You know nothing. Nothing of our struggles, our suffering.
Let me guess.
And
Someone
what of my
stole
son?
your sweet roll.
Mister, could you spare a coin? Just 1 gold?
Here.
Oh, thank you. Divines, bless your kind heart.
Why are you begging?
It's what Brennan said I should do. He's the only one that's been nice to me since Mom. Since she died. My aunt and uncle took over our farm and threw me out. Said I wasn't good for anything. I wound up here, but
I've got him in my cell.
I don't know what to do.
He's my
I miss her
prisoner.
so much.
Face it, coward. Your stupid son is dead.
All right, then.
He died a Stormcloak's traitor. And you best keep your mouth shut before you suffer the same.
I'll adopt Lucia later. Because I haven't set the kids' dormitory. I don't have a kids' room for him, for her. Don't have anything. Look, that's the bare minimum. Bare minimum, Lydia. See how they treat the Dragonborn? At least I have a bed. Yay, finally, now I can let go of all of these. Okay, I will not need the... Oh, nothing from here. I'll not need the Amulet of Kinnereth. Nope. Put it there. Won't need this. Won't need this. Any apparel. Books. Look at that carry weight go down. Look at it go down. There you go. Keys don't weigh anything. And this. Quest item, Jorn's Jorn. I knew it. I knew it was a quest item when I found it yesterday. Wolf belt. Wooden bowl for some goddamn reason. Oh. What else is occupying so... Oh. $144. $100. What else am I supposed to... Rot, frostbite. I don't even use these. I don't even use these. All I use is minor healing. Okay, healing 2. Magicka, sure. Minor, sure. Stamina, don't care. Regeneration, sure. Resist, don't care. Resist frost, don't care. Don't care, don't care. Restore health, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever, leave 1. Restore stamina. Stamina, strength, ultimate, waterbending, healer. Still. Jeez. What else am I supposed to... These arrows weigh nothing, apparently. Keeping the bow. Gotta keep a bow for emergencies. Oh well. That's it. Alright, Lydia. Hold on. I have the gift of charity on me. I want to see. What is the... What is the... Oh, it's not listed as an effect. Wait, what the hell? Dragon. Doubt. Resto. Conjure. This, I doubt. Illusion. Alteration? Wait, what did I add? Wait, is that a quest? No. Nope. So what was the gift of charity thing that I... Was it a book? Doubt it. GGG. I have no idea what that was. Alright. Let's rest for 24 hours so I can wake up well rested and save the game. That's it, man. I'm bordering very... Well, very. I'm bordering close on 12 hours. If I haven't already. I've been streaming through almost basically the entire day. I've been having fun. Seriously, I've been having fun just reading these books, and I came a long way to... I don't know if I'm halfway there. I don't know how many books there are. in Skyrim overall. I'm just gonna save here, and I might stream more Helldivers 2 later tonight, or something else, or I might not stream entirely, but I'll definitely... Okay, I was gonna say I will stream tomorrow. Not sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow either. So I'll see you when I see ya. Thank you for tuning in to my live stream, and any VOD watchers out there, I doubt it, but thank you for tuning in as well. And I hope you have a good day, a nice evening, or whatever time of day it may be. And for the user, the most amazing bird, hope you get well soon. And that's it. Take care of yourselves. See you later.